What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Deadlock Fight Night number 26. Yes, you heard it. We're here. 26 weeks. We're back. Jason, how you feeling? You excited for this week?
I'm always excited when it's DFN time because we got Intel on board as well, bringing us the show every single week, supporting us inside and out. And not to mention, last week it was a little bit tough to watch these games because we had so many new items introduced, so many changes having happened that now finally that extra week of play under their belts, I'm hoping to see some elevated play out of all these teams.
Yeah, there's been a lot of big changes on the Cursed Apple. I think a lot of fans tuning in are going to want to be seeing, what is top of the meta. We saw last week, we saw Wraith get a huge boost, Shiv being played a ton, a lot of teams having different visions, new item builds coming out, and now the teams have had a bit more time to work at it and grind away, figuring out what's going to be the best. Shout out to Cattywomp, thanks for the Prime sub. Wouldn't be able to do this show without the wonderful community as well coming together to support us. But first, let's take a look at the schedule. Let's look at what's on the docket for today before we jump into these matches.
Yeah, man. It's getting like a repeat here over at EU, but when you have the three best teams playing week in and week out, I wouldn't have it any other way. We've got Abrams up against OneWin, finally making their return here after a couple of weeks off, and hopefully for them some time in the hyperbolic time chamber because they have looked like a shadow of their former selves when they were previously dominating DFN. But of course, they're going up against VP in the end in the winners match for $1,000 on the line, and VP really they're just really not bad at any meta that comes their way.
Yeah, they've been so stable and consistent, and now with the big changes of the game, they found themselves back on top. So they're going to be defending that title spot in the EU money match and a little bit into our games. Then later on in North America, Hydra Nation has been firmly knocked off that top spot that they were camping for so long. They're going to go up against Valhalla in the challenger match. And then, of course, it's Melee Creeps waiting in the final money match of the day. They've been incredibly dominant. They've looked really rock solid as a team, very well-rounded with a great read of the meta. They were able to get a win last week with Ido subbing in. So even with the ringer, they were able to still get the win. Very impressive performance from Melee Creeps as we look forward to that final match of the day in North America.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it could be a very close one. If I were to put my money on any final for North America, I would still say Hydra Nation and Melee Creeps, but Hydra Nation looked a lot better than I expect them to. Poppers in particular and Fishcake really melding well with the team. I'm curious, with this extra week of play, though, are they going to be able to continue to level up their performance? Because with Melee Creeps, AVG is going to be back playing today. And I know he's revitalized, he's ready to go, and he's ready to get another $1,000 for his team.
Well, to talk about this first opening match here between Abrams and OneWin team, we're going to bring in DDK, our wonderful analyst, to help break down some of the intricacies here. Abrams kind of like this reformed version of the Paravision roster with a few changes, looking pretty strong last week. But of course, OneWin have been the one team really, I think, to be solidly on top of the competition. I don't know that Abrams has reached that level in Europe historically. I'm wondering, you think they can do it again today, Dan?
I guess we'll see. I think, like Jason said, we saw, if we go back to like the last big patch where we went 4 lanes to 3 lanes, that's fundamentally changed the game so significantly. It took teams quite some time to find their bearings, find their footing, and I think this is probably going to be the same, and maybe even to a larger extent, because with items, there's so much in terms of different combinations that you can do, and just like people discovering now what's good and what's not. That I actually think it's going to take longer for people to figure out how to actually play. So, to be honest, I don't know how to answer your question, Jake.
I think it's fair to say there's been a huge shakeup, right, in the game. Maybe the biggest sense. Even I wonder, what do you guys think, whether the map rework to 3 lanes or this item change? I think this might be the biggest patch yet. The items are the heart and soul of any MOBA. Is really, really important to the way you play the game, is the way those items build comes together, and the complete revamp of the shop. I've been having a ton of fun playing Deadlock this last week. I thought it's been way more fun. You have a lot more creativity, I think, with the builds. You can go for these kind of zany, all-in, full commit builds on one type of item, and you're not forced to buy efficiency early game items.
I think this patch is definitely given way to some really cool changes. I think the addition of changing the box spawn timers to be 2 minutes means you can go for these box routes, allowing one of your solo laners to get a lot more farm and get a lot more powered up, get the ultimate online a lot quicker. But one thing I am worried about, though, is when it comes to items, I'm hearing some rustlings of certain items that you'll see in almost every single build today. And honestly, if you're a pro player, if you get any sort of advantage, even if it's a 1% advantage buying this set of items versus another set of items, you're going to take that any day of the week. So I think for me, I think this patch will have further changes once they kind of narrow in on pro play and where they see items consistently being bought across the board, and then maybe tweak those a little bit, because there were some huge changes in the last patch that happened on the 19th.
Yeah, let's take a look now. Some of the rosters, players who are, of course, going to be putting on the show for us, showing us what to build, what to copy in your pubs. For Abrams, we've got Together, Taz, Saf, Saint, Jamside, and Hoot. I feel like Taz has been one of the most impressive stable names in this roster, whether he's on the Paradox he's listed here or the Holiday, has just been a monster initiator, really a key part of the team's success. If he's having a good game, that tends to be the lightning rod for the rest of the squad to fall behind.
And I think one of the interesting things as well for some of the more experienced players that have been here from the very early days, as have many of these players been. It's a weird sentence, but I'm going to go with it. We have a situation where you're forced to be good at adaptation. If you actually want to consistently play at the top level, you can't really be one of those players that is slow to adopt and you're kind of basically copying the innovators. You have to have, I think, that natural skill set. And some players have it and some players don't. But I think, what we're going to see from a lot of the teams here today are people that are pretty strong, or players that are pretty strong with regards to that like particular skill metric.
I'm looking towards, if you're going to mention Tass, I'm going to go also with Together. I think he's definitely been one of the standouts when it comes to Shiv play. He's going to be the Shiv player for this team, and he's definitely someone they can rely on to have big games. Though I do kind of wonder, is like when he doesn't have a big game, and Jamside, I don't think we've seen yet really hit the power levels we've seen of him in the past with this roster. I think they can be a little bit weak, but Hoot for me is always like the wild card because he can be such a good carry. He can be such a good support player. He can be such a good playmaker. I'm kind of really curious to see what role he settles into in a team, unless he's going to play this fluid role that always changes depending on draft.
Well, let's take a look now at the one-win roster, their opponents. I think it's fair to say that this one-win team has a little bit more pedigree. They were on top for quite a few weeks in DFN, and although things have really changed a lot, I think we have seen that this team has that potential. You got somebody like Empty Dreams. You think way back, this guy was playing a ton of Wraith. Now Wraith has rocketed back to, like, I would maybe not the best hero in the game, but certainly top of the meta. Very likely we're going to see it picked or banned in almost every game, with that new Mercurial Magnum build really opening up the potential of the character. But across the board, Zania, ABL, Xenon, they've all had huge games. Flammable and Overseas have been really big playmakers and kind of flexible across the support / semi-carry roles. This is a team that I feel, even if they're not the strongest today with the build perspective, the mechanics are so good on this team. They're just a scary foe to be going against.
Yeah, I love how this is a team where it might be the team, if I'm going to pick any Deadlock team, where I'm like, oh, this has like the most star players on the same team. And initially when we actually went from the 4-lane to the 3-lane meta, they were sort of innovating their style, saying, hey, actually we want to be really heavy on the brawling. But then it turned out, as we saw the weeks develop, that hang on, actually multiple players, like, whether it's Overseas, Empty Dreams, APL, like Zed, like, can all play like a lot of the playmaker heroes that we had been previously used to seeing. Other teams maybe have like a couple players that could be adept enough to actually compete at this level. So I totally agree, and I feel like, what we're going to see is them just going from strength to strength as soon as they get their footing on how these roles play out. But I feel like those roles don't get old in this game.
I worry for Overseas, though. I feel like out of this entire roster, he probably got hit the hardest because his Bebop had nerfs basically done to it. Great Talon pretty much had nerfs done to it, especially with the last patch on the 19th, adding in a lot of extra spirit resist to items. So his Great Talon's gonna be a lot weaker. I feel like those are like the two heroes that we normally see him be on to be like this massive playmaker. Even Holiday, to be fair, has been falling out of the likes of a lot of pro players, more towards the Paradox, though. Veilwalker being cheaper is a lot. It gives her extra opportunities, especially if you can get on that 100% uptime. But yeah, I think he's been hit hard, and I think it's up to like Empty Dreams and Empty Dreams and ABL to really step up. And as you mentioned, Wraith being a contested pick, I think it's probably going to be one of the most contested picks between these two teams. That and potentially Abrams as like the two top picks to look for, because we know Empty Dreams can play a good Wraith. We know Jamside can as well.
That's a great point about Abrams. I think Abrams was like first banned every game last week in EU, so like no one got to play it, but that shows that the teams are really putting a ton of prio on the character. They really think it's a huge threat. I'll have to see if it ends up getting through those bans in these drafts. However, in order to do the draft, of course, this is Deadlock Fight Night. We've got to see the Mo and Krill melee 1v1 to determine that pick priority order. And in a week like this week, I mean, with how many big shifts there's been in character power, I feel like the draft has never been more important than it is in a week like today.
All right.
The draft has been so weird as well. Like even before the patch we had happen with the item, the shop rework, we had like the meta completely shift from what ZP and I were casting the One Man Bombshell Volume 5 event to this. Things just drastically changed. And also, speaking of changing, so is our 1v1s. You can see, Dan, they take a lot longer now as there's this whole mind game happening between the two.
Oh my god, this is like the most parries I've ever seen.
I was gonna say we need to get the counter spell in as well, so they can like also like throw spells and parry those. We just gotta get all the
Yeah,
parry.
put rebuttal on. ZP's favorite item is rebuttal. So it like lowers your parry cooldown by a lot. That's pretty wild.
We should definitely do that. We should also, by the way, find other like crazy things for our own self-amusement and see how many other shows copy it. Because I know the Marin Crew 1v1 is something that some other shows have copied. So we should just do that as an experiment. See what crazy stuff we can do with a copy.
To a level 1 Kelvin 1v1.
Oh, I'm down.
Say a max level Kelvin 1v1 with max items and they just heal each other forever. So, 3 hours in.
No one can die.
Exactly.
Somebody falls asleep. And the first ban Abrams. Okay. I mean, I'm interested when we'll see this hero see play. Maybe it'll just be like, is it really that insane? I mean, that out of control is kind of wild.
I mean, what was it? Hydration showed it off last week in the challenger match, and then Ido got to show it in the last match in the best of 3 up against Hydra Nation, and you just saw like the impact. Like he just does not die with these new items. He becomes this like insanely tanky force. And honestly, for one win with a Shiv ban coming through, to me, that's like, all right, we're gonna pick Wraith for Abrams. Like that would be almost my go-to here to not only give it to your team, but to deny it from the other side.
It's interesting because I wonder, like, I almost think I would have loved to see Shiv not get banned, because yes, you could give up the Shiv, but then you might get like Wraith plus Kelvin as your openers. So I'm curious, really, because I think you're right. I think Wraith is gonna go. I mean, will it go first overall? Like, maybe it is just that good, but
no, Warden.
Okay.
I believe that's Warden, yeah.
Warden's also been another extremely popular, but now one win probably grabs Wraith +1, maybe Kelvin. Although I wonder, Kelvin without Abrams and Shiv, Kelvin I think can still be good. But then you really need stuff like Geist and Yamato to combo and to like sort of match that tempo, play for the heals. Although I think honestly, healing tempo Kelvin I think is insane. I actually think that item has made Kelvin much better. And they're gonna take the Paradox Prio 1. You mentioned it before, I think, Jason, that Holiday has fallen off a little bit. So that's a lot of respect from one-man team.
I was going to ask, what do you guys feel like has fallen the most from like SA tier to like what's had the biggest fall off in this patch? You guys feel like?
Kind of want to say Mirage.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah, Mirage is way less
picked.
Although Leffa had a pretty strong game on him. Oh, and one-man team. That's okay. I'm really surprised though. To not take Wraith here, to me, really surprising. I think Wraith is too good not to take in that second slot.
There's Wraith and there's also Sinclair. And if you're gonna get to the second round of bans, I mean, you need to lock in that Sinclair before that happens. So are they giving up Wraith to Abrams so to run a Wraith Warden and then maybe even a Kelvin on top of that, because you can lock him into Frozen Shelter and then hey, you can't run away from that last stand. Dynamo.
Whoa, okay. Things have really changed then, even from last week in the scrims. To take Dynamo this early, especially because one of the team have not committed to like a heavy bruiser comp. They really haven't done that. I do think the Arcane Surge item is pretty insane on Dynamo. I could see the vision that it can be really good. I mean, also I think Warden's a naturally amazing combo for Dynamo. Warden can initiate so aggressively and then Dynamo can kind of bail him out, or vice versa.
Wow. To see Wraith fall, I mean...
Yeah, I guess teams don't believe in Wraith anymore. Do they feel like... I mean, and there's an argument, though, for something like Dynamo that, like, okay, that's the counter to Wraith, is you just black hole her, and she isn't that tanky, right? She is just like a crazy turret of damage, and maybe the execution is just too strong at the highest level where people are just consistently dealing with it. But
I don't know, because I mean, you're saying she's not tanky, but I know we're seeing a lot more siphon bullets being picked up out of like everyone possible out there. You pair that with the fact that you also can have Cultist sacrifice last through death now, so you don't lose the buff anymore, which means you technically can have 100% uptime on it if you pick up superior cooldown as well, because it affects items, not only abilities. So you can have Cultist permanently up. You have your siphon bullets have a way quicker cooldown now on stacking up the HP. You have the extra health from Cultist on top of that. I mean, I get what you mean for sure. And I think that's something, if you're going to pick a Wraith, you have to be very careful of, is these arcane surging Warden Dynamos coming into your face. But I'm happy to see them get it locked in. I'd be really surprised to not see a Sinclair ban come through though out of Abrams.
I was about to say, like, do we want to see
such a good Sinclair game, right? Like, it's so insane. I agree with you. I think that's like the ban here, just because it's too deadly. You could, I mean, I don't think they actually really want to Kelvin the way they've been drafting. It's a lot of like ranged poke so far. They don't really have the front line to go with Kelvin. They're gonna prio the Kelvin, man. I think it's a mistake though. I think they'd rather get the Sinclair on one win, and we know they're good at it too, right? it's just kind of a signature, I think, for Flammable is the one who's been playing it the most, I believe.
That's right.
I mean, I'm just thinking about Ivy and Lightning Scroll right now in my head for one win, because obviously Ivy would be most likely the support they go to. The fact that you can make the range on your Kutsu bombs enormous, you can stun them within it as well. Provides a lot of control for your team in these fights, and they're going to need that control because they're relatively squishy at the moment until we do see that Calico come through.
I guess it makes sense because do they expect Abrams to actually pick Sinclair? Maybe not. So they always have the Ivy Sinclair options open.
Maybe, but if I were Abrams, I would be taking Sinclair to just to take it away. I mean, I still think Sinclair is good. Like stealing the Wraith ulti is actually sort of a counter to Wraith.
You were looking
I guess it's not the only one that you could that I really see here. Okay, they're just okay. So Abrams is actually drafting with a very different vision of the game rather than worrying about these top picks. It looks like they're just going for like the Giga team fight. They're going for like Warden and Yamato frontlining, initiating, and like you can never win a team fight against us because we're black holing you and lash ulting you. And I kind of like that.
What are we doing on the 1 win to deal with that?
I mean, honestly, we didn't really touch on the Calico pick too much. I actually really love that pick. Because with the box changes, you can get so far ahead with Ava that you can, I mean, you basically leave your dual partner alone in that lane. You go box farm on cooldown. You're going to build up such a huge lead on your team from that lane alone that it can really snowball, and Calico can get really far ahead. Even obviously with the nerf she's had, she can still be insanely strong and tanky in the late game.
I will say this is sort of the way Melee Creeps drafted what Abrams is building right now in terms of like the just super heavy commitment to team fighting that looked pretty solid for them, you know, in NA, where like they're just like, even in some games where they fell behind, like another big change that's happened is the base is so much more defensible now. Like defending the base from a serious soul deficit is very doable. Like the positioning has been really reworked in around that base area. It's much more defensible. Defending the final patron, I think, is much more doable. Defending the base guard is doable. One man getting this Sinclair last is like, it's so valued to get that last pick too. Viscus is going to like try to be just a team fight in a box. He's like, I will go in solo and save people. It also makes it so Dynamo and Lash, like solo ulting people, is going to be really, you know, undesirable.
But I mean, I look at Abrams and I'm kind of like thinking to myself, they got a really dirty wombo combo, but they also have 4 ultimates that they can use to just catch one player whenever they want. Like if you're a 1-win team, how do you push into Abrams? You don't, because they have so many big ultimates that can shut you down. So Abrams with 4 really powerful ults online can pick and choose when they want it. And they also kind of facilitate that downtime that you would have normally of like a Dynamo ult being down because of Singularity, or is Lash Death Slam going to be down. So they kind of cover each other whenever they use those ultimates. And there's going to be a lot of pain on 1-win side, I feel like.
I guess like the at least to me, the obvious counter is just to play heavy split pushing game where you're never allowing big team fights. And with like the Calico, the Mirage, you know, those are 2 obviously like really awesome heroes just in general for that type of play style. So, and I mean, I feel like everything is going to be. I mean, Sinclair as well, I think, obviously has a TP too, so you can do a lot of like very safe split pushing with Sinclair also. And Viscus is super fast with the Google, so it feels like there are options to counter that team fight approach. It just you know, it just comes down to like forcing those situations for Abrams where you just like actually have to team fight, because there are obviously parts of the game that are like that.
Yeah, I think early game is going to be pretty important for both teams, right? Because if 1-win gets a nice lead, they start split pushing, they're just farming the map. You're going to show up with a bunch of heroes and ult, and you're going to like guaranteed kill the Wraith or the Mirage or something like that in the side lane. However, if that's just a 1 solo kill and you're bringing too many resources using heavy ults for that, you're losing farm on the rest of the map. It's not going to be worth it. By the same token, though, if Abrams gets a lead and they're starting to like threaten objectives and you can't really show up to defend, you're fully reliant on split pushing. That could get a little bit hairy. So 2 teams have very, very different visions of how to play the game. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top here in our challenger match.
And I especially think with the base changes that you're mentioning, Jake, the base is more defensible. Maybe it gives Abrams a bit more like power to like actually crack that open, as opposed to 1-win where you don't have as many ways to like initiate with some of these abilities. So that could be like another part of the vision to this approach. And I do love, by the way, that we have there's like these different visions now that are coming together, because there is so much stuff that you can't have tested yet, and it might be stuff that feels good that's actually shit, you know, because like no one has just understood, oh, this is the way you deal with it. Yeah, there's so many things like that. So, you know, in theory at least.
I mean, also 1-win did take like a week or 2 off as well after the 1-win bombshell, right? They took, I think, like 2 weeks off because like VP had no one to really scrim. I think all the teams really took some time off. So for them to kind of get back into it's going to be taking a little bit of time. But I'm also curious with that break that they have had, because I know they've also still been playing individually. What have they learned and what are they going to bring to the table? And what potentially can they create in the meta? Because they were the ones to dominate before this last major patch happened. That took a long time for other teams to figure out how can we stop this like snowball potential, this death ball comp. And I want to see what they come up with. And maybe this is a start to it.
But we'll have to see who comes out on top here in our challenger match. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 26, presented by Intel. We're going to be getting into game very shortly. Abrams versus One Team, fighting for the right to challenge our champions in Europe. Virtus.pro waiting in the wings, of course, in that money match. But two teams right now coming into this match with very different visions of the way that the game is meant to be played. And I think this is going to be instructive. I think this is going to be the week really for teams to put their visions to the test. I think like you were mentioning before, I can't remember if it was Jason or Dan, but talking about, the adaptability being a key factor. Players who don't just follow the meta, but actually lead it. I guess we're going to get to see which team is better composed on that front. And,
go right into
say goodbye to Dan for the moment. Of course, a classic EU opening pause, standard experience, standard fare. I am interested to see though, like I think Sinclair, I assume this flammable, and Xenia's on Gooball. Flammable on Sinclair. They're both strong. I mean, especially Flammable has looked like one of the best Sinclairs. And this game, he's just got an absolute panoply of ultimates to choose from. There's really no bad choices here. Genuinely, I think all the ultimates are viable to seal. So it's going to be kind of wild to see the way he approaches the team fight. I do think Warden and Dynamo are probably going to be the biggest impact, biggest bang for your buck. I'm curious if he'll even max that ulti a little early.
I think it's really going to come down to, for One, like how well are we going to see Empty Dreams, which I'm assuming is on the Wraith, is going to play, and how well is ABL going to play? Because I feel like they're definitely going to need, like they need this Wraith to perform well, to position well, especially against the amount of ultimates that he's going to be playing against is going to be so insanely hard. But as we said before, Abrams need to have a decent start here. One can definitely skirmish quite heavily in that early to mid game. And we're already seeing a push initially on this left-hand side here, already, forced them under the Guardian. And to be honest, we've seen a lot of early Guardian takes turn into a lot of momentum for teams, especially when you get that flex unlocked. And then you can also get a lot of extra control when it comes to boxes and camps, which are even more important now with the comeback mechanics in the game.
Yeah, I also think Sinner's Sack, with how powerful a snowballing item it is, we'll see more people going with that monster rounds early, which helps you, clear the waves, helps you start pressuring towers a little bit early.
Well, actually, Jake, I won't even be surprised if we see specific players just save for that alone and don't buy anything else until they get that online. Because if you can get it at the before the 4-minute mark, you can eat a creep in your wave, and then you can also go eat a jungle camp when you come off cooldown and they just spawned in, because the way the timing works out.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like when on my games, I've been not rushing it because I want to kind of wait for the ancient creeps to spawn, and I want to get it on the same timing as the red creeps to get the maximum benefit from the souls. But I thought it was an interesting thing you mentioned in the draft, talking about the idea of like going for the improved cooldown and really leveraging that snowball threat.
I mean, yeah, I didn't actually realize, I don't know if it's been this way the whole time, that cooldown actually works on your items as well. I didn't realize that. Which is a huge boon for Cultist Sacrifice, to be honest. Not to mention like a couple of other things out there.
Okay, this is crazy that Ava is box running at 2 minutes. You were talking about this, but she doesn't even have Calico. It's just still worth it. I mean, the subway is so full of riches. Xenia even went to steal some himself.
It's super important. Like, look, he's pretty much keeping up with Flammable. And Flammable's actually going to be getting further ahead because he's getting solo farm. Actually, sorry, not Flammable. It's actually Zanya. He's at 1.4. So AB is actually ahead of Zanya. And if he can get back to lane in time, he's also going to be soaking up those souls as well. So that dual lane soaking we talked about before has kind of shifted to box and lane soaking.
First blood for Together is pretty nice find, right? Wraith is this huge gun threat, but it's all about snowballing that farm potential. You're not the strongest laner. Lash, meanwhile, I think getting the ultimate online early is huge for Lash, right? If he's able to be the one setting the tempo, he can like snowball a gank into another lane, maybe grab a kill or two. We've also seen that healing Nova. We just saw that procced from, I believe, is Overseas there in the mid lane. I mean, it's such a powerful stabilization item, especially under the pressure that Yamato puts on in the early game.
Yeah, probably one of the strongest items actually in the very early stages of the game, to be honest. The false sense of security you can lure people into thinking they can dive you. The high velocity picked up here for Saf as well. And now he's going for his own little bit of box running here, trying to do that in the downtime between the waves being pushed up. You can see Hoot doing the same. And honestly, I really wish we had the ability to see how many souls you pick up from boxes in this game. Because right now, like, we're starting to see Abrams start to stretch the legs on it. As they have two players going against the one.
Warden's top of the game right now, right? With some of the box run he's been doing. It's interesting too. I think it's such a good thing for the game, actually, with how amazing the movement mechanics are. Such like a soul of Deadlock, I think, right now are those movement abilities. Oh, big punch out though. Could be scary for Dynamo. But yeah, they're continuing to keep on the aggression. Healing Nova in this lane too. So they've got multiple of these spread out among the lanes. Nice cube though, should stabilize this. And Infernus without the flame dash, probably too scared to commit.
I wonder if we're going to see any like Mystic regens, because we did have a new item added into the game that it actually evolves from that item as a tier 3, where abilities give you the heal as well. And again, you're seeing Health Nova come in. That was out of Infernus. I'm not used to seeing an Infernus pick that up, to be honest.
Yeah, that item has to be broken if Infernus is buying it. That's like an extreme. Like, why would you buy that item on Infernus?
I also wouldn't be surprised to see ABL maybe go Crushing Fists at some point. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go a little bit extra melee heavy, because you can sneak off a lot of those hits off, and especially if you get the stuns online to punish the coordination you need out of Abrams to make this like wombo combo work. Could definitely pay dividends.
Yeah, man, the Healing Novas are creating crazy stabilization. Express Shot Rush, though, man, that's insane on Yamato. So Yamato insta-rushing Express Shots, monster nuking. We also saw Hoot on Warden got rushed Headhunter. So they're not rushing the greed items, they're rushing the killing items. And right now it's paying off. Couple kills in these side lanes. And Express Shot Yamato is actually ridiculous. If we watch her like that, it's that first initial shot that you fire off, basically does like almost triple damage, like 2.5x damage, and it goes faster. So Yamato right click is ridiculous, and it's double Headhunter in this lane. That is actually disgusting to play against this in lane. If you just peek at all, Lash, Warden both Headhuntering you, that's a crazy amount of pressure.
Yeah, but a lot of damage coming your way. Definitely one of the very strong items. The Express Shot we did see actually used by Ido last week when he played Yamato, and it did some insane work. And I don't know who actually like started off building that on Yamato, but I kind of have to give it to Ido just because we
I saw it on Ido first.
DFN, right? Yeah, but exactly, right? So I mean, it's
so sick.
Insane.
I haven't seen it built like literally first item hard rush though. That's, I think, honestly makes sense because the item's all about aggression, and it's insane for the poking stage where Yamato's notorious for that in the early game, right? Being really sick at just grinding down the enemy health bars in lane. And it's just continuing. Be like, yeah, Xenon's so low in mid, has to get. But I guess the heals just full healed him. He was like 1 HP.
Yeah, I mean, when you're rocking 2 of the Health Novas as well in the lane, it's really like tough to commit onto these kills. Though we can see them on cooldown and still low HP. And also the Express Shot really quickly. When you're paired with a Holiday, you get a lasso. Like that person's guaranteed dead. But also the poke of Crack Shot, plus having the Express Shot over on your Yamato, can just do some ridiculous damage. Honestly, Health Nova might not be able to heal you through. But in the meantime, we do see OneWin take the Guardian on the left-hand lane. So they get the first Guardian of the game 6.5 minutes in. So now we could see that freedom. Though I believe ABL would be the one left in lane and Zanya would be the one rotating out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they put the prio for that side lane. There's also the opportunity to do some box running here. Still a minute or so before the center sacrifices come up. He's just right there camping the boxes right on the spawn. And I wonder if he wants to even convert this into a gank if he's already towards the mid. No, he's going to head back, though. Just farm up on the side lane. And that's been the one lane that OneWin team has been dominating, right? Is that side lane with Viscous and Calico. So now that they're freed up, will they try to recover other lanes or just keep the pressure on? I think the answer is, looks like it's going to be contesting this midway. Viscous would love to get a decent team fight off.
I mean, also, I think ABL could kill Jam side. Like Calico versus Infernus in that lane could be relatively easy for him to start applying pressure on the Walker. The thing is, I can see the lane is actually being frozen by Jam side here, making it a lot more difficult for ABL to shove lane and then leave and go start to farm. As he does get a catch on him, and just I was saying, he can easily pick up that kill. Now he's going to have a free lane to farm, and now they have a man advantage in mid.
Yamato, very powerful here. Black Hole connecting in on the multiple cube, though. Keeping alive on Viscous, and Viscous still has roll. This looks like a very bad team fight now in the mid lane. Overextended for Abrams. They're going to get punished despite some heavy ultimate commitment. And Zanya, on incredibly low HP, still going to get out of trouble. So OneWin team bringing the resources into the mid lane, it pays off. Those are some big team fight ultis deployed from Abrams. I think Hoot and Together are the ones who really need to get active into this game. With Cultist Sack, Headhunter already available on Warden, though, his gun damage is ridiculous. See, this is a crazy. That's so much. I mean, I don't think you can fight this guy, man. Like, oh, he's dead, I think. No? Okay, no, not with the heal. Stolen Warden ulti. Lash ulti missed, though. Oh, the counter ulti from the real Warden. See if he's going to be able to turn this one around. Might just turn this into a tower dive Warden. No, maybe not. So both teams ulting each other and backing off. It's Empty Dreams, though, is going to have that next ultimate online.
Well, the ultimate's committed for pretty much nothing being accomplished in that lane. I guess repelling the other team. We still have Empty Dreams with his telekinesis online if he wants to use it in that right-hand lane, which he might need to at some point. But also ABL, I think he's even freezing the lane in the left lane too. So he's at 9.1 thousand souls. Look how far ahead he is with the jungle farming, the box farming, and freezing lane. He has become such a threat they're going to have to pay attention to if you're Abrams, and you need an answer. And luckily for them, they do have 4 different types of answers, whether it's the lasso, the death slam, the last stand, or it's going to be the singularity.
It's going to be a spirit strike now for Yamato. So going all in on that melee connection damage. Sinclair popping another copy. Kiting away, though, is Warden. Nice jukes as well on the wall sim. He's diving very deep here. This Warden still has the barrier. They're going to ult him as well. No Lash ulti to counter, but this is a very deep dive. Is there a chance here for him to play his way out of this with the help of Mirage, the damage coming in? It's not going to be seemingly quite enough, although they're wrapping around, trying to chase down Hoot with everything. And just getting out there, I think, is job done there. Wave crashed on that tier 1 Guardian. It's incredibly low. Should be easy to dive and clean up later. And that resource commitment, I would say it's a total failure for one win team. They're able to defend the tower, but you would have loved to clean up Hoot with how well his game is going.
Also, the solos is something we have to keep an eye on. We're seeing 3 players for Abrams kind of commit to this mid lane. When you have 3 players there, you're really taking away a lot of potential economy for your team, where 2 is going to be the most ideal even at this stage. As the second set of buffs going to be coming through. And ABL already able to get the kill onto Saf as they do turn it into 2. Not sure who picked up the buff, but one win's still going to come out ahead with the kills. And honestly, they should be able to start to pick up a pretty big lead off of this now.
Yeah, and this is where I think the lineup, we're going to start to see its pressure now that they're able to get some kills on the map and kind of get past that early game laning phase. This is where I think the ratting, the split pushing is going to become really a serious strength, especially as they look to take down these 2 Guardians still remaining defensive. Nice lasso, though, pulling in very deep. Lambo does have that TP out, but he can't quite get out in time. He does get the Guardian, though, before he falls, so you know, a decent trade. We'll see if Abrams have the power here to swing the lane back in their favor and try and pressure the mid Guardian on the other side.
There's actually a really good window for that lasso because the Spectral Assistant was put on the Guardian so he could chip it down. So he had actually no escape from that one. So he lassos him in, knows he can't run away, gets a clean kill. Obviously, they lose the Guardian anyway, so it's still going to suck for them in the end. And just Shadow's going to be used to get away from that binding word. The turn going to be trying to come through, but that's going to be the Death Slam going to be used. The Urn has been turned in by Hoot here, so a big play for Abrams, but can they get out without losing too many players?
Telekinesis used. Still the fight going on, though. In the lane. Calico diving deep, but Warden continuing to tank the ulti on 5, I think. Oh my god, absolutely everyone being caught here. Abrams find the Wombo combo team fight they're looking for. One team just running for the hills now, trying to regroup, trying to separate. Flammable with the stolen Warden ult, though, turning this around. Calico's here too with a sick parry there. Beautiful connection. Turns around the extension. No TP out here for Flammable. He's in real trouble. He jukes away. I think he's behind them, no? Yeah, okay. He looks like he slipped away. Lash is on the chase down, though. He's trying to still catch Flammable out. Knows maybe where he is. Listening to the footsteps. Flammable tried to hide away from this, but Lash, smart on the case, should be able to get the chase down, potentially.
See the enemy.
That was a sick Arcane Surge. Singularity coming through. Catch it out on 4, man. Like, that play by itself just turned this game completely around. Yes, they got the Urn with Hoot turning it in, but to be able to pull off that many kills, not to mention be able to pull off a lasso on top of this where they could potentially turn this into a kill if Zanya wasn't there. The Paradox was trying to come in. Yeah, Task trying to run away from this one. Looks like he will get away to safety. Has a backup of his team here as well. But a ridiculous set of plays happening of Abrams here to get themselves in the lead by 7,000 souls.
Yeah, that's a huge team fight. That's the dream for Dynamo. Usually in that early game, you don't have all the items for the setup. He just manages to slip it in, get the counter engage. And one-man team bringing a lot of players to that engagement. I think it's kind of a strategic error there where maybe they could have just ratted it out. But the threat of that Urn, they just didn't want to give it up. And then the fact they lose the Urn and the massive team fight. So great position here for Abrams. Ultis now, many of them on cooldown. This might be an opportunity to just chill and farm a little bit. I think one-man team kind of needs to find a window to strike back in the next 60 seconds, really before that Dynamo ulti is coming online. But you still have Hoot's ulti, Jamside and Sap can still show up to the fight and really engage at full power. So it's not easy for one-man team to find the entry.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of talking about in the draft, is that there's really no window you can use against Abrams having so many big ultimates that you can all right, well, they don't have Singularity, we can push. Well, if they don't have Singularity, they're going to have Death Slam. They're going to have Last Stand. They're going to have other things they can use to shut down any sort of aggression. It's just about, can they play around not getting caught, and then more likely for them getting catches, which they would typically do in the past when it came to the jungle, though it doesn't seem they're so confident this time.
So Paradox and Wraith are starting to threaten the siege in the Walker, but that response instant now from Abrams, bringing together and Saint if they want to TP. And it's a very scary proposition for one team now to just really split and pressure a Walker, right? Committing that deep, you really are always at the risk of a major counter engage, especially from somebody like Lash. Catch on the Calico though, being pulled in deep. Melee connection. The Cube though is going to keep him alive. Calico doesn't quite have the ulti, but tries to just turn the fight around, right? Taking it to Holiday, who's dancing for now, but is going to get caught down. Abrams bringing some more numbers to this engagement though. This is going to be a continuous team fight. Incredibly close to the ulti here. Parry, not quite in time. The ulti doesn't come off. Flammable's also super low. Not going to be alive to copy ultimates. And who still has ult? You still have the Dynamo ulti as well. So one team losing that fight, even without really, I think, the key ults committed from Abrams, is a great sign for them moving deeper into this game.
I don't think they really lose that. I mean, they might have lost the fight, but they're not losing the war here, because we talked about the split push potential, and we're seeing them go for it. Just take the Walker. There we go. They're finally going to come down, open up the flex slot, but can they escape, though, is going to be the biggest priority for them. And it looks like at least one of them will be able to. Xenon should be safe as well. So yeah, they lose the battle over in mid lane, but they still come out with a Walker. They come out with a flex slot, and they come out actually closing that lead, that gap down to 4,000. I think something, as we touched on in the draft with split push, is definitely the route one we're going to have to go right now with all these big team play ultimates they're up against.
Yeah, now Xenia, no ulti, has to just escape, juking away. Looks like the punch should be enough to get him around the corners. Some fancy footwork as well. The Guardian as well finally goes down for one team. So they're starting to kind of picked apart on the map are Abrams. But Earn coming up now should be an easy grab here for Abrams. Now they have some of these key ultis for that team fight if they want to force it on the other side of the map. And I think that's exactly what their composition was designed to do.
Yeah, this is going to be dirty. If Abraham show, I mean, honestly, I think one win, you kind of have to give this one up. If anything, look for a push in the right lane, get another Walker down, and get another flex slot unlocked, because you realistically cannot contest this right now. At least easily. You're going to need every single player there, and you're going to need Abrahams to mess up a lot of ultimates. And we can already see that Overseas and Empty Dream is going to be heading on the right-hand side, so I think they're definitely looking for that Walker.
Yeah, they're going to threaten the Rat. Infernus is here to defend, but I don't think he's really the best solo defender, right? Dynamo, though, with the fancy footwork, wall jumps, hitting a very quick rotation here. I wonder if the flankers are going to be ready for this. Dynamo's coming in from behind here. Big black hole connects. You cannot get the TP out of that. And the Warden ulti is for the follow-up. Double kill and defend the Walker. That's exactly the scenario you wanted to create. The Earn proves to be just a ruse there. Saf, no intention of really going for the turn-in. Now, being pressured, though, in the mid lane. At the same time, Tass is the one dealing that damage, lassoing in Flammable. Roll comes out from Viscus, but it looks mostly defensive. Doesn't seem to be able to get much of a connection. Uses the blink to make a little bit of space, but yeah, I don't really see this fight working out for Xenia. He's going to be heading out of here, heading away from the fight, and Lash still has the ultimate. You got to be scared of the potential for a counter engage. And Yamato's going for the turn in. No one's really here to stop it. Just going to have to be Xenia, but no roll. Oh, kind of sick there. Quantum entanglement to dodge the punch. That was nice value from Saint.
It seems like the fight maybe is over just today. You can still see them all grouped up on the left-hand side. ABO had fallen, the most fed member of their team. This time's going to connect on to absolutely nothing. But what I don't get from that whole exchange we just saw is that Abraham sent 3 players to the right lane, and they win that fight. But one win doesn't go for the re-engage on middle, knowing they have a man advantage. Instead, they just let Abrahams come to them. It was completely confusing. And as you did mention, Siphon Bolts picked up for together. We're going to see a lot of Siphon Bolts today, to be perfectly honest.
They're going for this.
Mid-boss is low. One win's going to go for the contest here. And one win, they have the players they need.
Ulti catches one. Should be a quick pick off. That's Taz going down. Saf does have the ulti if he wants to commit it here in the fight. Copied ulti from Flammable with Warden trying to stabilize. A big connection from Infernus into the center of the team fight. Everybody's going for one win team, though. Gets the lion's share of the kills and the rejuve. And it looks like a complete cleanup for them. Abraham's overestimating their power here, thinking that they could make this happen when they really couldn't. And it's a huge team wipe. That just turns the game completely on its head. Abrams are still in a soul lead. That's how big their lead was before this fight. But for one win team, that's exactly what they needed. Put the win back in your sails. You have all lanes pressuring in, and now even Dynamo seems to be going down. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this. Backstabber online for Calico, really punishing this attempted escape. No one else is coming in for the follow-up, though. Dynamo trying to juke away from this.
You're not going to escape a Calico. I'm sorry, Saint.
Yeah, it just looks impossible. Oh, the double jump. Is it enough? Surely not, right? Surely someone else is going to come and get this kill. Oh, and honestly, if he didn't get him randomly, that hiding might have worked. Actually, that was kind of a sick move.
Yeah, for sure. But a big push coming on the right-hand side with the Junior in the hands of OneWin, and also Saint being down when he has Singularity up. This is the time for them to hit
Copy
go.
the
Combustion going to be going for the stun against the team that wields it. As the goo ball's going to be rushing on through. Zanya able to get a couple of stunts here or there, but they're still going to lose the Walker nonetheless here. And OneWin now able to take the lead in such a long time. Now 7K in the lead, 18, 19 minutes in. And that was such a big turnaround from that rejuve.
Oh man, losing that rejuve fight is devastating. This could maybe be a moment for both teams to back off and farm. Let's bring in Dan. Dan, how are you feeling about that? Did you expect the complete 180 turnaround that this game took? I thought Abrams was going to run away with this.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think also it's largely the case that because OneWin had a pretty good start, but then it felt like they were trying to team fight against Abrams and sort of like defeating their own like win condition, or because like that's the way that Abrams obviously has the most power, is those elements of the game, those objectives where you are essentially saying, well, if you challenge for this, we can guarantee that we get a team fight. So it's an urn, it's the mid boss, for example, and so some of those I feel like you kind of need to just give those, like the urns in particular, and then you just get to push the rest of the map instead. And they can't really necessarily defend that nearly as well. So you kind of at least weaken their overall team power. But we didn't see that happen for OneWin, and that actually got them behind. That was what got them behind, I think. And I think you called it out as well. And so, yeah, a very fortunate moment, because obviously not enough ults were online, and the position was kind of good for OneWin going into that mid boss. So now it gets kind of funky, because you know, there is a slight edge here for OneWin, but at the same time, like if they aren't cognizant enough of how powerful the team fight is for Abrams, the same thing could happen again, and Abrams could kind of take over, and then we'll get a battle of like mid bosses. That's kind of like what I'm expecting to probably happen here, is Abrams stabilize and then sort of have a better challenge on the next mid boss and get ahead.
Oh. Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like to actually end the game, to get some of these key objectives is going to be a real challenge, even with a lead for OneWin team. And now that they've gotten all the walkers down, it's like the benefit you're getting from split pushing is kind of gone now, right? Like you can wrap the base, but that's definitely a much scarier proposition, right? The closer you get to the enemy throne, the more scary those split pushing plays become. So they're just continuing to farm as much of the map as they can. You see everyone's very split for OneWin team. I don't think they have any intention of actually pushing and committing with the rejuve. I think this is a full farming rejuve. They want to just get to like ultra late game where somebody can come end the game in the base. And there's Saf picking up Crushing Fist. So interested to see if he's going to be able to stick on some of these targets and melee them down and get those big stun procs. But everyone on OneWin team is getting pretty huge.
I was waiting to see if Express Shot's going to be picked up by Overseas, because it works with Kinetic Carbine, especially with Headhunter on top of that. You can do some insane damage as a Paradox there. But you can see Abrams, I mean, they're sitting in base, and again, with the combat mechanics that were introduced in this last major patch, it's kind of easy to get back into it as long as you can huddle and keep farming away, because you get those extra bonus souls. The downside for them, though, sticking here, so obviously you're not farming your own jungle. Then again, there's really no jungle to farm anyways, so we can see on the mini map. So for Abrams, if you want to, or sorry, for OneWin, if you want to continue to grow this lead, it's so important to take away as much jungle as you possibly can and try to punish them whenever they go for farm on their own lane creeps.
Abrams, though, now they have everything up. Rejuve's gone. And so the lead you have, 15, 16K soul lead here for OneWin team. It's nice, but it's not going to save you if you get devastatingly connected on by these ultimates. By the same token, of course, Flammable can always copy something and make the turnaround. Holiday, though, looking for the initiate.
Oh, he worked him through it.
Yeah, made it able to dodge through. And the re-engage comes in from OneWin team. TP in from Xenon. Jam sights down. Black Hole, though, finds two. It might be enough. Traded 1-for-1 for the moment. Hoot now coming in, trying to engage, but Wraith is back, starting to deal the damage. You're low on control ultimates. And it seems like it's a disengage attempt here from Abrams. Trade goes the way of OneWin team. They get the fight they want, split enough to not get team wiped by the Black Hole. Even Yamato could be in a little bit of trouble here. Maybe forced to ult. He really wants to hold on to that.
He's in a lot of trouble here, man, because we have 5 members of OneWin still knocking on the front doors. They're gonna get their final flicks unlocked here with these Guardians going down. And the only thing you have now is together with the Death Slam. Like, Saf, yeah, you're gonna have to pick up maybe 1 kill, but there's no way you can take down 5, even with the Death Slam going your way. And these respawns eventually to be coming through, but these should be the Guardians going down. I'd imagine they're not gonna bother to go anymore. So we do have about 1 minute and 20 seconds till the next mid boss spawns in. And you know that's where OneWin's gonna be looking for next.
This Yamato has been forced to do a pretty defensive build, right? With a lot of defensive items, a lot of sustain tools. compared to I think he maybe would have loved to be able to build a little bit more greedy and damage heavy. This is going to mean he could be a scary hero to initiate on, especially if you're able to grab something like maybe the Juggernaut, some more tankiness thread, maybe the armored vest item. I can't remember what it's called. 6K armor item.
Plated armor.
Plated armor, yeah, of course. And you got 3 walkers up, so you're gonna start getting choked out for flex slots now on Team Abrahams.
Another Siphon Bullets picked up here for Mirage. Played by Xenon, also Toxic Bullets on top of that. I mean, Safi does have Life Strike, which got a major buff in the item reworks as well. So like Crush Fist, Life Strike, there's a lot of sustain and potential control in these fights, which honestly they might kind of need if you can stick to a target. But yeah, 100% agree. Not being able to be as greedy as you would like to. But that's another Cultist here for Xenon. Like I'm pretty sure we have Cultists on almost every single player in this game at the moment, because it's too good for the stats it has.
Yeah, the fact that it gives you like a powerful buff on top of being an efficient, like greedy snowballing item, you know, like there's, you know, for instance, something like Midas in Dota 2, right? It's the only item that actually creates more souls on the map. It's not taking a soul from your teammates by letting you farm a camp faster. It's actually souls that didn't exist before you bought the item. You're just amplifying the rewards, especially if you're able to take down those big red creeps, which have such a significant reward directly. And then the fighting threat it gives you is even better.
I kind of want to see a world where you can do damage to mid-boss with it. So you have a team of 6 who just instantly kill mid-boss because you all use it. Consume poor, whatever his name is. We'll call him Joey for now.
So Abrams looks like they're kind of hankering for a team fight, but problem is with all the waves crashing on them, it becomes kind of scary. They don't want to give up this urn, though. They think maybe this is an opportunity to get back in the game. They can get the urn pickup. It would be pretty big for them. Got 5 players here ready to engage. One team trying to attempt the pickup, but this could be a risky moment for them.
Yeah, you should not be going for this for 1 win. If anything, you want to deny it. You know, they have big ultimates online to really punish you with. And already oh my god, the swap into the pickup out of telekinesis. Satos have a chance to pop his shout transformation. That's going to be the singularity going to be coming through onto 2 players. You can see caught onto the Mirage and the Paradox and Empty Dreams. Well, he's being left alone to just do God's work here with only 3 players left alive. And the chase down to come through. 1 win. This should be them almost closing out the game.
Yeah, this does look like the beginning of the end. They're trying to chase down and catch Infernus as well. I think if he goes down here, it's really a problem now for Abrahams. 1 win team may look to just end, may look to go for the mid boss. I think that's kind of the world is their oyster here. Even Lash caught out a little bit too deep, getting punished, should be going down here immediately. And yeah, full 6-man team wipe. 1 win team. I've just reached that point where their comp is now fully functional with, you know, even if you black hole 2 players, just the rest of the team can carry, and like they are still going to win the team fight even if you actually kill 2. And so far that hasn't been the case, especially with Xenia on this Viscus being so hard to kill, the cube being used as a saving tool. And honestly, I think Abrahams, it all comes back to that one team fight, right? It all comes back to the mid boss. If they win that fight and they secure the mid boss, this game could be ending for them, right? They could be winning. And so they're going to be really kicking themselves. The weekend patron, 1 win team going to go back for the rejuve. I almost feel like for Abrahams, you have to like full int and try to stop the mid boss, but
oh wait, are they backing out? Are they giving it up?
I kind of think they well, I actually, okay, there's no dynamo ulti. I don't even know if you can fight. I think what Abrahams is making the right move though. They're going to come all in here, make the final commitments, see if they can turn things around and steal this rejuve. This is the moment to bring the game back and make it winnable. Lash is defending the base. He doesn't have ulti, so he's going to choose not to team fight. Shadow transformation already in. Yamato going to attempt the grab. Perry finds a connection, and he does grab the rejuve, so hold on. This is looking like a decent fight now for Abrahams. Warden ulti dealing a lot of damage. He's trying to stay alive now. Barrage in the sights here. Yamato getting more connections. Still, the 1 win team have had the better of the kills thus far in the engagement. A lot of healthy players on Abrahams continuing this fight. Saf dropping low, falling. Now it's just jam-sided together. Have to clutch the spell. Together still holding the base. It's only jam-sided, and so with the rejuve steal, maybe you keep the game alive because, you know, you're still going to be up quick with those rejuves. Infernus desperately needs to play his way out of this, though. Crucial hero not to lose. Still has that rejuve buff, and looks like he may be able to hold on to that.
Here's the respawn's going to come back through. I mean, there's an upside and a downside to it. I think the upside is you still take away rejuve, so you kind of delay the game a little bit longer. The downside is now all your lanes are shoving up against 1 win, which means you're losing out on a lot of farm that you kind of need to get yourself back into the game, because you're still down almost 50k in souls. You're like down like 45,000 at the moment. So this is, it's a good and a bad for Abrahams, to be honest.
Calico, greedy, stealing some camps, unstoppable, incredibly powerful. Looks like it is going to just get him out of this. I like that new visual effect on unstoppable, actually very noticeable. Kind of wasn't before. Yamato being caught now, has to ulti to dodge that. They're still going to be fighting it out, though, outside of the base. Abrams has a couple of regions up. Fight's going decently for them so far, but they're missing some of the key ultimates they've been relying on in this game. Infernus forced back. Now back to the middle of the fight. Hoot trying to dive deep with the ulti, trying to continue the catch. Big connection, though, from Lash. Wraith in big trouble. This is a major part of the damage for One Win Team. He's trying to juke away, trying to dodge some of the focus fire. Still dealing that effective damage himself. He's starting to really stack it up with those lifesteal and siphon bullets. Big connection now, and now Wraith is really getting to work. The turret online. And Abraham is fighting without the ultis. They tried to take the risk. They tried to take the gamble. Looks like it did not pay off. And this could be the end of the game right now. Nice parry. Keeps Jamside up for the moment.
How does Empty Dream stay alive from this one, man? He had everything being thrown at him. He got Death Slam. He somehow escaped from this one. I believe Together didn't max his Death Slam, if I'm not mistaken there, because he didn't get really stunned up. He was able to escape from that one. I'm not sure what the connection was. Maybe it was Kinetic Carbine that came through to actually delay the ground strike off the back of that. But either way, he stays alive. He gets himself back up to a reasonable amount of HP. They're going to continue to push on through here, try to get a catch onto Jamside. They have to worry, though. Singularity is coming up in just a few seconds.
Oh, nice juke out, though, from Lash. He's going to live for the moment. But this is the opportunity to dive the Patron. Big connection with the Black Hole on 3. Do they have the follow-up damage? Jamside's doing everything he can, trying to DPS down. But it seems to be too little, too late. One Win Team are going to be your winners here of the Challenger match. They're going to go on to face their old nemesis in Virtus.pro. This game was looking pretty scary for them, but with that massive turnaround fight around the mid-boss, they secure the lead and they do not give it up from there. Immaculate performance from One Win Team, making their classic split-pushing strategy work here.
Well, yeah, you have to wonder. That one fight, I read you, could that have completely changed the way the game played out? One Win finally get redemption, taking on Abrams, who defeated them just a few weeks prior. Nice to see One Win get back on their feet here, but they still have a very tough challenge coming their way here, Jake. They still have Virtus.pro at a best of 3 after this.
And honestly, One Win won this game, right? And they got that big lead and they did not give it up. They played it from ahead incredibly well, you know, and they really dealt with the team fighting strategy. However, like, honestly, you got to go back to that mid. If that mid-boss fight goes the other way, if you lose that fight and lose Rejuve, I think you lose this game. I think that fight is the game for One Win Team. And you could argue that's a bit of an error by Abrams, right? They didn't have the Lash ult. He had just missed Lash ult. It was a bit of a disconnect that they were going for the mid-boss. The Lash was trying to catch. The catch fails. Okay, we'll try to do mid-boss. But Lash is like 1 HP. And the fight got very awkward for Abrams, and they weren't able to win it out. But for One Win Team, I'm a little worried for their strat. I think they fell so far behind so early. I think they're a little bit lucky to be able to make that comeback. And I wonder, against a team like Virtus.pro, will that continue to work? I think I would love to see them maybe have a little bit more team fight, a little bit more ability to contest those early objectives in their drafts in that coming match.
I think one thing I want to be fair to them was, though, once they got control of that game after they had that big fight at the Rejuve, they looked unstoppable. Like, they didn't lose a single fight thereafter. They were taking away jungle camps really efficiently. They were constantly denying farm as much as possible. They were winning fights, spreading out really well. I think, barring the early stages of the game, they looked fantastic once they had control. But I don't know if it's easy for a team like One Win right now to get control against a team like Virtus.pro and run away with it, because VP are a completely different beast.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front. And VP has been the team that historically has loved team fighting, right? I think that's oftentimes been the way they've drafted, is to play for a lot of these big team fight ultis, play around, grouping up and fighting well together. And they've been insane in the comeback and the defensive scenarios. And to me, it feels like that's the way this patch is starting to lean, with some of these team fighting drafts looking good. And I know they lost this game, Abraham's drafting for the team fight, but they were in the driver's seat for quite a while. And so curious to see if One Win Team is confident still in the same strategy, the one that they kind of played a lot previously with a lot of these heavy split pushing and high damage characters, or if they decide to maybe change things up and be a little bit more jack of all trades coming into the next game. Got to hand it, though, to Flammable, I think in particular, on the Sinclair, making a really nice performance of like ulting and stabilizing some of those like very scary team fights. Flammable's able to get a couple comeback kills with like copied Warden ults and able to get a lot done on the Sinclair. So seeing him succeed on the signature character, something that you can definitely build on for a One Win Team going forward into the money match.
Well, speaking of wins, we got to bring in, I think, if he's allowed to come back in, Dan the man with the plan to talk about that last match here. He's there, I swear, even though his camera's not on. Oh, there he is.
I'm in the dark, guys.
He's in the dark because he is just scared of how that last match played out here. Dan, what was your thoughts?
In the dark. Yeah, I think it was really interesting. I think Jake brought up a great point that I definitely agree with. it's super interesting to see. I mean, there's also like cool things to talk about, but just like from the macro strategy point of view, we mentioned that inflection point where OneWin did get ahead in the game. then they took like a team fight where they could have just been split pushing. They're fighting over the urn. And I think if you're looking at that game in the comp, I feel like you do need to be like, hey, here are our protocols. Like we can let them have urns. When they get urns, we try to split push the map. That's kind of like what our comp is going to be better at, and that's where their comp will be worse. They want to force team fights. And I think after that mistake was made, obviously able to recover with that really sick mid boss fight, like Jake mentioned. But what's interesting from that point forward, and I don't know that Abrams should necessarily give up on the vision. I feel like they might just need to improve on how they understand how to like engineer the team fights, because one of the things that's really difficult, I think, is actually finding ways to do that effectively. And also like if your timings are off or you don't have the right ults, like having an understanding of the spacing, like there's so many small details to how you can actually perform the team fights there effectively to really maximize that potential. And I think it's something that also gets you back from a big soul deficit too, because there's so much potency with those ults if used correctly. And it's a bit more foolproof, I think, to instead use OneWin's approach, where they got all these brawlers, where you can kind of like get into fights, get out of fights. If a fight goes well for you, and then you can obviously chase down enemy heroes really effectively with the comp that you have. You can disengage much more easily. You can find picks around the map much more easily. It's a lot more kind of, I guess, like pick and choose there, and not a lot as much like team play that's required and a sense of how to engineer these fights. So I actually think that Abrams could be really sick with this. I think they just need to work on it a bit more. And I think, likewise for OneWin, it was a little bit worrying that I do also feel like they probably should have lost the game had they not kind of managed to kind of get that mid boss steal, because maybe Abrams kind of forced it a little bit too early.
All right, guys, it's going to be on to the money match next. We're going to give OneWin team just a minute. We got to also shout out our MVP of the match before we close things out. Let's take a look who you went with. And Zania.
I initially picked ABL, but then Jason's like, oh, Zania. So we're going to do Zania. And Jason, I feel like that's totally fair. And you should talk about the cubes, man, because you're all about the cubes.
I think his cubes had massive impact in this game. There was a lot of like times when he used it at the perfect moment to save a teammate, to help turn fights around. Also, his placement with the goo balls and the way he was creating space for his team was fantastic. Like this, when you have a singularity, you should be able to kill someone from it, right? But he survives long enough with just being viscous plus his cube that he allows the turnaround to come through. Like a lot of these cubes, this one as well, he gets around the corner with the lasso. He was the playmaker. He was the savior of the team in my eyes. And I don't think we really give like supports enough credit necessarily when it comes to watching these matches. But the way he played Viscous was just so spot on. It really helped extend these fights and turn things around.
There's another layer to this too.
That was a highlight? Oh, hi Lash walking by.
Space created.
So there's another layer to this too, where like Jason has anti-cat bias and I have pro-cat bias. So, maybe that's also why ABL's not making an appearance here.
Cats are the worst, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, no, I agree though. I actually like the call out for our support. We don't always do it, but this was a game where so many of those later game team fights where Saint was kind of forced into like a two-man black hole, they're getting almost completely nullified by the presence of Viscous. And so cool to see Viscous being built, playing that like semi-support, semi-team fighter role. And if you're going to have like a team fight in a box on just one hero, I think Viscous is about as good as it gets with the power of Goo Ball to kind of take a ton of attention and solo tanking threat for the rest of the squad. So well done by Zinnia, showing off the Viscous, looking solid here in this first match.
You can Arcane Surge and make your Goo Ball even bigger, right? Does it make
I think it also
bigger?
increases duration, which should also increase the stun time of it. So it's Arcane Surge is kind of broken on Goo Ball. Like I think you should always Arcane Surge your Goo Ball.
That's kind of, or Arcane Surge a cube, right? Because you get to actually keep someone in the cube a lot longer to heal too. Ridiculous stuff. I know Goober's watching this like, I want to play some Viscous on stream.
I think definitely the Arcane Surge ulti is like crazy efficient, right? Like, and it's nice because you can build, like we talk, like building the cooldown, building the duration. These are really solid items for Viscous, allowing him to be pretty effective as a damage dealer too, right? Especially you think later in the game, you might upgrade that cold front into the Arctic Blast and starts to become just this massive stunner. Great, like for taking the vision. Unstoppable as well, I believe was what he bought there. It's pretty defensive, nice defensive tool where you can unstoppable yourself and then save your cube for an ally.
But gentlemen, if you go Arcane Surge Goo Ball plus Colossus, how big does that ball get? God damn.
I like the way you think. Can even get through some of these archways.
But obviously, Dan, you were saying, ABL, he was definitely one of the people you were looking at when it came to MVP. I mean, the player damage he did was ridiculous. The box farming he did early on was insane. He also got up to an insane amount of souls as well, him and Empty Dreams, even though ABL was more about being involved with the team and Empty Dreams is more about farming. Still has a really good, still played extremely well. I just didn't see as like many great individual moments out of him as I saw out of Empty Dreams. Like that rejuve take, I think was one almost basically out the hands of Empty Dreams.
True.
I think another interesting fact actually about ABL too. I feel like he could have gotten a lot fatter in this game. ABL was like super far ahead in the early game with the box running, and then they were looking for that fight that ended up getting all of them wrecked. that where there was that huge singularity, and there was that period of maybe like 2 or 3 minutes when ABL just didn't get any farm at all, and everyone else started to catch up. So I feel like there's some more efficiency and optimization there. Again, if they would have stuck more with their kind of what should make sense with their comp in terms of strategy. So I feel like ABL could have even gotten a much bigger game.
Well, we'll have to see if they're able to show us even more impressive performances in that money match. As always, guys, Deadlock Fight Night, we are presented by Intel, and they're partnering not just to make this show possible, but also to have a nice, sweet giveaway for you. I believe it's a 14900K. Wow. i9 14900K is going to be on the giveaway. So you can go to Deadlock Fight Night, deadlockfightnight.com right now to enter, throw your hat into the ring. And as always, supporting our sponsor supports us, supports the broadcast. So thank you to the community. Thank you to Intel for making this giveaway possible and allowing us to run this wonderful production. It's going to be all for the moment for us. We're going to have to check in with the players, let them get their rest, recovery as OneWin gets ready to take on Virtus.pro. We'll be right back after a short break.
Everyone, welcome back to Locked In as we bring you a new game show here on the channel, the Deadlock, game show. It was a pretty crappy title, but we'll go with it. I'm just Kappa, I'm your host, and we have 3 pros, professional people, streamers extraordinaire, players extraordinaire as well to join me, actually be the participants. We've got Deathy, we've got Vegas, and we've got Metro here. Deathy, how you doing, man? It seems like you've recovered well.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Had a speedy recovery, so happy to be here.
Okay. Metro, I have to ask, though, up against these 2 NA powerhouses, how confident do you feel?
I feel like I'm going to ace this because I paid you off before this because you're also European. Oh, it's going to be...
I mean, I'm American at heart, but yeah, I live in an EU for sure. And then Vegas, how are you feeling about answering 15 Deadlock-specific questions?
I'm feeling good. Honestly, I'm feeling very youthful in this call. I'm ready.
Youthful? Oh, man. Because I'm 36?
I mean, this is like, am I the only one under 40 here? Or... what is it?
Okay, chill. Going into our first
30.
question, what was Deadlock's original name? I'll give you about 10 seconds to answer.
Can we give like a longer answer?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. And the answer is Neon Prime. I know all of you out there got that one or should have. Let's start with you, Vegas. What did you end up going with?
I went Neon Prime, but I also said it was called like Citadel at some point, I thought. But I put Neon Prime first.
What did you get, Duffy?
I said Project 8 or Neon Prime as well. Because in the files it's
Okay.
Project 8. But yeah.
Metro, I don't know why I'm a little bit worried about you, but what was your answer?
I mean, what do you mean? I went for Neon Prime. I was kind of worried, actually. I felt like that was a trick question because that one was pretty easy.
Oh, we're starting off easy. Because as we head into question 2, who founded the Baxter Society?
Oh my god, lore. No.
And time is up. Deathy, let's start with you. What was your answer?
I said Grey Talon. Oh!
What?
Grey Talon.
Let's
What?
go.
Wait, so Vegas, you also had Grey Talon?
No, like what? Like I'm not even embarrassed to get that run wrong. That's just embarrassing if you know that shit.
Okay, listen,
Well, you know.
listen. I gotta be honest. I got this right because I read a random Reddit post today where someone rated the heroes based on like the power in the lore, and it said Grey Talon was S because he found it.
Oh,
Back
really?
society. So
That
thank
is
you
brain
for
rot.
on Reddit.
That is brain rot.
I got it just because like sometimes on stream I'll just read the lore between games with the chat, and so I remembered like, wait, I'm pretty sure Grey Talon is like something to do with Bastard Society. So
We're wrapping up to question 3, and at the moment, Death, you're on 2 points. Vegas, you're on 1, and Metro, you're on 2. And question 3 is, what does rank 3 Singularity do?
You nervous, Metro?
It's over.
And the answer is Singularity takes 4% of the enemy's max health each second. Metro, I haven't started off with you yet. What was your answer?
Okay, I went for increases percentage, increased drain. That's all. I didn't know the actual number. I
that
thought
seems
it was
very, very like.
That's wrong.
Answer.
It doesn't.
I don't think we give a point.
Vegas, what do you got?
I got bar for bar.
Okay, Deathy?
I don't have it bar for bar, but I said 4% health damage per tick. So
I'm gonna give it to Deathy. I'm gonna give him the point for that. I think that's allowed. I mean, anything was better than Metro's answer.
True.
Question 4. What is the name of the default map? Vegas?
It's
Unstoppable.
It's current. Wait, what happened? Wait, what?
what?
No,
Unstoppable.
no, we gotta get a rerun here. That's not even true at all. This guy said. This guy said. This guy said it's Midtown or Streets are the 2 answers. What does this guy say in the cursed apple?
What?
That's the name of the map.
Okay. I was
The
closer,
cursed
Jason.
apple, sometimes called the map in slang, file name DL_Midtown, is the default location where matches take place in Deadlock.
Okay, we had the file name at least.
I'm just gonna give 0 points because I have the ultimate authority here to everyone on that question.
okay.
That's
We'll
fine.
move on to
That's
question
fine.
5.
Okay, move on.
Metro, I gave you 3 points. All right, question 5. What stats does Suppressor give you? Now, Metro, I know you said before we started recording that you're not a big fan of having to name any of the stats.
Is it all of them? Do we need to all of them?
I already got it. Lock it in.
I locked it in too.
All right, answers locked in. 75 bonus
Okay.
health and 6 spirit power.
Yep.
I got it wrong.
What do you have? You have that, Deathy?
No,
That's embarrassing.
I wrote 50
Vegas, what do you
HP
have?
and 2.5 regen.
Wow, that was embarrassing.
Items are difficult, to be fair. Metro, what was your answer?
So I went with 35% fire rate reduced, 75 health, and 7 spirit. I thought the effect is like part of the stats.
Not good enough. No point. No point. Only Deathy gets that.
What?
Oh, you
But-
mean
Only I
Vegas.
got it.
You mean
Only I
Vegas,
got it.
Vegas. I didn't get it.
Bro, you guys' voices are so hard for me for some reason. But you should have just taken the point anyways, Deathy. You shouldn't have given that one up.
No,
But you know,
no, no.
because you did that, I want to give you a point.
What?
Being so nice and honest.
All right.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No.
Oh,
So at the
okay.
end of our first 5 questions here out of our 15, we currently have Death and Vegas tied at 3 apiece. And Metro, you're not that far behind. You're currently sitting at 2, and we'll see what's all going to break down here when we get into our next 5 questions on the next episode of the Deadlock Game Show.
All right, Jason, here we go. This is what the people have been waiting for. It's the Clash for Cash. It's the Deadlock Fight Night money match. This time it's going to be Virtus.pro taking on One Win Team. Curious to see who comes out on top. One Win Team have played a very unconventional style compared to most of what teams have been drafting in the last 2 weeks.
It took Virtus.pro 4 weeks to take down One Win when we saw One Win have their own reign of supremacy over here in DFN just a few weeks ago. I'm curious, can they stop them from taking that throne back once again here? Because honestly, Virtus.pro are always going to be the top team in EU in my eyes when it comes to the game at the moment. The patches don't really affect them too much because they can still adapt. They have the flexibility across the board. The ball is in the court of One Win at the moment because they have fallen off since their reign. And what they showed wasn't horrible in the last game. But we still have to wonder if that one Reju fight didn't happen, would things have played out the same way? And we're eventually going to get our answer here as they go up against VP.
Yeah, to discuss that very issue, let's bring in ZP, our analyst, for this first match in the series. Curious, ZP, how do you think these two teams stack up? Who do you think is going to be our favorite? Is it VP, the defenders, or do you think One Win Team are going to come back and reassert themselves as champs?
Look, I think One Win Team is going to make a very good showing of it because, again, when you stop and think about when the balance of power in EU shifted, it was back over when we had, a major patch change that nerfed heroes like Pocket, and you won the tournaments like One Win Bombshell, where, I mean, VP just had a way better read, and I think, One Win as a team was valuing the wrong things. Now, I mean, one thing history has shown in Deadlock is that the teams on top, especially in EU, when they've been kicked down for a while and they really have to just kind of look inside and go, okay, we have to change how we're thinking about the game, oftentimes they'll come back stronger. So I think if you're one win here, you've had plenty of time to kind of evaluate what VP is doing well, plenty of time to look at the patch and, you know, how to play on it. I think some things for them still work pretty well if they want to play it, like should they decide to draft Yamato? They didn't have it in the last map, but maybe again the next one. I think also when you think about comfort heroes for them, the fact that Wraith is back into the top level is like really good for players like Empty Dreams that used to play it all the time. So to me, I feel like this meta is better for one win than the meta that we just left. And I think it's a decent chance that they'll be able to take a real fight to VP here today.
You know, I think I like their odds. However, I just hope that they do just a little bit more team fighting in the draft. I am scared of the way that last game started. And I mean, honestly, you think a lot back to the laning phase. ABL and Xenia were able to kind of dominate their lane on the Calico Viscus and then able to stabilize the game. But the other two lanes got really heavily pressured at the start of the game and were looking to be like real trouble spots for them. And so the fact that they had like a blowout in that left side lane enabled them to really get back into the game and to really, you know, stabilize. Then some of the team fighting became a bigger problem for them. Virtus.pro, though, there's a reason that the champions, there's a reason they've been on top so many times in Deadlock Fight Night Europe. Across the board, a lot of very strong players. You know, Michaelis, I think one of the most confident top tier players since the beginning of DFN. Obikim has been one of the strongest on support across the board. If he gets the signature Kelvin, you know you're in for a bad time on the opposing side. And Zergy, I think, is in a pretty sweet spot this patch, able to potentially bring back the Wraith into the play and see if it gets to see the light of day. I'm also curious, Virtus.pro has been a team that has loved something like Geist and Abrams. Geist went untouched last series. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think Geist is dead? Or I mean, it's surprising to see Geist unpicked, unbanned in an entire draft with how consistent this hero has been at the top level.
Yeah, for a second, I thought Jason was going to jump in, but I was going to say on this one, for Geist, I was surprised because that's exactly, it's funny you say that because I was double checking. It's like, wait, I'm looking at the heroes last game. And it's like, I don't think Geist was banned in the last game, which is wild to me that she was also not picked given what people are playing. I mean, I think maybe a reason as to why you didn't see Geist was the idea that, you know, maybe it was the fact that like heroes like Warden and Yamato are higher priority. But even still, when you think about the composition that one win ended up playing, it wasn't a particularly tanky team. I mean, you had ABL on the Calico, but Calico wasn't even getting vitality items until the very end of the game. It was pure on more assassin Calico build with way more gun items, way more spirit items, and fortitude and unstoppable being added at the very end. So it's kind of interesting where I do wonder if maybe some teams now are going to devalue the front line a little bit. But it's weird to me because I feel like Geist is even better post-patch with the fact that most people have more HP, and of course swap is entirely based around it. The only thing I think of is if teams have really gone around like using counterspell or some of the new items to sort of mess with the reliability of swap.
That's a great point. Maybe counterspell changes the prio.
They did also change her Malice, her 3, to be more percent health based. It's like 8% instead of 6%. So it kind of nerfs her a little bit indirectly in terms of like the raw output you can put out in damage. But yeah, I do kind of wonder where did Geist necessarily go from last game till this one. Maybe we'll see her being picked up this time. I know one person that's gonna be extremely happy to not see Geist, though, of course, will be Zergy. I know you mentioned, Jake, that, you know, he finally gets to play Wraith again. I think he's just happy to not be playing Geist anymore, or maybe a Gun Ivy, as he gets to play more of the heroes he's known for. I'm more curious about, like, will we see 7 actually be picked up a bit more? Because Lightning Scroll on 7 is ridiculous. Lightning Scroll unstoppable, and you are just like a stun bot for your team that no one can really escape from. It's really hard to stay away from him, and then your team can just completely wipe over them. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see Zergy on a 7 today, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I know ZP, you're saying you think Woman can put up a really good showing to VP. I want to hope so. But I'm also scared to see how good Virtus.pro can be after having more than one scrim before going into TFN last week, because all the teams were on breaks.
Yeah, I think VP have historically been one of the better teams when it comes to innovating and finding the best new strategies. I think that bodes well for them, especially in a meta that seems to have a lot of team fighting and a lot of objective gameplay. One-win team, though, I mean, you never write them off, right? With the threat of just the individual mechanics. Like we saw once they got that lead last game, they were just crushing. Like they really adapted through the game. They're like, okay, we got like 5-man black hole once or twice, and we just didn't let it happen again. From there, we're baiting out those key team fight ultimates with 1 or 2 players. We're saving them, and then everyone else is coming into to turn those fights around and to be able to trade back and outlast. Also, I think Flammable really looked great on the Sinclair, which is something that not every team is as confident. I think pulling out the Sinclair, something we might see more and more of, though, with all these powerful ultis, especially Warden coming back into the mix, being a popular choice.
Well, also speaking of things coming back to the mix too, I think the one thing that really helped one win there is the idea of like Calico maybe back with the new build that ABL was doing, where it felt like Calico had a lot of her offensive power nerfed over time prior to the item patch now, and now you can sort of compensate by that by just building a Calico that's all in on offensive output. Items like Backstabber I think are also really, really good for how Calico seems to want to play. And I mean, you go back and you look at the stats of the last game, not only did the eye test look like ABL was just everywhere and getting a lot done, but you also look at the damage that was being put out. The specific build and ramp that ABL was using actually made Calico way scarier than she was last patch, and that was a hero that one win really did use even more than the norm relative to other teams. So that hero being good, Wraith being good, you know, I think one win got some old friends back here as far as hero power goes.
Return to my training.
Shiv, Wraith, Abrams, all available.
Yeah, this is a tough call because if you don't take Shiv or Kelvin, you give the Shiv Kelvin combo to one win. I feel like you almost have to draft Shiv right now. I think it's just too much to give up Shiv. For me, looks like maybe the best hero in the patch, but one win team are going to get something very powerful. Maybe it'll be the Abrams plus Kelvin combo in response.
So you need a monster hunter, huh?
Abrams Wraith for one win.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think you need to take Kelvin though. Actually, I think you can't give Kelvin to the Shiv team. So
I don't want to see them give away Wraith to Zergy, to be honest. If that's like the hero he's going to be going for.
There's a lot of prios now. Now you got to make Abrams. I think for me, like Kelvin, you just must give. I think Shiv Kelvin is too insane right now. But then I think it's like Abrams or Wraith as the second.
I can take whatever they throw at me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go a step forward on what Jake's saying here. I would have expected Kelvin into Wraith here, but I think the fact they went Abrams, I tend to agree that you can't give up the Kelvin in this circumstance. So it's probably Abrams Kelvin, which by the way is still a pretty good lane in and of itself, but it's problematic because you are giving up the Wraith 100% on the turn the VP.
I also think, well, I mean, these are good heroes against Wraith too. If you do go the Abrams Kelvin, want to see if that is okay. They're going to go Paradox, so you're giving up Kelvin Wraith. You really value the Paradox here. I think Paradox is super good, but like Holiday looked fine last game. I don't think that Paradox versus Holiday was like the defining factor of the game by any stretch of the imagination. And I think I'm worried about them because I would have thought, okay, like you can't, like you needed, Kelvin is pretty good with Abrams too. You can like continue to buff him up and make him even tankier. But Virtus.pro are going to have a very solid first three here. Yeah, the Kelvin comes first, kind of a no-brainer. And then I would imagine Wraith goes here. Is there anything else you guys are considering as like a possibility? Yamato, maybe?
I mean, there is a world where you're kind of worried that you're not going to have any initiate, like a Holiday, because she could get banned in the second ban phase. But I also don't think necessarily need it. I think give Zergy Wraith and you have like a guaranteed win locked in for yourself.
Darlings.
Calico?
Okay, they go with the Calico. Interesting. So they saw last game, they said, okay, I mean, the box running in the like mid-game snowballing potential is pretty scary from Calico. For one win team though, this does allow them to potentially secure the Wraith. I wonder though, VP, I think one thing I've seen is maybe a problem for Wraith is if you have a draft from the other team that is like fully running you down and just like inting on you first, it's like pretty hard to play Wraith. You need some stability, and a team comp that doesn't give that to you could be a problem. They are going to still pick it up. I don't dislike the pick at all, but I think VP have the start of a draft that can be kind of hyper aggressive. With so far, Calico and Shiv can both hard frontline initiate. Kelvin backs them up. I mean, you can just keep doubling down on that draft here for VP. For one, maybe the Holiday ban?
Ban Holiday and ban Ivy.
And also, though, in return from VP, I think VP here probably goes to ban Yamato if they consider it a threat and a good hero. So yeah, the Holiday's going to come in from one win, and that makes a lot of sense. Where
I actually like the Dynamo ban.
You've paid such a high price to get good initiate here in terms of what you've given up by giving up the Shiv Kelvin lane, and you've lost the Calico. I think VP probably comes in here, and I think there's a world where they ban the Yamato, because if you think about ABL's hero pool, like what do you want ABL to play here? A lot of times for ABL, Calico, Yamato, two of the most played. And ABL, I mean, also can play things like Pocket and is a pretty versatile player. But instead, okay, they take away the Sinclair. So I think for one win here, you can grab Yamato and you're actually feeling reasonably good about the way this has gone about here so far. And, I guess the interesting thing is going to be a Sinclair band. You're going to have to go a different route as far as support goes.
I think VP can take Dynamo here. I think it's actually really good if they take it. I think OneMin should take Dynamo maybe right now. But they're going to go with the Viscous because I don't think the Dynamo is their style as a team. I'm not surprised to see the Viscous picked. I guess this does make it a little bit more awkward now to go for the Dynamo with the threat of the cube save. Kind of annoying. I guess there's some potential responses to the Dynamo ulti. Maybe you don't really want to. I just think it's good against what VP are running with. Like so far, they're very focused on grouping up. Maybe the Yamato is a more straightforward pick though, just like countering the rate stun, surviving Abrams initiates.
I want to see what Zergy going to be playing in this lineup because he hasn't been picked yet. He has such a big front line that I feel like 7 would be ultra safe for him to play, especially if you go into Unstoppable with Lightning Scroll in this kind of composition because you're not going to be the one to be focused down. And you also apply a lot of extra damage for Shiv to get those finishes. So I'm assuming that, and then I don't know what else they round things out with. I mean, a Geist and a
Flash maybe. Okay, they get the Dynamo. Interesting.
That's a lot of healing. That is a lot of healing they're gonna have on their team.
I do like this actually. I think this makes the early game objectives insane. Average Jonas, shout out the raid, 200 viewers. Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, and okay, you look here at the Dynamo. I mean, this to me, when you look at the itemization that's been going on and sort of the idea here, I feel like teams are warming up to the idea that stacking more healing is actually kind of good in Deadlock at the moment. And, I think the first thing to follow is like, oh, wait, we have an Infernus that's doing Health Nova, and we have double Health Nova in 2 different lanes on 2 different teams. And now it's like, oh, actually, we go Dynamo, we go Kelvin, you stack even more healing. 1-win team by comparison, they're still going to grab an Ivy because they see it as good. Now, the final pick is going to be interesting here because I'm still wondering what ABL is going to play. I think there's still a world where they could put ABL on the Abrams if that's where they're going to put it on. But to me, for VP, going with the Yamaha on top, okay, they're putting him maybe on the Pocket. They have multiple Pocket players, but it would make sense for
Pocket's
the rest
fair,
of the
though,
one-win scrap.
because if you're going to go up against this much healing, that would be the perfect pick actually to take against them. Because I was going to say, if you have 2 healing tempos like for Kelvin and Dynamo, that's going to be a very fast and very high damage team coming your way. But the Pocket, you're going to need some really sick afflictions to deny the amount of healing that Virtus.pro can do.
I got you.
Oh, it's the Infernus. They just grabbed the Zergy hero last. I see the vision here, I guess, for Infernus to be able to damage through something like Goo Ball. Infernus is for me one of the better counters. If you go like all in single target, you can actually threaten to kill Viscous when he rolls in, which is pretty big. Not many heroes have the single target threat for that. The team fight's massive. Like the wombo combos are unreal with like Infernus ult, Dynamo ult, Kelvin. Fighting into this team is going to be very scary for VP. One-win team are going to have to rely a lot on, I think, Abrams having a particularly big game. But even Abrams kind of scary, right? Like your ulti does give unstoppable, but if you're getting Black Hole, are you really going to like cast ulti right at the start of the team fight? Like you kind of want to save it for the dynamic playmaking. And even Abrams, I'm not super convinced can survive like a Black Hole with the full team focus fire, especially with Infernus and Shiv.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm looking at here, it's going to be interesting because I definitely feel like the early, the mid game for one-win team, once you get, I think you almost have to like separate the early game into multiple phases here. The very early game, pre-ultimate, is very scary for VP, given the fact that you secured like the Shiv Kelvin lane. I think Calco and Yamato, especially when Yamato goes early express shot, is all terrifying. But then once you get ults into play, we've seen how Pocket with Affliction can still like be a really big threat for First Guardian. Once you get the first Affliction cast off, obviously you get Wraith and Paradox, who are way stronger at 3k Soul Spike. So you almost have to break this into parts here where like the very first 3 to 4 minutes of the game are horrifying if you're one-win team, but then all of a sudden you get like a whole bunch of power in turn, and probably with your ults have more control of something like 7 to about 12 if you don't lose the first 3 to 4 minutes super hard. So to me, the early mid game is so fascinating here.
I just think this is such a scary game with the amount of frontline damage dealing from VP. They have 3 heavy frontline damage dealing cores, and then Dynamo and Kelvin can always come in and just blow these team fights out of the water if there's any sort of overcommitment from one-win team trying to burst the Shiv, the Yamato, the Calico. And if you don't try to kill them, then well, you're in another world of hurt. So kind of liking what we see from VP so far. Jason, what do you think about the draft? Looking at the lanes as well.
Well, the lanes aren't necessarily how we maybe expecting to play out, as we heard ZP talking about, maybe putting the Yamato and Calico and mid together to be just overpowering, overwhelming. They're going to give a lot of sustain over to, I think, yeah, Listic going to be on the Yamato in the mid lane. I mean, the Kelvin Shiv. Yeah, we're going to see that, and that's going to be very hard to deal with for a woman, especially when you're going to be under a lot of pressure from the combo in your face. I think a lot of that comes down to the Ivy player, which I think should be flammable, and be able to hit those stone forms at the right time to deny any sort of kill potential coming through. But yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with a lot of things that, you know, ZP was saying. I think the one saving grace for one win is going to be that left-hand side lane, though. Abrams Viscous can be pretty damn deadly, to be honest, if you get a nice puddle punch into a charge.
Big connections now in the mid lane. Skills being traded. Both teams taking a lot of damage. Yamato, I think, has looked very solid in the mid lane. The ability to spam those right clicks out from high ground. But so too can Pocket and Paradox really continue to poke back. This is the lane I'm most worried about, though, and it's Michaelas on Shiv too. This is something we've seen him play not so much, but I think he's actually insane on this hero, and I think it's absolutely like a game carry potential hero. Something you're gonna have to be very scared about here for a one-win team. It's not just the lane. Like if he gets off to a hot start and starts snowballing, if he gets an early center sack, like Shiv getting out of control for me is the scariest, really the scariest thing in the game.
Oh, speaking of scary, Listic. Oh, what? I don't know how he actually gets that kill. He does not escape from it, though. He falls down to Overseas, just unfortunate. But still gets a trade 1-for-1 nonetheless. And the box running has already began as well here on the map.
Yeah, it looks like Infernus pushing away Abrams, who maybe stole some of those early box spawns. It's interesting at this level, like the teams are like preemptively going to some of the key box spawns around the lane and trying to break them like right as they spawn on 2 minutes. So already players have really adapted and are really valuing that greed threat. Because I was trying to steal some creeps here. This would be a nice little grab in the early game. Oh, doesn't want
to... Wants to confirm it.
Yeah.
Waiting for the cards to come through. I mean, Michaelis plays a ton of Shiv as well when it comes to his own streams. He's definitely proficient at it, and that's use the word lightly. He's very good at Shiv, and you're going to see definitely a dive come in under this tower when they hit their ultimates online, especially if they continue to poke through. And even, I mean, over towards the mid lane, you can see that Listic and Demov are still able to be so aggressive. The only lane that's actually across the halfway point is going to be that Xenon and the Zanya lane. Has actually a fight in the jungle. Obikin gets caught out, I think, trying to go for a box run himself.
Yeah, Obikim got punished, but probably got a little bit of theft off there. Shiv just going to get the solo lane farm for a minute. Not probably too upset about that. And Yamato, once again, is hard rushing the express shot from Listic. So he's really trying to get that 3K. And that's going to just completely explode in terms of the poke threat on this mid lane. That's when I think you're really going to have to be worried. It's also going to likely be pretty synced up with the timing of their ultimates. So definitely have my eyes on this mid lane. Still, though, Soul's quite even between the two teams. No real advantage.
You see the confidence out of Listic too. Nobody can get that aggressive. You know, a lot of pressure on Empty Dreams. On the stint we saw with one win up against Paravision, that best of 5, I think it was 100% win rate for Pocket across all 5 maps. And Empty Dreams, when he got a hands on it, definitely was one of the keys to victory for them. But Pocket, I mean, he's not as strong anymore as he was previously. I know, like, watching Ido stream gets very frustrated at kind of how weak Pocket is compared to like a playmaker like Yamato. Let's see if he can make it work here in this game, because he's going to need to against the comp that Virtus.pro has. Early headhunter for Shiv. Shiv is incredibly low, taking a lot of spam as well. Kelvin has died twice now in this lane, so it's kind of a long way off the ultimate. And Michaelis doesn't really have the HP to fight, but that heal from Kelvin, pretty big. Now he's going to try and turn this around. Gets that headhunter proc off. They do some big damage, forces the Ivy ult and the retreat. And this lane's now about to get scary, right? Now that Kelvin has that heal build, that's when really you're going to see Michaelis able to double down on the aggression. The fact that he runs Headhunter as well, he's kind of all in on dealing that damage, using the sustain from Kelvin to be greedier with the item builds. Health Nova into Frost Grenades, just ridiculous. It looks like the first guard in the game might be going down on this left-hand side, as we pointed out before. The Infernus, Calico lane not being too strong in the early stages. It makes me a catch on a Shark. Oh, he's 1 HP. Zanya gets it. He might get traded, though. What? Oh, he got traded. Oh my God. The cube! He's back. He's good. Don't worry about it. Okay, but that's actually lucky. I think Xenia only lives because of that bug. I have not seen that before. Beta game. I'm gonna light them up. Did he just get squeezed out of the map? He got smushed, bro. That's the last level perk on Cube, that it smushes your enemies through the map. Oh man, that's got. I mean, yeah, I think he got a little bit lucky there for sure. I think even Virtus.pro was like, or sorry, Woman was like, where did he go? He was just here. But there's a talk about the aggression on this lane with the Shiv and the Kelvin. KLS and Obichem going to be looking to put the pressure on, and 600 HP over on the Wraith play by ABL. It's going to be some easy pickings for Shiv.
Yeah, Express Shot online, able to really pump that damage. And the Pocket and Viscous are behind though. They have overextended here. On this, Yamato does get traded and punished out. The rotation from Zane after taking that tower, paying dividends, and one team have some players freed up on the map now. Xenon can also look to get active. Calico trying to get in and get this fight going and get active, but I mean, Abrams is kind of a scary foe to fight in the close range.
Yeah, I definitely would not want to fight him. But I guess the funny thing was, like, the upside for Virtus.pro, even though they lost the first tower in the left-hand lane, leaving Zergy to farm, Shark is able to rotate into the mid lane to go for a kill. And he's also freed up to do a lot more box farming here. So they really shouldn't be losing too much. It's just about how much can one win take at this point. And there's the Express Shot coming through to do some decent damage here. Able to force one win back.
Yeah, the Express Shot's massive. Now we see Shiv healed up by Kelvin, going for that Cinder Sack looks like next, or rather the Cultist Sacrifice next. And opening up this Guardian. Nice progress here on the side lane. Surely with the help of Kelvin, they're going to be able to get it down. And despite a couple deaths for Obichem in the end, they're able to take that first Guardian. Able to get a nice head of steam going as far as their build goes, and the full rage. Nice here for Shiv, allow him to potentially push the tempo yet more. And he goes with an early heal booster as well. Kind of an interesting choice this early in the build. Maybe just really valuing that sustain he gets from the Headhunter.
Not to mention having Kelvin here to help heal him up too. That's going to be the Frozen Shelter. I mean, not exactly where you wanted to put it. We still get to heal up Michaelis in the meantime as the dive into coming in on this mid lane Guardian here. Both teams going to start to group up in towards this position, but the Guardians have already gone down. The Flex slot has been unlocked now for one win. They need to escape with their lives, more importantly.
Yamato baiting this fight. Abrams, though, not scared, doubling down. Yamato, no ulti now, being chased by Pocket. Has that Cape Cloak combo. Looking to get that burst finish, saving some skills as well. Able to punish Listic for trying to dive and defend that T1. Guardian falls. Still, Shiv and Michaelis, rather Shiv and Kelvin have been incredibly aggressive here, stealing a couple of the camps, keeping the aggression on, and denying ABL from splitting and farming, I think, as much as he'd like to, but he's still doing pretty well on the net worth front.
Yeah, he's falling a little behind when it comes to like Zergy in the matchup, though. I think he's gonna be a lot more impactful in these fights. And well, to be fair, Zergy has just been killed off, so ABL definitely gonna be able to catch up here. But considering that Obichem and Michaelis are not leaving this lane alone, makes it very difficult for ABL to continue to farm as they are going for the dive in on top of him in the right-hand lane. ABL creates the distance he needs to escape here. And now Virtus.pro have to look other places for some pressure because they still need to unlock their own flex slot.
Yeah, Calico trading off. Looks like the team's both gonna chill just a little bit here in this mid lane. Let's call in ZP. How do you think this early game is going, ZP? What are you seeing?
I mean, I think right now it's very favorable to one win. The fact that they didn't get obliterated in lane phase is good, but also I have the secret as to why they get obliterated in lane phase. Take a look at one win team. Every single player has bought Healing Nova. Not a single player has not grabbed it. So they have 6 Healing Novas at the moment. That is ridiculous. I think you called it a little bit earlier, being like, hey, if Infernus is grabbing this, item may be broken. One win so far, definitely think so.
Yeah, definitely potent. 6 of them is ridiculous, right? Like kind of a soft counter to some of the heavy team fighting that VP offers. Just constantly being able to heal each other up, stay on the map a little bit more. There's almost an efficiency item aspect to it, where if everyone has it, you're all benefiting from those heals and getting so much sustain. VP, though, the fact that they're not buying the item, though, or not as many at least, does mean that they're investing a little bit more in, snowballing and in greed and raw damage dealing. Man, the Cultist Sacrifice, even on Ivy, that's a little bit wild. I guess we're going to see a lot of this item be built.
I have 2 thoughts about these Healing Novas, because I feel like there needs to be diminishing returns on it if you use in like quick succession, because that's just kind of insane that you can heal up people so quickly. But also, it's a really good counter to Michaelis, because if you get him to waste his ultimate, his execute, when he has it maxed up, he's going to lose a lot of his potency in the fight. So it's actually like a really good counter to that as well. Not only just being a really good item to have in the laning phase to deny any of these kills to come through.
And Wraith finally got some free time here. Clears out the Guardian, but that does mean that Virtus.pro have more numbers on the urn, likely to get the first pickup. They're going to commit. The Frozen Shelter trying to burn down Xenon inside of it. He's getting a bit of heal up, stabilizing for the moment, and the big Pocket ulti comes in and connects. This is a spirit buffed Pocket, able to pump tons of damage in the fight. So far, looking rough, but Michaelis finds his first execute. Trade comes in. Ulti finds 2 connections there. Ivy already dead. Viscus looks to be up next. This is a maxed out ulti from Shiv, getting the cleanups and getting the snowball rolling. This is a worst case scenario for a 1-win team. At least they grabbed the urn and were able to slip away with it.
Yeah, I like that pedal pitch actually helped him to go for the chase. But yeah, maxing his ultimate right off the bat here, so he gets that reset potential that we were just talking about in the fights. It's so strong to have, and honestly, it makes Virtus.pro probably want to fight a lot of these engagements too. But the urn's still in the hands of 1-win as they're trying to run it in towards the turn on the right-hand side, and Virtus.pro, I wouldn't be surprised to say, okay, turn it in. We're going to take a walker instead.
Debuff remover is an interesting choice here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't work on ulti statuses anymore, right?
Not.
So
nope.
It's not going to save you from Wraith or pocket ultis. I guess you're using it just to like purge the silence threat from like an overseas swap initiate.
Yeah, also, I think we're going to see a lot of decays used or probably picked up at one point for 1-win to deal with Michaela. So also really good to counter that and any like active items they throw his way.
Does allow him to just get that natural debuff resistance too, which should help even with some of the ultis. And I'm very focused on Michaelis because I think he really is going to be like kind of the key to this game for VP. I think he's going to be the one to lead the charge. He's doing incredibly well on the soul front. However, Zergi's actually leading on the souls. Maybe take a look at Zergi Pockets here. He's looking to snipe out some of those creeps, so I don't think Michaelis is going to be able to threaten that camp to finish it. Knows he'll get his last hit stolen away. But I'm curious to Zergi's build. Like, what is he going for? I don't expect this to really pop off here in the side lane.
I almost want to guess he's going to go Siphon Bullets at some point.
I feel Tesla Bullets.
On Zergi? Tesla Bullets?
I think he should. Yeah, I think most Infernuses are building Tesla Bullets because just to
But
farm.
it's Zergi.
That's
This
true.
boy
Maybe he won't.
Never build
The hater.
Tesla Bullets. I mean, he could. That could be like the start to like his evil arc where he starts building Tesla Bullets for the first time. You know what? Maybe. Who knows? We can see hopefully when we hop over to him in a couple of moments here. But you can see, I mean, they're trying to leave Michaelis to farm up. They're still leaving Zergi to farm up quite a bit. He's actually in the jungle quite a bit right now. But he's on 15,000 souls. He's a clear front runner in this game. And the downside for 1-win, like look at Zana. He's just hitting 10K. He is quite far behind like some of these big threats on Virtus.pro side.
Yeah, and DP have kind of like quietly restored the advantage here. Yamato is forced to ulti to stabilize for the moment. And it's a fully defensive goo ball here from Zania, just forcing him completely away. And that's is that a full whiff on the pocket ulti? Did it connect onto Obakim? Okay, it did grab Obakim, but he's a Kelvin. He's got a healing Nova, frozen shelter as well. They're surrounding him though. They're trying to get that cleanup. Zania may have come a little bit too deep though. This is a fully enraged Shiv on the chase. Doesn't have that many stamina bars. Could be hard to get the catch. Furnace tries to get in, tries to find any stragglers. It's a big chase down from VP, but it's starting to look a little awkward, and the mass healing Novas are paying off. They're sustaining through all this damage. VP rotated in for nothing.
Yeah, you can see Michaela. I see like he wants to get those finishers. He just has to be so careful about it too. Obviously, the cube's going to deny. Actually, I actually don't know if they changed that, if they fixed it, because you could execute through cube. As a nice swap comes in, he gets locked
no
into the
debuff
enemy
remover.
team. Yeah, exactly. No debuff remover. No chance to survive this one as he goes back in. He will fall. And 1-win actually going to be on the driver's seat here, looking to take their first walker of the game.
Yeah, this is pretty huge. Dynamo does have the ulti. He is speeding down the lane here, so we could see a defense now. Looks like VP want to show up. They want to make this defense happen. Commitment from 1-win team. They're coming to finish the walker. Dynamo considering. Doesn't want to full commit in. Calico trying to take the aggression in the front line. Paradox would be a great first kill. And there's Yamato diving in deep, chasing it down. Ballistic finds that first kill. Virtus.pro bringing everyone. Black Hole came in there. I didn't see massive connection from it. Zergi trying to get anything more out of that. One kill is honestly not the worst price here to pay for 1-win team. They get the walker. They lose one. Not the end of the world.
So I was looking through chat really quickly there, Jake, and a lot of people are saying that Zergi actually has started to build Tesla Bullets. I don't think we've seen it in like pro play, but he's been starting to use it. Obviously build it up towards capacitor as well to just completely deny like the cube.
That's a great point. Now that it has an upgrade, I think Tesla Bullets has become a lot more viable because you buy it in the early game, mid game for farming, but then late game, you're not selling it. It's not a wasted slot. You're going to upgrade to capacitor and be this incredibly powerful AoE threat in the team fight. Now the mid boss being forced by VP. Kind of a surprising move. Like, you're all up for 1-win team. Expect them to come fight this. Infernus ulti coming in. Abrams as well over the top. Delaying, waiting it out. Just in time. Big stun connection, though. Virtus.pro in the chaos are able to snag that rejuve. They're quite low on many players. 1-win team, remember, this mass heal Novas are so strong fighting together. Abrams being full focus. Can you be able to get him down through the passive? Seems like the answer is yes for now. trades coming in. Michaelis is incredibly low. And despite VP grabbing the rejuve, they seem to be running for the hills. One win team looking like the healthier squad. But escaping with a few rejuves, not a bad outcome overall for VP.
You saw like Xenon's job in that fight. Not only was it to try to steal away the rejuve, which Listic was able to lock in considering he didn't use Shroud Transformation, which I thought was interesting. He immediately went for Michaelis. Like he wanted to punish him and him particularly, keep him out of the fight. Don't let him get those resets because honestly, he is the biggest threat in these fights. And without Singularity up as well here for Demov, I think OneWin made a very smart choice to go for the rejuve contest, even though they did lose out on it. If they get the Urn turning off the back of this, it would be huge, but obviously the respawn's coming back through at Virtus.pro. They should be able to contest it here and should be able to give it a fighting chance.
Let's bring in ZP. As a big fight, pretty decisive in the game, has really, I mean, you got a couple of rejuves for Virtus.pro, but a lot of kills and farm for one win team. How do you see this next stage of the game breaking down, ZP?
I think the economy allocation is really bad for VP. Like, you look at the aggregate and you just go, oh, okay, VP's down 10K. You know, they're good, Macro. They can bring it back. Look at what they have to deal with right now. They have to deal with the complete raid boss in ABL at 22,000. Your Yamato is at 14K. Listic is basically some more support Yamato, which is where you never want to be. As evidence here, it's Listic just gets put into the ground again. I think right now the path back to VP is really hard because the only real path I see is if Demov just hits the nastiest singularities you've ever seen, because other than that, I think in terms of the heroes that actually need the farm, One Win has it in spades and VP does not.
Urn drop grab. Dynamo though coming in, big connection, followed up by Infernus, big stun onto one win team. This is the fight you were looking for. Abrams trying to slip away, trying to get some of that heal passive online, but he is chased down. Michaelis gets the execute, and they're still chasing overseas. Oh, pause comes in from OBL, but that's the great team fight you were looking for Virtus.pro, right? The Dynamo ulti sets it up, Infernus for the follow-up stun and the damage. Zergy has quite a bit of farm for himself too, so maybe Wraith is a little bit more on meta, but Infernus offering the team fight, offering some of that extended single target focus fire could be a bit of a problem for ABL if they get late enough into the game. And that was just a fight where one win team wasn't really ready with all the resources. They got a lot of players in other lanes who really just weren't here at all for the engagement.
It kind of split up in their decision making there. I mean, again, Demov hits a good singularity. It locks in Xenon, locks in Zanya, so they can actually confirm those into kills. I think for Virtus.pro, the big play right now is to continue to push on this left-hand side because you've already lost your mid and right lane walker and left lane walker. You have no walkers left, so you might as well confirm to get this left lane walker down. That way you get an extra flex slot opened up here and you have a little bit of control in the farm. I wonder if we have the opportunity to actually take a look here at some of the builds as well while we have a short pause. Well, no, we don't have time anymore because it looks like One Win is ready to go. I was actually curious what Zergy's been building up to on the Infernus.
I got the answer to that. He just got Siphon Bullets. Yeah. He went with the super early Siphon Bullets, and then other than that, Cult of Sacrifice was in Headhunter.
Wraith's taking a big risk here, trying to defend this. Wraith showing up to this fight, very risky. He's low HP on Wraith as well. They're bringing a lot of resources in. Michaelis grabs the walker. He's being chased down though. Maybe an overcommitment from Michaelis with the rest of One Win team teleporting in. They don't defend the walker, but getting Michaelis is a nice trade pickoff, a nice little something to write home about.
I think I'd be happy if Virtus.pro for one death for the walker, to be honest, just because you get the flex slot. But I mean, obviously getting something out of nothing is very important here, and they're not really going to be able to push off anywhere with that kill that they got. There's still a lot of jungle to be farmed up here, and we're starting to hit some pretty like nasty soul deficits here for Virtus.pro, and that comeback mechanic's really going to start to pop off here. But ABL, I mean, he doesn't even have his Mercurial Magnum picked up here, still has the QSR. So I'd assume this next 3-4K that he's farming up right now is going to be heading over towards that Mercurial Magnum, and that's where he's really going to start putting on tons of damage. Burst fire on top of that as well. Like Fleetfoot, he is going to be a machine that, honestly, looking at Virtus.pro side, what do they have to deal with him? If you can't lock him in a frozen shelter, or you can't get him in singularity, I don't really think you're going to have an easy way to lock him down.
Yeah, those are still some nice tools, right, to be able to punish, and he is still like very much a glass cannon. So I think there's still the comeback potential for VP is that you can initiate on him. However, there's things like Cube, there's something like Abrams counter initiating, even Ivy grabbing the Wraith and running away. So there's a lot of potential threats you have to worry about if you just go in and you're committing with the singularity, and even though getting some nice cleanup on the map.
And I don't think Virtus.pro has the farm yet they need to get like capacitor online either to like go fully on ABL. Cube comes in, get rid of the cube, and then kill him. I don't think they're gonna have that for a little bit of time here. I mean, Zergy, like Siphon Bullets, like ZP said, they actually didn't even build Tesla this game. Okay.
Just valuing raw damage. Connection coming in. Blink though. Warpstone rather save Michaelis for the moment. TPs him out. Double ultis missed on one win team. A little bit of an opening now for VP if they want to re-engage.
It's that debuff remover though. I mean, not the active of it, but the fact that he reduces the time he's kind of like stunned up there means it's a lot harder to hit those paradoxical swaps. He's actually able to escape from that one pretty cleanly if you're not prepared for it.
Two of them are leaving this fight, and there's still a chase going on for VP. Okay, looks like they're just going to teleport away, and everyone's going to teleport. So they're going to try and flip the map and maybe show up and play behind Zergy, maybe fake that he's split pushing. Kind of an interesting strat here coming out from BP, this mega cross map rotation.
Yeah, they want to confirm a buff because they know that like when we're on heavily on the right side, I think they want to avoid a fight right now. So the buff's going to spawn in. I'm not sure what they get on the left-hand side, but we can see survival on the right. And one would actually rotate around to the left side to try to help deal with this, try to contest it. But I believe Virtus.pro have been able to secure it.
Seems like both teams now spoiling for a fight around the urn, delayed for a moment by the puddle punch from Xenia. But you're constantly worried about the threat that this Dynamo poses with the ulti. Ivy split pushing for the meantime. Attempt to grab the urn is successful though, so it's a nice grab by Sharik. Paradox looking for a swap, trying to pull somebody out of the fight. They can't get it for now. VP trying to back out, making sure nobody dies is the key here, and they succeed at that. So one-man team, despite delaying things for a moment, they were just too scared of the threat of the Dynamo, of the Kelvin, the team fight that those heroes represent. Just too much of a problem to recommit on an urn pickup.
Kind of important for Virtus.pro to get that urn too, considering it's going to be a turn on their side of the map. They're currently down 20k, trying to get themselves back into this. We can see one would have already completely swarmed over the turn-in location, not allowing that one to be picked up for Virtus.pro whatsoever.
Toxic is a nice upgrade for Zergy. He's got some pretty sick damage. I agree, though. I think turning it in is going to be a little bit too difficult here. With a heavy command from one team.
They're choking Virtus.pro. Like, they're not allowing to get any other jungle. If they want to push that to...
You have all these heroes on the one spot. You're not farming at all for one-win team either. I don't think VP really have to do anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I think, like, you can see, you know, ABL, he's rotating around. They're getting some chip damage on the Guardians. Like, you're definitely right that they're all grouped up, not farming up as well, but they're also quite far ahead, so it's not really a big deal for them to be not farming.
Do they have the follow-up? The cube already came down. Paradox incredibly low. Pocket seems to be able to play it out for now. They use that ulti to ensure the team fight. Obikim keeping everybody healthy and engaged. Now VP are up to one win. Do they want to try to bring this one back? Wraith under pressure, blinks out, tries to escape this, needs to just full kite out of the engagement. You're running a little bit low on ultis and resources for Virtus.pro. The full expulsion of Teamfight Ultimates was enough to get a few kills. Calico trying to bait Wraith into a continued engagement, and mid boss is up now. So an opportunity for VP should they want to take it.
Zanya's alive, ABL is alive. It's a little bit risky to go for it right now, but then again, you do have Michaelis getting really farmed up. He has his own Siphon Bullets picked up here. Crushing Fist picked up for Listic as well. It looks like they might be trying to go for... Oh my god, look at the damage Zanya just takes just from a heavy melee coming out of Listic, and now Zanya's not going to be able to puddle punch this away. But Listic's going to have to join in. They need him there with the Shadow Transformation to secure this mid-boss.
He's looking like he wants to just play for the kill there. It's going to be a speed boost out by Xenia. Although Xenia double down. Trying to re-engage. The heavy melees keep connecting. The Crushing Fist. Hold on, you're starting to be in trouble here for Viscous. Yamato still has ulti. The pressure on the pit, but they doesn't get the ulti off. Doesn't expect that level of overwhelming pressure. Now it's a fight here in the small rooms on the side. Kelvin ulti deployed. That does leave Infernus out to dry. And the goo ball's in here now, dancing in the small room. VP don't have the same ultimates they deployed in the last team fight. One win are wiping the floor with them for the moment. The rest of the team dropping low, and that chase onto Xenia proves to be a poor decision there from BP. They get heavily punished, splitting the objectives, not fighting as a team, and one-win team delay for their own spawners, make the comeback, and should be securing the rejuve for themselves. This could be the end of game one. I mean, one-win team definitely going to have a moment to drop Patron if they want to attempt it with 30 seconds on some of these spawners.
Man, I gotta get crits, not only like Zanya to buy time there to force like Listic to chase him down, but also Xenon. We didn't really catch a lot of it, but in the pit, he was stalling for so much time by himself on this Abrams to just make sure they couldn't actually confirm the kill onto it while Listic was chasing him away and to drag the fight out. I mean, you got the frozen shelter used with him, and I think it was just Obi came inside of there. Maybe there's one more person, maybe D-Mob, but like Zergy was locked out, so there's no way for them to actually confirm the kill on the Xenon. And one win, I mean, the rotation they did just to instantly kill Listic as well with the paradoxical swap into the silence was perfect. But now one win, I mean, with rejuve, with everything going your way, with the 20k lead, can they close it out? Because they still have to worry about the singularity and the frozen shelter online for Virtus.pro now.
Yeah, the Abrams has turned into a pretty serious beast of a hero, especially with the saves online. Now you're just clearing the entire map of farms, so one team trying to expand that soul lead. However, VP are back to that full combo threat, and I think the threat of this comp is like no matter how far behind you are, if you get like a 2 to 3 man clean initiation, they're just guaranteed kills. Unless you just have no damage, it feels like there's no way to deal with the Kelvin ulti, black hole into Kelvin ulti, into Infernus ulti. Everyone's just shooting the player. It's so ridiculous, in terms of a team fight power up. Unstoppable online for ABL, that could be a difference maker. That could help him to be maybe a little bit more aggressive with his positioning and threatening fights. One-man team for the moment are content to expand their lead, but we could see a fight pop off. Seems like Sharik is scouting things out right now. Maybe knows some of the position of these one-win players, and ABL's not here.
Yeah, I would love to see like a refresher Singularity and refresher version Shelter, just to have like so much control in these fights. I don't think there's a world where Virtus.pro could be able to afford it with the way one-win are playing at the moment, though. And even ABL might get a catch on a Zerky towards the turn-in. And yeah, he's going to get the catch. And honestly, it should be a pretty easy kill for him because of just how fed he is. Zerky at 32k, but doesn't touch the 37 out of ABL. But that kill coming through, one-win for sure, or sorry, Virtus.pro for sure cannot contest this turn-in. And this leads it to continue to grow even further.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup. I mean, that's the risk you run, right? And that's one-win team playing to the strengths of their comp, right? Making it a game of pickoffs rather than team fights, where they are the much stronger draft when it comes to individual solo kills. Zergy really can't compete with ABL in a one-on-one. He relies on the team fight pressure. Ulti comes in from pocket. Looks like a decent connection there on a couple players. Yamato really trying to land some of these crushing fist shots. For now, they're just going to be full backing, getting back into the safety of the throne. Oh my god, that first, no way, onto Listic. I thought he was safe for sure, and so did he. Now one-win team gonna drop the first patron, and they might stick around. They're healthy. They've got some of the powerful tools they need. Abrams, full HP. Let's see how he plays this fight. Leading the charge in, trying to take the fight straight to Michaelis on the Shiv.
He's got max ultimate as well, so I believe he can stop the Singularity if he keeps himself out of the fight and is initially caught by it. So
there it is.
This is going to be very important. There's the Singularity with the Frozen Shelter to really lock them in. No way can stop this with the Seismic Slam, but they're going to catch Zergy on the respawn, and Zergy going to try to run away with the Flame Dash directly into Flammable, but he goes down. The Healing Nova is still being used, and Virtus.pro, they're down 3.
The mass Healing Novas are paying off beautifully, and VP, just the dregs of the team, trying to make this defense happen, but Abrams is incredibly potent. Little parry from Dynamo, just a little insult, little spit in the eye, but it's going to be one-win team taking it on this first match with their signature style. Virtus.pro with the heavy team fight draft falls short here in game 1. Really impressed with one-win's performance here, especially the mass buying of those Healing Novas. Kind of a sick way to punish some of the AoE team fight threat.
Sick way to punish, or a sick thing to have to deal with. It depends on what side of the coin you're on in that one, in that fight. Definitely some diminishing returns maybe going to need to be looked at when it comes to that item in particular. But one-win, hey, if you're going to leave it to them to figure out a way to take down Virtus.pro, that is one way to do so. Honestly, not something I expected in this series. I didn't expect them to take a map up against Virtus.pro, but one-win, they're on the verge of taking this throne back once again for themselves in EU, but they have to do it one more time, and I don't think Virtus.pro are going to go for such a heavily team-oriented composition with the Dynamo Kelvin this next roundabout.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro have proven over time that they're a very adaptable squad, that they're not a team that is one note. We'll see, though. They got the Shiv Kelvin this game, and they weren't really able to make it work. We've seen a lot of teams like really run the table with that combo, but one-man team feel like had the answers. They got the Abrams for themselves, and that proved to be maybe the more dominant hero, just holding down the front line, being that brick wall here in game 1, enough at least to tank through some of those powerful initiations. And then, of course, the Wraith, just absolutely deadly, picking off players left and right, soloing them on those side lanes on the split push threat. So well done by one-man team, able to make it work even without the Mirage, still playing sort of a split push style draft, playing to the strength. I think Viscous was another a key part of their success in this game, in those team fights especially.
Jake, I'm gonna have to do it. I know it's normally you, but I think he's gonna burst if we don't bring him back in. ZP has to rejoin us here on the desk because he has a lot he wants to say. He's been watching this game, giving us updates about items and everything going on. ZP, one-win taking the map, first of all, I think was already impressive, but the way they did it as well was very important and kind of true to the way one-win maybe start to take games by innovating.
Well, I mean, first and foremost is that they did not get run over by the Shiv Kelvin lane. I think they played around it pretty well, and as good as Shiv Kelvin is as a lane, I think teams have realized every now and then you might end up giving it up, and they respect it a lot more to the point that you're just not going to chain feed. So they got out of the laning phase, which was by far the biggest danger to them. They had more initiations by far, just for the fact that once you hit 3K, you had Paradox and Wraith really being able to make things happen along with the Abrams. But also, I got called out here and now. When you look at how Zergy built and how ABL built, in what universe is that not horrifically imbalanced? in favor of one win, where you have one hero that's based entirely around like amping gun damage and has an ult and abilities that go into that, and then you have Infernus, who, you know, while the kid is more a spirit, but you're still building similar gun items. Like, even at even farm, the scaling is going to be way more in Wraith's favor, and I feel like if your goal isn't to draft something like a 7, which I think is more competitive, I think you actually need to ban the Wraith. I think you cannot go into the end game. Like, imagine it was a little bit more even. I still think the Wraith versus Infernus for your carry player is so just favored on the Wraith side, if you're, especially if your goal is like built into like Gun Infernus, that you actually just cannot let the Wraith through. Like, I look back at the draft and see giving up the Wraith with the plan of picking Infernus later on is actually just such a mistake for how people are itemizing right now.
I'll say this though, ZP. I'm damn happy to see ABL playing heroes that he can carry on again, because like the last few weeks we saw him, he wasn't able to be the true ABL that we've seen. And seeing him put over on towards the Wraith, I'm happy to see it. I know Empty Dreams is a fantastic player as well, but ABL has that somewhat je ne sais quoi to him when he plays. I don't even know if I said anything remotely right in French.
It sounded.
I also think we may be going into game 2 in like a 12 rejuvenated burst type of a meta with how broken that looked with stacking it for one-man team. I mean, they sustained through some of that heavy early game pressure, I think, in large part because of those builds kind of kept them in the game. And even like mid-game team fighting, it looked pretty sick too. It wasn't just an early game laning sustain item. It was like legitimately really powerful. It's like you have a freaking Keldon ulti on you when you're just cycling a bunch of rejuvenating bursts. It's kind of OP. So like you guys said, maybe an item that needs a look from the devs, but for now, of course, I think we'll expect to see it probably spammed a lot, at least in today's Deadlock Fight Night.
Hey, my eye test on the Wraith versus Infernus rant is also being borne out a little bit by the stats here on top of it, where ABL chunking at nearly 42k damage, and Zergi getting out damaged even by Listic, who was a Yamato in poverty mode. And don't get me wrong, a lot of the game, of course, Zergi had the farm and Listic was frontline, which is part of why Listic was kind of behind. Like, Listic was the more active team fight all the time rather than I'm going to farm Yamato, which, by the way, I'm not entirely sure is the right way of doing it. Like, this isn't the first time the VP has kind of tried to pull the we won't farm the Yamato always team fight, and I'm still not convinced that's the proper way to deal with the hero, because you look at the income allocation that VP did, they never really created avenues for Listic to potentially get up and over the game, because they kept throwing Listic into every single team fight and didn't give him those opportunities to farm and catch up, where I think Listic has shown that when his Yamato is actually even with the game or ahead, Listic is very capable of taking over, granted pre-patch, but I still think Yamato is capable of that post-patch. So
it's also wild that Shiv is like top damage for his team, and he bought like 75% green items. That's actually crazy for me. Like, that, how good this hero is. You could buy like all green items and be still top damaging the team is pretty crazy. But we'll have to see coming into game 2 how things change. What were you gonna say, Jason?
I'm not like, I think on paper it looks really cool and really good what Virtus.pro's roster lineup was, but the big downside is that you have 4 heroes that all want farm, and you can't really give 4 heroes equal farm. You need to really stack those 1 or 2 players in particular to be able to carry you through in these games, which is what we saw for ABL. So like having a Calico, having a Infernus, having a Yamato, and the other one for some reason I cannot remember, a Shiv, all wanting that farm, something has to give. You can't get them all overpowered at that point, and that's where I think ABL can completely run you over because he's just so far ahead.
Well, we'll have to see how it all breaks down in game 2. We're going to give these teams just a minute to reset, to rethink going into that next draft, which could be decisive. One-win team on the brink of victory here in Deadlock Fight Night, number 26 presented by Intel. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after a short break.
Your exploring days are over.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Deadlock Fight Night number 26, presented by Intel. And jumping into the second game of the series, One Win team are up 1-0 on our previous champions, VP. VP in the comeback spot here, but they've been here before, Jason. They've made these comebacks work. They've had mid-series adaptations that have brought them over the line in the past. They've got a long history here in DFN, so I won't count them out just yet.
Yeah, and I think they're one of the teams that adapt from draft to draft, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a complete switch up for them, and them taking a map and take us to a third. But it all comes down to how are they going to approach this, and does One Win have anything else, any other tricks up their sleeve to pull out here in this next matchup? Because it would be kind of interesting to see One Win come back to being on top in EU to kind of keep things really tricky between who our best team in EU is going to be. The one way to do that, of course, is we can't do it alone, Jake, right?
Jason, before we bring in our help, I've got to say, speaking of tricks up your sleeve, if you don't have any sleeves to keep the tricks up, we've got you covered here. We've got a new slate of merch coming down. Of course, this all supports the Deadlock Fight Night brand. It supports the broadcast that we put on. So shout out to our wonderful art team being able to bring together some of the merch. You can go to our website, all the links to be able to check out what we've got cooking here from a merch perspective. But of course, let's bring in our analysts. Let's bring in Dan, DDK. Welcome back. What did you see there out of that game one between Virtus.pro and One Win team? What do you expect to see, I guess, coming into game two?
I guess I expect to see some more of the same, really. It feels like, again, I think going back to the beginning of the show, I feel like the versatility and some of the playmaking heroes just across the board, that just like the hero pool that we see from One Win is like really good. And just seeing the capacity for ABL to still just mega carry on just, Wraith. I mean, we didn't see the Yamato, obviously, but that's like that could happen. But also seeing Pocket picked up. I know that was a question also on Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams being like an incredibly sick Pocket player for the team. And also sometimes when Pocket was more of a carry, we would see ABL also play that too. So just, I don't know. I still feel like One Win seemed to have a good beat on how to apply their like kind of previous play style. With just adaptations made for the new game at the moment, and I do think it was still more optimal than VP's approach. So I don't know. I feel like it's still early days here, Jake. I feel like anything could happen. I will have to see what VP learns after that previous matchup. But I think the Wraith discussion was definitely on point.
I got better.
Yeah, opportunity for One Win team to take a different approach on the bans. They're going to go with the Abrams ban this time. And with the first pick, I'm curious to see what they're going to end up grabbing. VP, do you let the Shiv through? Are you willing to take that risk? I wonder. I feel like they should not. I think they should ban the Shiv.
Well, it's a bit of a turnaround, right? Because this time One Win are actually first picking, whereas previously Virtus.pro were first picking. So VP have to be very mindful of like, what do we want to potentially grab as our first two? So they do leave open the Shiv, the Wraith, the Kelvin, the Warden as well, because Warden was banned last time.
It's interesting because I think for One Win team, if you take Shiv, you almost force VP into taking the Kelvin, just because I think that combo is so insane. But then what do you pair with the Kelvin? Abrams is banned. Maybe just Kelvin Warden or Kelvin Wraith is like good enough, but Kelvin does need frontliners. He does need the synergy. And One Win team go Paradox first pick. They're giving up Shiv Kelvin. They don't even care. All right. Okay, One Win team. They beat it last game. Maybe they do it again.
I would Shiv Wraith over Kelvin, to be honest. Just to confirm and lock those two in. Like,
because maybe One Win team doesn't want to take the Kelvin for themselves either, with the way, like, if you've taken the Shiv away from them.
We also take away, the Wraith from ABL and you give it to Zergy, who's much more proficient in these games on Wraith than it's come to Infernus. And I don't think you necessarily need to have Shiv Kelvin to have a decent lane. Like, Shiv is still always going to be a threat because of the reset mechanics on his ultimate. It doesn't matter really what stage of the game it's going to be at, especially when health pools have been increased across the scale for everyone. Even the slight hits he's been taking to his like gun boom damage as he levels and his health, he still is going to be that massive threat.
So
see the second.
No one builds
it determines whether or not we get Calico as a response, right? Because you gotta lock that in before the first wave of the bans to just ensure that you get a solid carry. No way to mitigate those opening picks.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Calico could be likely to go here in this phase. For VP, I'm curious. I'm curious if the Kelvin goes at all for One Win team here. Do you want to deny it? You could do like a Kelvin plus Calico, but you don't really have that many frontliners left in the draft to synergize with your own Kelvin. They get the Warden, which can potentially be that, can potentially stand his ground. I'm a little worried about Warden's ability to tank through Shiv plus Wraith, though. Even with the ulti, right? Even with the threat that the Warden does bring on some of these team fights, I guess it depends. If he's got those other stunners surrounding him, it can be a lot stronger.
Do you guys think CC is going to be one of the better ways to deal with Wraith? Or what do you prioritize in terms of from this? Because obviously there's like 3 picks left for 1 win to find a comp that can deal with it. And it seems like immediately Shiv Wraith is like such a big threat. So what's the answer?
I mean, Cube can be that. Cube can be an answer to potentially both of these characters, saving people from the killing blow or the dives, or Wraith's ulti can be turned around. So I actually don't hate taking the Viscous this high prior. I think it very easily could have been banned out by VP in the ban phase.
Hello,
but I assume they take. Oh, it's not. They're still not taking Kelvin. All right, kind of surprising. Maybe they think the Kelvin is overrated. They get all the cores opening the draft with the triple core for VP. So they have a lot of holes to fill in the comp, though.
I mean,
because I feel like ABL's not got his carry right now.
I do like a Yamato ban here. I actually like that quite a lot, because I think you're kind of done drafting carries for VP. Like with these 3, I don't think you're going to pick Yamato. 1-win team, I think the question for them is, they take Pocket out. Wow. Okay.
Empty Dreams gets targeted instead.
I mean, but now 1-win, it's like you could ban the Kelvin, or you could ban the Yamato, or the Holiday. Like, there's a lot of these picks that are kind of key to what Virtus.pro needs right now. I would almost want to say the Holiday is gonna, actually no, the Kelvin's gonna be more important of a ban than the Holiday.
It's tough. I think between those 2, it's really tough. I wouldn't mind the Holiday ban. I think taking away some of the initiate is really powerful.
Good luck to you in your
they value the Kelvin. I think that
because Pocket was banned, you don't have the anti-healing, I think, is the important part to deal with the Kelvin and the Frozen Shelter. So I think let him have a pick hero, but don't let him have that ability to heal and
the team fight.
Yeah, because you can out heal or you can block out at the last 10 from Warden, and then it's like, well, now the ultimate does nothing.
That's a great point. It is a pretty nice counter to the Warden ulti. Once he's committed into the cast animation, you just dome him out, get full healed, he's wasted, and then you re-engage. They go with the Ivy, so they're still going to be playing, it looks like, for the heals. I mean, I still think that is a kind of an interesting combo, right? Like, you imagine like just pocket healing Shiv in some of these fights, getting, especially if you're going to go for the regeneration bursts on a lot of characters, as I kind of expect to see in this game with how good that looked for 1-win team in the last game. Ivy could be nice for that, like pocketing Shiv or Wraith, kind of being that assist for the main heavy carries. You still don't have the Holiday, though. Are you going to does 1-win team ever steal the Holiday here? I don't know that it's worth it for them, but it could be it's a risky gambit, but it does deny something that I'm almost certain that Virtus.pro will be picking a Holiday. Maybe they can do the Lash.
Correct me if I'm wrong, like 1-win don't tend to emphasize like taking picks away as much, but they like to just try to grab their best comp, right? That adheres more to their strategy. I know that's just like a trend I think that I've noticed, but like correct me if I'm wrong with that.
Here I am.
Yeah, I think they do tend to get the drafts that they like, that they're comfortable playing and playing their own style, which has worked out for them so far today. I mean, they're 2-0 today.
The Ivy though, I just had to like double check the tether. Also gives like attack speed and lifesteal for the person you're attached to. So if you throw that on to Wraith, Zergi's just gonna be,
let's have fun.
Already insane as it is, but it can be even more ridiculous. But funny enough, out of 3 matches, we finally see Geist for the first time here picked up by Virtus.pro, or picked up period in these games. I wonder where she kind of disappeared to, because I didn't think the nerf was like that drastic to her Malice for her to not be played.
I think it's nice against Warden too, with the uncontrolled damage. Warden loves to like int in super hard, and getting swapped and turned around on in some of these fights very achievable. I think Lash could have a pretty big game here, though. There's not really a way to answer Lash. I guess Holiday could lasso him out of the sky. That's probably your best response. Counter spells, I think, likely to be purchased this game, especially for 1-win team. I mean, there's some pretty valuable counters, whether it's the Wraith ulti or the Geist ulti or the Holiday ulti, all very powerful, I think, to counterspell, denying them some of these team fight initiations, or in Lady Geist's case, pretty key spell skill to keep her alive and allow her to turn around team fights.
7.
Bebop.
Oh. All right, we're going to map 3, boys. Let's get ready for that one. I mean, Bebop, you already have a pair. They're lacking damage. And this is where I thought like Abrams in the first match was really in a bad place, is that if your Yamato Warden doesn't have a good game, you're kind of lacking the damage to make these comps do anything. Even with like the wombo combo you could have.
I have been seeing Lashes build a lot of gun damage. And so I think Lash can get into a decent spot as far as being a damage dealer. But I agree with you. I think it's definitely light. You definitely are a little bit emphasizing the early game, especially Bebop, right? I think 1-win team have gone against their nature in a way with this draft, where I feel like it's definitively a losing draft in the late game if you aren't like snowballing the game, I think you are in a bit of trouble. Which I don't. Historically, One Win team has often been the team that is willing to back off and farm and reset and play towards a later game build. Maybe they just feel like the Shiv Wraith needs to be punished before they get online. And there's something to be said in that vision. Like, honestly, if you let these VP Shiv Wraith get to like full stack power levels, maybe there's just nothing in the game that's going to win it for you. And maybe you do just need to triple down on snowballing the game against them. And they just never get to that Mercurial Magnum on Wraith. You never get to those key, heavy investment in green items to just tank the world on Shiv.
It is super interesting because it feels like this mixture of like some team, like 3-team fight with like 3 of the more typical, oh, we like run with this. Like, the Bebop, the Paradox, the Yamato, that's like quite typical for what you'd expect for One Win. But then you add like the Viscous Warden and Lash, and it's like, okay, I feel like there's a battle of what kind of strategies make the most sense. And I'm curious because I don't think I can remember One Win playing a draft like this, where they lose out on some of these like Pocket and Calico, and it's just having Yamato be like the main damage. It's just super interesting. I'm trying to like feel out how this can work out for them, but it doesn't seem readily apparent. I'm not sure if you guys have a better read on it, but I feel like I'm just gonna have to just see how they play this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think this may also be our first Bebop pick, including last week. So on the new patch, it might be our first Bebop pick, and I'm just curious to see how they build it, right? Historically, Bebop has been built most often as a support, but it has been, in pubs I've seen, is built as a gun carry and as a spirit carry. So I think, the kind of open season for Bebop with a lot of nerfs on this character, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to see if he can continue to deliver, especially that early game. But Yamato Bebop in the mid, that sounds like a broken combo to me. Yamato spamming you, pressuring you, you get hooked in, you're in real trouble.
Well, if there's one Bebop player in the world that I think could make him work, it's going to be this man here on your screen with Overseas. He's definitely one of the top in my eyes overall. He's going for the bomb off the bat here. It's not looking for the initial fight, looking more so to pick up the hook next. But I don't know, man. Like Bebop has just been kind of in a really rough spot. I know you've been seeing your pubs. Everyone still loves to play Bebop, but I'm also really curious to see what build he's going to be going for, because you already have like that. You need damage. Like you need some big damage out of him and the rest of the team to really make this comp work, I'd feel like.
Well, we'll say goodbye to Dan for a moment. We'll call him back in a little bit later in the game. For now, the laning phase has begun. Bebop trying to get a couple of these bomb stacks on. Still hasn't been able to connect any of that. Gonna get one for the moment. Put a little bit of pressure on the lane. So far, this lane does look pretty terrifying. Even with the hooks not connecting, Yamato is really doing the hard carry work here with the right clicks, just pounding these defenders. And they're starting to get a little bit of pressure on the Guardian.
I want to see, what is he actually going to buy here initially, too? But it used to be like Mystic Reach or Spirit Strike would be like the first items you pick up as a Bebop. Also, to be fair, if you're going to try to freeze the lane, Bebop's one of the best heroes in the game, if not the best hero, actually, to deny, considering you have the only attack that doesn't have travel time.
Warden's doing a lot of damage in this lane, too. Warden, Viscous, everyone in this lane is extremely low. They're just brawling out here, continuing to pump a lot of damage. Definitely rests on the edge of a knife here with both teams really getting the others incredibly low.
I'm surprised to see actually the Warden doing so much work in that lane. But then again, like you don't have a lot of sustain with the guys who's already low HP. Michaelis is already low HP as well. So I wonder if they're going to have to alter what they're actually picking up here too in lane. Probably some Health Novas, I would assume, Jake, for them.
Yeah, probably some Health Novas. I think that's a very good guess. I think both of these lanes should grab Health Novas, maybe on both sides, especially Viscous. I think there's a very natural Health Nova builder. Warden doing a bit of trading as well on the sides. Either team has the money for it yet, although, yep, it's a rushed Health Nova from Geist. First item. Cool.
Who would have expected that?
They're still low, though, so there's still an opportunity. Even Health Nova is not going to be a perfect sustain tool, and looks like Michaelis doesn't want to build it. He's going more for his own personal greed. Has the heal shot. Bebop hook pulled under tower. Calico, though, doubling it down just with the aggression. Trades it out. Tariq gets the kill with the melee as well, but traded by Yamato in turn. So I think the fact that you're able to kill Overseas on the hook is nice for you, stabilizing that lane for a moment. Heal Nova on Ivy. Who does not have a Heal Nova? Oh, wow. Lash has no Heal Nova. Incredible.
Yet.
What an innovative build.
I'm assuming it'll be coming eventually. You can see it here, picked up
Ward's
by
got
Empty
one.
Dreams. And headshot booster too. I wish we could like flash forward like 5-10 minutes and then go back in time, just because I want to see what Overseas ends up doing with the Bebop overall. Still like this aggression. I mean, Viscous Warden, it's a lot of poke, to be fair. It's a lot of displacement, especially if a body ward can connect.
1 HP Yamato, incredibly low. Ulti's down. He rushed the express shot, but has no sustain in this lane. And now it's really hard to stay in the lane. He's trying to like get as many of the heal procs off that heal trooper as he can, but definitely a scary proposition. Holiday with the threat of that headshot burst is super scary. Pull, diving in. They have a lot of damage, but yeah, oh my god, he's just healing through everything. Got a heal booster. Not scared to take that hook and grabs Bebop, pulls him deep now. See if he can get him past the tower. Looks like that lasso just didn't quite last long enough for it. The barrel bomb as well, missing. Healing Nova purchased and used by Overseas, keeping him up, re-engaging in the fight. Who's got the Healing Nova off cooldown?
I mean, I've heard of stamina tracking, but you're gonna have people doing some like Healing Nova tracking in this game.
Oh, and they're able to pressure down Listic from range. Ulti use as well. They're just trying to heavy full commit, pressuring the tower down. KLS, of course, a little bit scared to come in. He is going to come in now near the end. He's able to dance out away, and Warden ulti used just to defend the tower. Shiv keeping this fight in contest, but just got the ulti in line, so doesn't have rage really built up to force this fight to be a key threat. Spawner's coming in as well. It's going to force Warden back off the tower. They stabilize for the moment, but it's still a scary position there in that side lane. Calico low, no skills left. Trying to continue to fight it out, but the threat from Yamato to the express shot is huge. Traded just in the nick of time there by Calico, and space created by Holiday. Bebop cannot go for the finish.
That fade away Gloom Bomb, man. And also Health Nova. So he's going to go back to heal and base instead of using it to sustain in lane. Yeah, it's not looking out too good for Virtus.pro. I mean, they're down, 2K so far. They're still looking like on the edge in a lot of these lanes. I mean, Shark just barely escapes there in that situation up against ABL, where he previously died trying to dive into onto Overseas. But I mean, the left-hand lane is still in a bit of a struggle. Zanya at 4.5. Also paired up with Empty Dreams at 5K. And the thing is, we know one winner going to allow Empty Dreams to farm away. Like, they're going to feed him farm specifically. And we know how strong a warder can get when he gets that farm given to him. I think if he can somehow take this tower and give him the lane by himself, he's really going to start to spike up in power, especially when you get to the first or the second set of buffs coming on at 10 minutes.
Yamato diving under tower, incredibly low, but is going to get healed up while he transforms into the ulti. Maybe that creates enough space. Yes, it's going to be Guardian going down. So finally, the pressure they've been putting on this lane ends up paying off. Rotation in from Paradox as well to just ensure that there's no chance to contest it. Bit expensive for one-win team, bringing the resources, but they're up to a 2K lead. Zergy, though, we haven't been watching him much this game, but he's been working up to a nice spot, has rushed that Cultist sack. So classic Zergy greed, really scaling for the late game. This Wraith, you see her now, but she could become a huge problem. And even Wraith has the heal Nova.
Oh man, and they're actually just diving on this right-hand tower. Zergy's just been attacking this garden for the entire time. They do take it down, so that's the trade that has been applied with one-win going for the gank in towards middle. So 1-for-1 in towers. And ABL is now free to start roaming around the jungle. And I think this is where they kind of need him to start to step up here, need him to start to get in this game to create those opportunities, because he's not on one of those farm carries, since it's going to be given mostly over to Empty Dreams. With the last tank coming through, they're looking to take this Guardian down, and they will get their flex set unlocked.
And it's going to be a Headhunter here from Overseas for now. Listic goes down elsewhere on the map. Xenia forced with the roll, trying to catch one, but Michaelis dodged away a little bit too cleanly. Demon getting another massive heal, this time from Calico. They're trying to counter pressure on this mid Guardian. It's got a lot of HP. Rotations as well coming in now for one-win team. VP reading the map pretty well, though. They scout this coming. Got to be careful. Overseas with the hook. Would love to find a connection. Would love to pull somebody back into the engagement. But the clean read there by VP keeps them alive.
I mean, the thing is, VP, they're going to need to look for their next Guardian, look for their first flex slot. You can see they've rotated in Michaelis to farm solo in the left-hand lane. They've also put Empty Dreams there. So they're going to be having those two going head-to-head, constantly farming away. Those are two people to keep their eye on, as well as Zergy, who looks like he's going to be gifted the right-hand lane. So with committing two people to farm, and one-win putting Zanya in the right-hand lane, I mean, I think one-win are setting up for actually some more kills. They're looking for some engagements, especially when you have Bebop in middle, with Overseas there, tagged up with Flammable on the lash. They're definitely looking for something.
Bebop's like gun carry build. I mean, I don't think you go Headhunter unless you're going to continue building into gun carry. And so, interested to see how that pays off. Now the swap comes in. No ulti available for Listic. Looks to be dead to rights. He's life stealing away, though, and with the heal Nova, has stabilized for a moment. no ulti available for Warden. He's trying to play his way out of this. Geist, though, feeling the pressure. Yamato showed up now, and with ulti, ABL is going to be enough of a presence to force BP to back off.
And Zon even being ganked a little bit on the right-hand side, forced to go into his goo ball form and to escape. I mean, you've seen Woman. This is like them to a T. Get in the jungle and look for ganks. Look for opportunities and look for kills. And they're doing the exact same thing they did in the prior patch before the shop rework. And Michaelis actually might be getting a catch here.
Paradox looks to be dead to rights here. Potential ulti connection here. He is going to get the execute. Doesn't have reset, though. Team's coming in. Lash just barely slips around the corner. Huge survival now for the moment by Michaelis. He's tanking through the damage, getting the heals. They're trying to get you to chase him down with that passive. He is dead to rights here eventually. Does a bit of damage before he goes down. And it's a heavy counter rotation from One Win Team to get that kill. Meanwhile, mid pressure coming down from BP as they look to open up that mid Guardian now after quite a while of working at it.
Yeah, they're gonna get that flex slot. And good use actually out of that fight in the left-hand lane to pull the rest of One Win away. As One Win go in towards that the mid lane, finding no one, just scraps of their Guardian. Maybe can get a chase over onto Obikim. Doesn't seem like they're necessarily going to commit to it. I think he's just going to teleport away, or actually might have even gotten in the fight here.
They're on him.
The chase has come through. Abel's been able to get the catch, but the airdrop's going to be there. He's going to be fine. He's going to be safe, and he can rotate now in towards the left-hand side to look for another fight that's about to break down.
Yeah, everyone's coming in here to fight over the buffs. Looks like that was secured for the moment by Lash. Did One Win Team get both buffs? Not sure where the right side buff went. Obikim still holding down that right lane Guardian, though. Continuing that pressure. Virtus.pro outnumbered on this left side of the map. And that's going to lead to a kill on Sharik. Also an earned pickup for One Win Team. They're going to be able to attempt this turn in if they want to go for it. Under a lot of pressure, though, is Yamato. With ulti, though, so it has the threat to turn around. So does Geist have the ulti, so you got to be careful for One Win Team overextending on this Geist. The threat of the turnaround is very real. Has the heal Nova to sustain before that point. But Michaelis goes down, and meanwhile, the ulti from Empty Dreams gets the catch. Warden getting active. Warden's having a pretty solid game. Has that cultist sacrifice as well. Build some pretty defensive items choices here, but so far so good for the Warden.
Yeah, and there's actually like one item in particular that kind of stands out there for me. I'm just trying to make sure I got the name right. Yeah, Superior Cooldown he's picked up. So again, makes his cultist sacrifice on a quicker cooldown so he can have it up 100% of the time. Obviously helps his abilities as well than any other items he builds into. But as they do go for the earned turn-in, Virtus.pro, they just give up the turn-in to take themselves another Guardian, the third Guardian of the game. Now secured for Virtus.pro as they have a 1k lead, just about that, 1 to 2k. But One Win are still grouped up on this right-hand side, and they're looking for this last Guardian themselves.
Tania looking to fight, has full cooldowns. Sharik takes a bit of aggro, but it's kind of chunked here. Forced away. You don't want... Okay, he's a full defensive goo ball. It's not ideal here for Zania. See if he wants to kind of come back in for the re-engage. Has some players alive and surrounding him, helping him out. Zergy, though, coming into the fight, right? Really coming in to participate now. That's the ulti used, connected here. Onto Yamato. She's trying to dance her way out of this, but the team follow-up is there, and they able to clean up ABL. That's a nice kill for Zergy, who has really come and is bringing a lot of souls to bear. Top of the game right now, with the exception of Empty Dreams. Lash ult used, but doesn't seem to be getting too much done. Now Ivy coming in to continue this fight on, putting the pressure on to Paradox. Xenon forced away. The beam over the top by Overseas, but it's not really connecting on everyone. People are zoned away, but they're surviving for the moment. The knockdown drag out here. Michaelis finds another execute, starting to snowball this one. But Zergy goes down to Empty Dreams, who looks like maybe the strongest hero on the map for the moment. Overseas as well, hunting and pecking from the sides. And One Win Team seem to be getting the better of this engagement, but the heal. Never give up.
Never surrender. That's what Buzz Lightyear says. And that's what Michaelis does. He keeps himself up with the health Nova. Yeah, it happens, man. But that's going to be Viable coming in. Still looking for the chase. I cannot believe this fight is actually still going on because the respawns have come through out of both sides.
Oh, is he going to live? The heal Nova. Oh my God. He lives. Insane movement from D-Mob. Gets him out of trouble. Stabilizes for the moment. That was a wild fight there. Both teams bringing absolutely everyone. So many heal Novas in these heavy team fights. Now One Win Team are trying to finally knock down that side Guardian. Yamato doesn't quite have the ultimate up. A few seconds of window, but the goo ball now deployed by Xenia, stabilizing ABL. It's going to have that ulti online. Under tower with the goo ball, though, you're not infinitely tanky with that skill. You got to be a little bit careful. Ivy coming in with the airdrop now. Trying to come in with the rotation. Heavy presence here from BP. Everyone but Zergy is in on this fight. See if they can get some of the kills they've been looking for. Ivy getting turned on. Potential threat here. but ABL's the one who ends up falling. Overseas had a relatively quiet game on the Bebop so far, building a bit of gun damage, but kind of wondering, like, where's he going to go with this build? What's the final direction going to be?
I'm more looking at Empty Dreams, who's sitting on 17,000 souls. Like,
He's huge.
He's massive. Like, look how far ahead of he is compared to everyone on his team and everyone on the other team except Zergy. I get what they're doing, but OneWin cannot keep going with the strategy. They need him involved in these fights because the last couple minutes have been so skirmishy. We've been fighting this right-hand side for such a long time, it feels like now. They need him
he came to the last
do
fight.
some damage.
He came to the last fight. He killed Zergy. You know, he's not AFK farming. He's a team fight contributor. But I do think if they want to knock down key objectives, if they want the 6-on-6, you need to have Warden there. I agree. He's just too much net worth on the map to allow him to be away. But Virtus.pro have kind of, in those last two skirmishes, have eked out a small advantage in the souls where I think they were kind of behind for a little while there in the game. Still no decisive advantage for either team. And they're just trying to hold on to this Guardian. I don't think it's that important for them in the game. It's more just maybe keeping that shop alive, allowing you to keep your players on the map a little bit more aggressively. And both teams gonna ready up, get back into the fight.
Looks like we might have a little bit of downtime here, especially the next urn spawn in about a minute time. Maybe it's a good time to bring in Dan. Talk about how he's seen this game play out so far and what it's really caught his eye.
I think mostly it's just like the success of Empty Dreams has been pretty surprising. I didn't have that on my cast for this game. I thought that maybe, you know, be about a story of ABL getting, you know, involved and enabled, and overseas as well. I think the gun damage makes a lot of sense, or going that way with the build for overseas on the Bebop, just because that's the natural like weakness in terms of damage. So, and also you can do a lot with you know, voice being able to do a lot with those types of builds for Bebop. So that makes sense. But like, I didn't expect Empty Dreams to be actually owning everyone. So I'll be curious to see what the staying power is, because Sergey's on par with that. So you feel like the late game probably is going to end up being like just an overpowering advantage for VP should this trend actually continue.
Ivy now under assault, swapped, got pressures there, drops a pretty nice fat bag there. Empty Dream's gonna be happy about that one. And Xenon who gets that final blow, but another solid kill for the Warden rather. And Oba came down. That's one of your powerful D pushers. Looks like a teleport over to the right side. So they're trying to hit the rotation. Calico though, kind of the perfect hero to scout this one out. And it seems like you're going to be just a little bit too late to contest that right side buff. Hold on, they pull Michaelas off the buff. Somebody else has to grab it in the meantime. Overseas just harassing, trying to maybe bait an engagement.
I think he used the air vent actually to go for that hook, because he was like mid-air as he landed it. Hyperwing going to be coming through on top to make sure they can pick up the urn, and the fight's going to be breaking up just as we expected. Shark already down to about half HP. But so is ABL just being left alone here to do as much there as he possibly can. Listic has the swap, and there it is. And the health, the Shadow Transformation might have been there, but he needs this health, Novus. He needs some help from his team to get himself healthy again.
It's getting safe for the moment. Still stabilizing, and the rest of the squad is here. And Zergy's just ratting this one out. So VP, they lost one, but they're ratting the other side of the map. 6 ultis used by OneWin team, and they got the urn pickup. I think this is a win fight for VP. And oh no, Empty Dreams, he cannot die here. Crucial, the hook save should be pulling him out of trouble for the moment. And Zergy, meanwhile, being pressured on the other side of the map. Another hero that you got to keep alive. Lash gets the finish, willing to chase that one down, taking a risk with his own life, and gets rewarded. That kill does, I think, kind of salvage the scenario for VP, or rather for OneWin team. The fact that they're able to kill Zergy on the flip side.
600 health, by the way, that ABL healed up when Shadow Transformation with Health Novas coming through. It's kind of insane. I don't want to keep bashing on it, but that's kind of ridiculous. That definitely needs to be tweaked in the future. But the way things are currently set up right now, Jake, we can see that OneWin, I think they're committed for this last Garden. I don't think they're going to get there in time to contest the urn, but they still do have ABL there, though at half HP. And with no Shadow Transformation available, I don't think he can really contest it by himself.
Yeah, I think if VP bring like one more hero, they should be able to get this urn turn in, no problem. I don't think ABL is in any kind of fighting shape, but they will be losing that side Guardian almost guaranteed. They're able to grab Listic as well. Dodge from Holiday, crucial there. I think if you get hooked in, you are just dead to rights here. Now maybe just keep pushing this side Walker. Although as I say this, I mean, Shriek is here, but he can't get this done himself. Yeah, needs assistance, needs coming in. He's baiting now a bit of this engagement, running in with the urn. Michaelas is making the space, chasing on Yamato, who doesn't have ulti. Should be potentially an easy kill. Execute comes in for Michaelas. He's got that maxed out, so looking to get the resets, looking to stabilize.
I mean, And they keep him honest though, because with that play over towards the left-hand side with ABL sacrificing himself, it gives them the free push on the right-hand side to look for the Walker. But the teleports are going to be there in one win. Walker will eventually go down, but will cost you any lives. The last one not going to be available as they try to go for the chase. And Virtus.pro, with the help of Shark, maybe
Empty Dreams, that's the best kill you can find. Can you actually get the kill? Xenon goes down, trying to save Empty Dreams. They know how farmed he is, but the fact that you're able to kill that strongest carry on the map, and you're close to the mid boss, could be an attempt here for BP if they want to go for it. If they might, opportunity just, do you want to just steal camps, or yeah, they're going to go for the mid boss here. Zania's low. You do have Lash ult and Yamato ult, so there could be an opportunity to get a cheeky contest out, but it's a risky one for one win team. They're going to just bebop Laser from the height. It's kind of a sick angle to Laser, making it awkward, but you can just LOS that Laser. I think it looks more threatening than it really is here.
Oh, shot transformation's up, Jake. They can go for the steal here for one win.
Parry's available. Still grab the last hit for Yamato. Will you get the cleanup kills now, VP? They're so much stronger in this fight. So many more players alive. Cube deployed. It's keeping AB out for the moment. Looks like he's going to be the one who is going to get focus fired down. I think that's a worthwhile steal for one win team. It cost them 2 players' lives. But still, grabbing the rejuve, denying that from VP, pretty important. And the hook in, hold on. This could be an even bigger pick off Zergy. Teleports out for the moment. The stun connection is there. Doesn't seem to be able to play his way out of this one. What a hook on the exit from overseas, really securing the advantage from that team fight.
I mean, with rejuice too, they're all going to be respawned back in. We could see a push on towards another Walker. The mid Walker already down. It's about half HP. And one win just need that one more pickup here for the next flick slot to be opened up. And again, that threat of these hooks coming through, not to mention the paradoxical swaps. And you have to watch out for flammable. It's honestly a triple threat of initiates for one win here. And Virtus.pro have to be so careful about how they approach these fights. I don't even know if you really can feel confident enough to approach them right now. Because Zergy, I mean, he's fed. He's at 21k. But he's not quite fed to the same extent that ABL was last game on the Wraith.
Yeah, and even as strong as you get on Wraith, like, if you're getting Lash ulted into a death zone, like, you don't have the ability to survive a fight like that. Nice crack shot attempt here from Overseas. Little cheeky hook angle. See if he can get something in. Lash as well, hiding from above. Do they see him coming? Big ulti, 4-man connection. Dumps everyone into the mid, and the follow-up, he's going to be there. Big death slam. So far, no kills just yet, though. Sharik dancing out of this, staying alive, has the ulti to sustain, and a huge connection from Lash. Now they turn their focus fire onto that mid Walker. Many players low on both sides, though, so despite how insane that initial engagement was, this still could be a problem. Health swap comes in from the guys who turns the fight around. VP fighting this one out incredibly well, dropping a few of those rejuves. 2 down on each side. One win team with a much faster respawns. Empty Dreams relatively low, but the rest of the squad is here. Michaelis and Zergy incredibly powerful, looking to come in and get these cleanups right now. Overseas continuing to fight it out, stabilizing for the moment, but Empty Dreams is going to fall, and Michaelis still on the case, still chasing them down. Zergy has ulti online in a second if they can actually connect onto this bebop, and looks like doesn't read just for the moment where that Viscus ran off to. What a fight.
The death slam was so good in theory, but the hardest part about that is that they got so much extra resistances because of having so many players at that Walker that when that death slam came through, they eventually got back under it and they just could not be killed off. They had the wombo, but they didn't have the combo part to it. They still get the Walker nonetheless. They get the extra flex slot, but they're still going to be behind in souls here by 6k.
That's a great point. I'm curious what this item is. It's going to be the Siphon Bullets for Raids. So it looks like the Raids have kind of been foregoing the Mercurial Magnum until a little bit later in the build. I mean, it makes sense in a way. Like, Siphon is a very greedy item. If you're getting kills with Siphon on, you're building stacks, you can kind of build up to an incredible level. By the way, shout out to the community. Thanks for all the Prime subs through the show. I've been seeing those guys flowing in. It really helps us allow to continue to run this community event. Of course, presented by Intel as well. They're another key part of this, but we couldn't do it without y'all, the community, as this next fight looked to be breaking off on the urn. But Paradox is not here. I mean, do you really want to fight without your Paradox? It's such a key initiator for these type of engagements.
He's here now. Teleported on over. And they're going to have the man advantage considering that Shark's going to be over in the left lane. He has to teleport over towards the right. But Virtus.pro has to be so careful. There's still a lot of big ultimates online here to deny this.
Yamato gets disabled. Has to be Cupid. Is incredibly low. Even with the ulti, is in trouble. Wraith ulti pulls Overseas out of his ultimate. Zergy is in on the back lines. Lash looking for some kind of a connection, but it looks like the one-man team getting slaughtered right now. Virtus.pro still very healthy on a lot of players. Michaelis now takes some of the ire of the one-man squad. They turn the focus fire to him, but it's Zergy who's profiting from that kind of a pressure. Execute comes in, snowballing now through the fight. Siphon Bullets continuing to connect here for the Shiv, who's really starting to get out of control. Overseas still a damage threat, but Zergy just unmolested through the entire fight, able to pump massive amounts of damage there. Dealt with the Overseas hyper beam from the high ground first. I like that choice with the ultimate, ensuring that the team doesn't have to fight under that massive threat.
I want to say there was a mistake there, and I think it was Zanya not positioned to cube ABL to get the turn in, as the urn has been picked up now out of Obi Kim to go for it, but ABL took so much damage before he got to do anything. He got cubed at about 200 HP. They had to then go, oh crap, we have to kind of somehow keep him alive or heal him up. And I think it was just a big downward spiral from there. I think it was just that one misplay potentially for Iwin that just cost him that fight and cost him now a 30k deficit.
And Arctic Blast, Vortex Web picked up. Those are some very powerful team fighting items now. Sharik and Obikim going to be really bogging down their opponents. This is going to make life very hard for Empty Dreams in particular. I think the Warden needs to get in there, needs to be fighting at close range. And if he's just caught in the bog, it's going to be real trouble, especially with somebody like Zergy bringing in that long range damage.
ABL's at 19k. He's too far behind on damage. It's all on Empty Dreams, and that's what I was worried about for this comp for one win. If you have ABL or Empty Dreams fall behind, you're not going to have the damage to get the kills that you need. They have to now really depend on the hooks or the swaps out of Xenon and overseas to facilitate any initial kills. Like Virtus.pro are just getting too far ahead, and hopefully for one win's sake, they can get a lot of the farm here in the jungle, because they're going to need it. The comeback mechanics is going to help quite a bit.
Oh, this is the dream for Ava. So much money. This is actually like one of the fastest farming areas in the game. If you're able to do all these boxes as fast as Ava can, it's like kind of ridiculous. Like better than the big camps by a lot, I think.
It should be like souls per second.
Yeah, like
ridiculous.
Not even considering the statue buffs. I mean, this is so like this is, you know, having Calico on your team is just unlocking farm that I feel like you would just never be using efficiently with another hero in the draft. He's got Fortitude now as well. He's just going to be running warp speed. This is ridiculous.
Again, I wish we had like a stat of like how many souls were gained from boxes, because I think you would see Calico players just consistently be at the top. And when you start to see those differences between teams, then you're starting to see like those little edges that pro players look to get.
Okay,
in all these
100%
games.
uptime. Cool. This is heinous. He could just do this all game.
Cooldown, man.
This is like it's kind of mesmerizing to watch, actually. Like low key, I'm down with this. This is a chill vibe. I guess while we have this moment to just chill and look at cats, we can also bring in Dan. How do you feel about this game? Thinking about that last team fight with how much impact Zergy in particular was able to have, Dan. Do you think there's a way back into this for one-man team?
Well, quickly, I'll just say, yeah, we should have some like lo-fi music playing whilst we're like following Ava. But yeah, it felt like, to be honest, Women were already just living on borrowed time due to the rejuice still previously, because honestly, like losing that fight, it was initially like a 30k deficit. After all is said and done, and I don't think, like we talked about the scaling issues as well. Empty Dreams was able to stay ahead, but nobody else that needs to be turning up into the late game is able to kind of get that momentum happening. And one way that you can maybe achieve that is by being able to continually force the other team to react to you. But that wasn't really, I think, there was not enough threat, and I think it's got a lot to do between like the Michaelis, Zuggy, Listic and Sharik just like having just these two like incredibly strong in your face brawlers, and then having just an insane amount of DPS in the backline you can't even get to. And the last like big team fight inflection point that we saw around the end on the left side of the map, you had a scenario where the great ult usage from VP and the positioning wasn't great for one win, and one win just got separated in the fight and just picked off one by one. And so it's just that to me was like the last big team fight that could have maybe gone better. If one win had better positioning, maybe there would have been a chance, but now it seems very hard to recover based just on the late game fortitude now.
They've got the Colossus on Yamato, which could help him maybe tank through some of those stun control threats, at least opening the team fight. We've seen him get kind of focus fired. He has been in a pretty rough spot, but maybe Colossus can be starting to shift that. The difficult urn turn in is pretty scary, especially with both walkers still available. I mean, this is an area of the map you don't really want to be spending a lot of time if you're a VP, even with a pretty significant, almost 30k soul lead. You still got to be a little bit respectful. And one minute are grouping. They are looking for the pick-off comeback situation.
I never heard a Meow be so terrifying. As Flavel immediately runs away, hearing Shark in close proximity. They're trying to keep that line, trying to keep that position, but while they're here, they're not farming. Upside is neither is Virtus.pro, but Virtus.pro are still sporting about a 30k lead, so they're not going to care too much. We do see the initial catch on the Michaelis. He gets locked down. No, he gets escaped.
That's huge.
Sorry for the binding word, but he's still going to be pushed on here by one win, knowing they have to take him down.
The goo ball's here, but there's not really follow-up, and he's getting lassoed now. Such a long duration lasso under the walker as well, in a lot of trouble. Does have that debuff remover, I think, to be able to get out of dodge for the moment. And he held a lot of aggro, and that's made a little bit of time, but they haven't really been able to damage the other players from VP. And Michaelis is back, full HP. The help of these heals is absolutely massive. Now we see Empty Dreams, though, on the Warden, able to really get in, trying to chase down, trying to finish up Holiday, who's just been too slippery, too tricky. Juking away for the moment. Should be finally getting this kill. Now has a bit of help from the squad, and a nice pull in onto Ivy, who instantly stone forms, able to stabilize for the moment. First kill on a D-Mob, and it's overall a stable fight now. VP down one. They kind of want to keep forcing this issue with all the ultis that have been expended from one win team. And given the soul advantage, you feel pretty good about the ulti here. Zergy, though, started to pump damage now, and there's no ultis left to deal with Zergy. He's able to really start taking over in this team fight. The fact that the execute miss, though, it does reduce some of the threat from him, but yeah, it's Bebop forced to juke away in a difficult pattern. And this is where Zergy is really going to start heating up. With those two kills, do you go for the mid boss? Do you look to finish off walkers? Choices now for VP.
I mean, insane amount of space created by Zanya there. Like, forcing 3 people to focus him while he's in the goo ball in enemy territory. The downside is Virtus.pro, or not Virtus.pro, OneWin just couldn't confirm any kills off the space that he created because of the raw soul difference between these two teams. And Empty Dreams, I think he's just going to die here.
Warden in real trouble. Yeah, bursted down inside of the base. Overplaying his hand there significantly. I don't think he had any business being out there in the fight. And that's going to be a very solid opening to go grab that mid boss if you want it for VP. And I think they're going to want it. Calico, meanwhile, looking to intercept that urn. Could try and grab it away from Paradox. Does force the drop, and Paradox is now in trouble. Swap misses as well. Great grab and steal there. Awareness from Sharik to go contest that urn drop. Do you even want to try this urn? It looks like it's going to be mid boss as the priority. Makes a lot of sense, but I mean, MTG is down for 40. I think you get the urn done too.
The ABL has ult though. Strat transformation could be big. He already stole it once. Can he do it yet again here? Is he going to commit to it? Looks like he is just too far away.
Running
going to get
mid. The urn running back through the mid is hilarious. Michaelis going to try and chase that one down. Looks like, or rather, Calico. Sharik's the one who grabs it. You got a mid wave pushing in on you. It looks like Zergy's going to be the one to go deal with that. But one win team, I think without Warden, it's so risky to fight this. You're just looking for like a bebop hook, some kind of deep initiation. Roll, use, okay. Sharik's just going to back off. And I think VP are kind of happy to get a fight started. Zergy can kind of make his way over to this. Looks like it's not popping off too incredibly quickly. Calico forced the drop. He's going to use the ulti to stabilize for the moment. Yamato's still healthy. Has that Colossus. Could look to chase this down. Yeah, Colossus used. Staying on top of Sharik, who's dancing away well. Jumps up, trying to make it to a pad. Oh, falls back to the low ground. I think it's a mistake from Sharik. Yeah, gets cut down for his troubles. And Zergy as well is very low now, under the pressure. Withering fire coming in from this Wraith. Just licensing through everything. Warden can't quite get the kill. Does get it done in the end, but D-Mob and Michaelis are starting to heat up. It's Shiv. Needs to take over this game, and the front line is cracking from one win team. And oh no, the ABL disconnect on the crucial moment. Oh, that's so painful for one win team.
That's, yeah, probably one of the worst things that could happen. I don't know how long it was disconnected there, but again, realistically, with Flammable, Empty Dreams, Zanya all dead, would he be enough to turn this around with Michaelis and Listic still alive, both having ultimates still online? I'm not quite sure, but yeah, it is definitely a rough time for ABL. But honestly, it looks like we're going to be going to map 3 at this rate. Yeah, they might have an answer for Sharik there, but Zergy just survived for so long on his 39,000 souls up against the last stand of Empty Dreams. And then you still have 2 other power hitters with Listic and Michaelis still alive, ready to fight.
Shout out, by the way, to Millie Moogle in the chat. Dropped 5 gifted a couple minutes ago. Appreciate that. And I think you're right. I think, you know, honestly, Zergy is so far ahead of the game. One win team are forced to just dump everything onto him to try to deal with him. But that allows Listic and Michaelis to really step it up and to start to kind of clutch out these team fights. There's a lot of threats across the board on VP. And now with these rejuve respawns, it's looking like a really tough fight. ABL is also, by the way, like in a very awkward position in the back line. I don't know that VP know about that, but see if he comes into this fight, if he wants to take it. He is going to engage. He does have the ulti. Forced to pop it a little bit early. The stick is low, but the health swap could be devastating. Yeah, and ABL is incredibly low now. Health swapped in. Just 4v1 is impossible in this type of a game. And it's free reign on the map for Virtus.pro. They're going to be able to get mid walker, clear the bags. They're going to be able to do earn. They're just going to do everything all at once. And even Paradox could be under threat here. Ivy behind tower, but doesn't want to take the dive with the threat of overseas.
At least the earn reset in that fight, so it actually didn't get turned in. but it's going to be turned in now. Actually would have been even worse if Virtus.pro got the turn in, then it respawned, and they get a second turn off the back of that. Then again, I mean, 40k up. I don't think they need the extra, 7,000-8,000 souls anyways. With the way they've been playing this game.
4,300 HP Shiv. If he goes like Juggernaut, that would be so ridiculous right now. I'm curious what he's going to buy. And it should be maybe a patron drop here for 1-win team. Xenon could look to go for like a swap into the throne, though. You got to be a little bit cautious of that, especially now with Lash as well. There's a lot of counter initiation. Right now, Overseas just going to drop the laser, try to clear the base, but the knockdown being used, they bought the item ready. I haven't seen the knockdown built in weeks, but of course, a great answer to the Bebop threat. Cube forced out from Viscus, and yeah, but he is just not in a happy place right now. Swarmed by VP players. The blink in from Zergy, though, very aggressive moves. Could be taking a bit of a risk there. Has to fall back very hard to try and survive. Flash ulti big, forces people deep, very close to the throne in an awkward position to continue to fight from. But Michaelis is so incredibly tanky, barely touching his health bar in that. Patron being dropped right now by Zergy, just pumping damage. He's got that armor-piercing round, so you just cannot stand and deliver against this Wraith at the current farm he's at. And look at him, the trackball is on fire. He's deleting these players one by one, not allowing them to be healthy, even in their own base, in their own healing. The lifesteal is massive. His HP also 3,500, ridiculous. Patron dropping quickly, and Virtus.pro forcing decisive game 3, shutting down 1-win, getting their hands on the Wraith and the Shiv. Maybe something that cannot be allowed to happen in this meta.
So what was the big change between match 1 and match 2? I feel like it was pretty obvious. It was just Wraith. It was either ABL dominating on Wraith in match 1, or was Zergy doing the same here in match 2. A ridiculous showing out of both those two individual players in this game. But again, you hit that critical mass point for Virtus.pro. Once Zergy got so far ahead, once Michaelis and Lustig didn't really fall off, there's just too many threats to deal with for the 1-win side that they could not overpower them in time. They didn't have the damage. You do have to wonder if maybe they changed things up. Maybe they didn't have the Bebop and they had something else. Maybe they didn't have the Lash and they went with another damage dealer, or a more of a secure damage dealer. Could have things changed? Well, we're not going to be able to answer that question, but we at least will be able to see a third map between the two. And honestly, I don't know which way it's going to go here. I think Wraith might move up in priority even more now after the last showing.
Yeah, I wonder if the team that doesn't get first pick is going to be just first banning Wraith to not have to deal with it. But then, I think Shiv still very strong. I think Abrams can be a problem. I also got to shout out Empty Dreams. He got the pocket ban this game, but on the Warden was fantastic. Was like the sole hero for 1-win team. And although they lost, he was putting in work. He was able to deal with the Warden, or rather the Wraith, in some of those fights, able to pilot pretty immaculately there. Geist also top damaging for VP there. Pretty impressive. I didn't actually expect that with how much damage that Zergy was dealing in these fights. Geist looked amazing. I mean, it kind of makes me wonder why we haven't seen Geist last week at all, and or rather like just being super low prio in the last few games. So it makes sense to me. The Geist still looks amazing. I wonder if it will be, returning to pick priority, especially for a team like VP that has historically valued Geist really high.
I mean, it's also really good to deal with like a Yamato too, because you can drop her down extremely low health just with that soul exchange. Also, same for Warden. You can get him extremely low that you can put him in range to be killed. You're always that threat, but you always have to walk that fine line as a Geist in these games, that you have to keep your health low, but also know when you're about to be bursted down so you can go for that swap in time. And speaking of swaps, maybe it's time to swap back in our third person of Dan to break down this last game, because we're going to a map 3 here, Dan. And this one, I mean, I don't want to say it was just as one-sided as the first match, but it ended up being that way with Zergy.
Yeah, I think, the stuff we highlighted with the comp at the beginning just kind of played out that way, where you can see some parts of it working and just other parts of it just being a bit awkward, to get it all, being just, wait, what's the word? Copacetic? I don't know. It sounds like a smart word. But
it is a smart word.
But I think the interesting thing is that there were lots of options to prevent this from happening in the draft. If we think back to the draft order that we saw at a 1-win, they kind of put themselves in this position where they gave up a lot of high priority picks very early on and opted to go, first pick Paradox, and they didn't get Yamato until Yamato was literally the last option left, and already 4 or 5 picks has gone ahead of that, where they maybe could have picked up something, at least balancing it out by getting Calico instead, as opposed to giving up both the Wraith and the Calico. I feel like if the Wraith is going to be in the game and not banned, and it's not going to go their way, they need to at least also have the Calico. Because we obviously saw how impactful that could be, and just the lack of playmaking damage in particular, I think from 1-win really stymied their ability to get back in. Even if it was the case that I think between Empty Dreams and also some of the great hooks that we even saw there from Overseas, enabled them to like keep up in certain respects. That, you know, keeping up is not good enough. You know, you have to be able to like actually convert on advantages that you can get. But the problem is that VP's comp was just too strong. Just like, again, like having the insanely tanky heroes that were really brawly in your face, like we saw with like Shiv and the Calico, in addition to like having the guys come on like online a bit later, and then having the Wraith just like so much damage in the back. It's just too much. It's just too much. I think this is a build order loss if you know, for the RTS fans out there, or a draft loss. Makes more sense to say.
I think Dimov also looked great on the holiday, and OneWin team has been like ultra hyper prioritizing Paradox through the all day, and I mean they have been winning a lot. However, this was a game where it felt like, yeah, I mean the Paradox didn't look, it looked worse than the Holiday. Holiday was able to be like brawling deeper into these long engagements and looking effective when the numbers started dropping down a little bit lower. The lasso catches were also quite good and able to pull apart the team fights very nicely. I'm curious if that's another place you could maybe change something up for a one-man team. I don't think Paradox is bad by any stretch of the imagination, but they've been like first picking at every game, which is maybe giving up some of these strong picks to VP.
It's interesting too, because OneWin historically were a team that actually would just pick 3 playmakers one after the other if they could have. You know, that's something we used to see them doing all the time. So it's kind of an interesting departure from that trend, especially as it seems to be the case that that's actually why they might be losing here. Because if you think about it from an opportunity cost perspective, you know, if they're going to first pick Paradox, we should feel the impact of the first pick in the game. And if we aren't feeling it, then something very wrong is happening.
Yeah, and then why not just pick the Wraith then? At that point, we will definitely going to have that impact, that level of impact you're looking for in these games. I don't know what's going on within the draft order of OneWin. Obviously, what they've been doing is working in the past. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it now. But a switch up here would be ideal. And because they lost that map, they get choice at first pick. And I believe they're going to get first pick over to Virtus.pro like they did in the initial match, I would guess. Meaning that frees them up for 2 picks for themselves. But will Wraith be first pick by VP? Only one way to find out.
We'll have to see getting into that next game. Of course, Intel, by the way, guys, is putting on a giveaway for us here at Deadlock Fight Night. So make sure to go over to deadlockfightnight.com, throw your hat in the ring. We're giving away a very fancy CPU here for all of y'all's builds. Get those computers up to spec for Deadlock. So make sure to go over, throw your hat in the ring. It's free. You might as well give it a shot. Thanks to Intel for helping us put on the show, and for, of course, doing a giveaway for the lovely community members we have here. We're going to have to send things to a quick break. We're going to let the teams hit the showers, reset, think about what they want to do in this ultimate game 3. Jason, you don't have to make that weird. You don't have to. It wasn't weird. You made it weird
in this break.
You made it weird, but all right. We'll have to see after this quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys. Right back with our decisive game in Deadlock Fight Night number 26 money match presented by Intel.
Good job. They chose the hard way. No one is stopping me from getting what I want. I live for revenge.
I see you.
It's gonna blow! You get shiv! No, I don't think so. Seek.
They actually thought they had a chance.
Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Fight Night number 26, presented by Intel. We're here in the European money match. Virtus.pro trying to defend their championship crown up against one win team who won the first game of the series, but got kind of resoundingly beat down in game 2, giving up to Shiv and the Wraith. Looks to be a pretty big mistake that VP were happy to run with.
Yeah, and of course, you know, as we know, everyone out there watches Deadlock Fight Night on every Wednesday, because why wouldn't you be here? So it seems are the creators of the game, because they have dropped a patch on us mid-event. A 520 megabyte patch, if I'm not mistaken, with some changes in here, with some items that we've been discussing. I think we should maybe dive into a couple of these, Jake, because some of them are quite important.
Yeah, let's bring in ZP as well, our analyst for the series, to just talk this over. So first, the express shot nerf seems like mostly targeted Yamato. I don't know if I saw anybody else building express shot, frankly, like maybe, or I guess, it was also maybe used on the carbine too. But, you know, maybe it was maybe a little bit ridiculous, frankly, on Yamato and Paradox. So maybe taking those out. I wonder if it really gets built at all, though, because I just, like I said, I hadn't seen it much on other heroes.
I think this express shot change is actually going to change draft priority, because Yamato was getting picked relatively high in the draft, and the express shot build was the #1 build that was getting used. So express shot, I think the hesitancy here, it still could be good on Yamato, and still could be good overall, and you know, its general use is actually better for the non-ult fire heroes, but to happen mid-tournament, like in the middle of the day, maybe the last that we see of it here today. Also, Headhunter is really interesting because people were rushing Headhunter in lane as your first major item, in part because of the sustain that you were able to get on top of the damage, and both the sustain and the damage got hit. So it may change the Headhunter rushing that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, even siphon bullets as well. Yeah, you go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, we saw obviously Siphon Bullets get a slight tweak as well when it came to how quickly you can apply those stacks. Pair that with superior cooldown, and it applies even quicker. The fact is they reduce the amount of health you get from it per hit by 10, which is honestly quite significant. Not to mention they recently moved over from bullet resist to spirit resist. They dropped that on Siphon Bullets as well. So maybe there's a chance we don't see Siphon Bullets being picked up quite heavily in these games as well. But honestly, I wouldn't take too much of what you see in this next match into consideration, considering the pros have had, about 5 minutes to adapt to the patch.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they adjust their builds. I feel like the Siphon was being built maybe a little bit too much. Like almost everyone who used their gun at all was building Siphon as like pretty much the first of those 6K items when it comes to like the damage dealing, and the fact that it has like snowballing sustain and tankiness, and also does pretty massive damage in its own right, definitely problematic. So good to see the Siphon getting nerfed. I don't think these changes are really game defining, especially because Heal Nova didn't get nerfed, which, to be fair, honestly, to the devs, I did not realize Heal Nova was this busted until we saw one win coming today and buy 6 of them. That was a little bit absurd. And then now VP has followed right behind that. I wouldn't be shocked to see Heal Nova get touched maybe in another patch coming up. Wait for the NA
matches, Jake. That's for that. We're gonna have another patch.
Yeah, that's I hopefully not, but we'll have to see. In VP though, they're gonna have to figure out how to navigate this draft because like you said though, they've been forced into the first pick seat, which I don't think is the favorable seat right now. And another Mirage first ban. Interesting choice.
I'll be honest, I think you should ban the Wraith. I mean, look, there's a lot of other factors that have gone in to the series so far, but also the team that has had Wraith has won. And I don't think the Wraith was an insignificant part of that for either of the two teams. I think if you're one win here, regardless of what you're banning in turn, you make sure that one of your first 2 picks coming in here is going to be Wraith, and also not banning the Shiv. I mean, you can open up Shiv Wraith. I feel like to me,
Wraith ban comes in.
That's right. Okay,
now VP has to think, do you want Shiv or Abrams? I think that's probably the tougher choice. I think I'm leaning Shiv. But because if you don't take Shiv, you take Abrams, you give up Shiv Kelvin, which is scary.
Yeah.
But Abrams Kelvin also scary.
Just clarify one thing real quick. For a second, I was thinking one win had first pick, even though that was clearly stupid. So I think the first ban Wraith actually really smart. You don't deal with the Wraith, and that's good. However, they give up a lot of power here, Jason.
Whoa.
Abrams Shiv?
Abrams Shiv is a god start here. I think that's exactly what they should take. I think Abrams Shiv is insane.
That's gonna be quite dangerous for Virtus.pro. I mean, again, we talked about one win picking Paradox right off the bat in a lot of these games so far, and we kind of question like maybe you should be picking like Wraith, or maybe you should be picking like another hero. But with the Wraith ban coming through, we have finally seen a shift up, and they do go for the Abrams. But do they go for the Abrams Vindicta, Abrams Kelvin lane, or do they go for the Shiv as a second pick?
I think you take Abrams Shiv, because then VP's in a weird spot where it's like you have to take Kelvin just to deny it, because Abrams and Shiv with Kelvin, that's like too much, you know? But then you don't really have Kelvin synergy heroes for VP. really interesting to see how they're going to go about this draft, especially with Wraith banned.
So you need a monster.
Yeah, they do.
Like, I think VP has to take Kelvin, but they don't want to. It's like I guess you could take Kelvin Warden. That would probably be my draft here if I was VP. Is Kelvin Warden? Warden can maybe be the frontliner you need and can maybe synergize with the Kelvin a little.
They 100% need to take the Warden at a minimum, but I agree. I think like you can grab both here and it would be completely fine, especially given the fact that I think, with Wraith out of the picture, I think Warden's comparative value on the game goes up, and the fact that you think about the nerfs that came in, things like Yamato are a little bit weaker, and yeah, I mean, Warden's a little bit weaker relative to builds because Wardens were rushing Headhunter, but I think Warden will be fine even if he like changes up the build a little bit early on. So the Warden counter pick here is definitely the place to go. I think maybe without the patch, you would have seen like a Yamato potentially come in, if not the Shiv, but if not the Kelvin rather. But I think, okay, they leave the Kelvin open. I think if you're 1-win, this is the quickest Kelvin lock of your life.
Almost assuredly, right? I mean, 1-win has been a team historically that hasn't liked Kelvin that much compared to most teams, but this is too tempting, right? Like you have the two best frontliners in the game, I think it's fair to say right now. In Abrams and Shiv, they both are insane synergizing with Kelvin.
Yeah, but if they
seems
go
like
Kelvin,
a no-brainer.
They go Kelvin, you can ban Holiday, and then they have only a Bebop as a pick potential, which kind of like
but you could go Lash,
initiation.
right? You could grab like a Lash as another response.
Yeah, that's true.
What does 1-win team want to ban? I would think about banning like a Geist, maybe. It actually ended up being really strong for VP in the last game. Calico, that's another good point. Yeah. Wouldn't hate seeing the Cali ban.
Okay. Yeah, I think banning the Calico makes sense. Calico has been valued really heavily by both teams, and if you stop and think about it, you've already secured a really good front line for 1-win. You don't necessarily need to run the Calico yourself, but I think it is a guarantee that VP would have picked it if it were available. So yeah, the ban Calico was the proper call here, but VP also probably responds here with ban Holiday. You'd have to think.
You got my hopes up.
Yep, makes a lot of sense here. Just denying some of that initiative. I mean, with the front line you have on 1-win team, if you get lassoed into this, you are donezo. Like it is such a sick follow-up combo between the Abrams and the Kelvin.
For Virtus.pro.
Oh, I kind of like that. I like the idea of I think 1-win should steal it away because I like it so much. I think it's actually really good at potentially punishing these like heavy front lines from 1-win or from from 1-win. If 1-win steal the pocket for themselves, there it is,
bro.
They deny it from the other squad. This is so powerful.
Oh, my brain and predictions. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, you take it away. Also, pocket. Shiv is the only hero who can die to affliction. If you guys didn't know.
Oh yeah, because he dies to his passive. Yeah. I noticed that on Shiv. I was like, wait, I died to the pocket ult, and then.
So that would also be like a good counter to Shiv too, and also to Kelvin's Frozen Shelter. So I still steal away, and honestly, kind of digging 1-win. I just want to see like what's their range carry going to be. Like, is it going to be Infernus? Is it going to be 7? I wouldn't hate 7. You don't have to worry about Last Stand.
I don't mind this. I like 7 Kelvin. You like 7 ulti in the Kelvin dome. It's like welcome to hell.
I like the idea of 7. I am not sold on Furnace, even though I do think Infernus looks better when you don't have just the ridiculous comparison of a Wraith on the other side. Okay, so VP comes in.
I like the Viscous. I think this is actually a really good Viscous pick. I think that provides some potential counter to Pocket, because I believe that, well, I don't know if you're going to ever max cube now that I say that. It's maybe not realistic. But at least you can save people who get like Abrams pinned or you can save them from the execute from Shiv and try to turn the fighter out. I think.
Well, can you save it? Because execute goes through the cube unless that was changed.
Does it?
Yeah, it goes through cube.
Ooh.
I don't know if it's a bug or not, but it does go through cube.
Really? I'll be honest. I still don't love Bebop in this patch. I feel like the item change was really bad for Bebop, and even though 1-win has played well with Bebop in the past, I'll be honest, I look at the last game, I think Bebop was probably, in addition to letting the Wraith through, is probably one of the draft errors they had. I get that they want initiation and they feel like they need a source of it here, but the Bebop takes a little bit of the shine off the beginning of this draft for me. But the Sinclair, on the other hand, versus Warden, we didn't even get a chance to touch on that.
Didn't talk about him.
Yeah, that saves a lot, actually. I think Sinclair is really good. Yeah, overall, I think if the Bebop is actually just able to have good hooks, even if the Bebop fall off is bad, it's still not bad at all for 1-win here.
Yeah, I still think I maybe would have rather had something like a Lash, but, you know, not the end of the world. Bebop, definitely a comfort pick. 4-1 win team. And VP are going to bring out the GT. Okay.
Bro.
And
I don't like it.
I do think you're running out of options, though. Like, I don't think 7 is playable into Bebop in particular. Maybe that's part of the thought of the Bebop pick is that, like, you can't really play 7. You're just going to get hooked and you're going to get hooked to the low ground and then, like, stunned and nuked to death by everyone on 1-win team. And so GT can maybe be a little bit more evasive. The global presence could help in the early game.
Is this Gun Ivy Zergy or is this Lady Geist Zergy? Because that's
I don't think this. Surely this is not Gun Ivy, right?
It might be. There's a world where it is, and they go more supportive on the Viscous.
I think it's going to be Zergy Geist, and it's going to be Listic, Great Talon, Sharik on Warden, Michaelis on Paradox. But the thing is, I was literally watching Listic today on stream play Great Talon. He was complaining at how crap GT is at the moment. You can't play GT Spirit anymore. You got to play him Bullet GT, and he does do like decent damage. I've seen some builds Hoot's been rocking out, but the GT here, I don't know if I'm feeling it. You do have the safety. You do have a decent front line to protect you to just pummel out damage, but you have to hit like a certain critical threshold of farm to even get to that point.
I think that first 3 that 1-win have is like it's just too broken. I think if you get Abrams, Jim, Kevin, I feel like you almost already won. The back half of the draft, I don't like as much for 1-win team, but I love the pocket. I will say, like, sealing that away was great. It's a comfort pick for a 1-win team. I kind of like their odds coming into this. The chance to unseat our previous champions in Virtus.pro, 1-win team, want to take their rightful place, or so they would think, on top in Deadlock Fight Night number 26. But of course, it all has to be decided in the server draft. It helps. It sets you up. Sure, it matters. But you got to be able to execute. We've seen from 1-win team before in that opening challenger match how they snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. So it's anybody's game here coming into our ultimate match.
What I'll say this before I hand it off to you two as the game gets underway is that I feel like VP has given themselves like a pretty tough win condition here where there's a few things that they have to avoid. Number one is that they have to avoid just getting completely run over in the Shiv Kelvin lane, which we've seen be possible earlier in the day. So it's not impossible to do well against, but still very tough to deal with. And then on top of initiation-wise, they still have to get really good value out of the Paradox and Greytown when they're at their best, which is right after you hit 3K. Like, I think if you're going to get value in GT in this current game where he's considerably weaker relative to the last patch, you have to just be getting fantastic owl pressure in the beginning of the game where it's catching people off guard and really doing a lot. So to me, I think the 3K phase of the game is so important for VP to get ahead, because if it is even to 1-win team being slightly ahead, I think the front line of 1-win team is just going to be way too much for VP to deal with.
It's going to be Zergy on the Warden. We also have to see how the Great Talon fares. I think the Great Talon has been untouched for the last couple weeks since this patch came out. That's going to be the key question. It's a scary lane too. Going up against Bebop, getting hooked in is not what you want to have happen here on GT.
Can we just like quickly focus on the fact that Zergy's playing Warden? Because if I'm not mistaken, he's played 4 heroes in total in DFN history. I'm gonna just double check that really quickly. And Warden wasn't one of it.
Has he not played Warden? I played Warden.
He's played 6. Haze and Furnace, Ivy, Geist, 7, Wraith. He's never played Warden in DFN.
It doesn't shock me though, because Warden, I don't think it's that crazy, right? It is mostly just your, gun damage carry hero.
But he has a 100% win rate on Wraith with 13 games played. Sorry to interject there. That's insane.
Oh, big dive under tower, but overextension here. Looks like from Abrams getting shut down, chasing down the Ivy, couldn't get the finish. Obikim, 1 HP, trying to dance away. Xenon couldn't get the cleanup. And once he's able to reset with the healing right, that would be such a great start to the lane for the Ivy. Shriek kills Xenon as well. So, okay, VP taking over in that side lane. It's a nice start to them. If they can recover their HP, if they can maybe grab a Healing Nova, perhaps, that could be a really scary lane.
Healing Nova, huh?
That would be very innovative if they were to buy Healing Nova. That would be perfect for the situation.
Never seen that before. I wonder, I think they fixed that bug a long time ago where you could like buy Healing Nova, use it, sell it, buy it, and then you have the cooldown off cooldown again.
No, they should probably put that back in the game because Healing Nova's not that strong.
It's not innovative
right now,
enough,
so. Yeah, we need to up the innovation quotient here. And GT's saving. I'm curious what he's saving for.
I Ooh, actually, I'm trying to think. I want to think Cultist, actually.
Yeah, but you would still buy Monster, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm like unsure. Stoneform comes in. It's a little bit of a stun, forced to the back way. It's actually interesting to see that like the Sinclair Abrams lane is actually being forced to play a little bit defensive here, considering like they have a lot of power in lane, a lot of poke, and a lot of like kill potential.
Nice box run here from Ivy. She's able to steal a couple of those away. Come back now to help out on the Geist. Abrams chasing for this, but I don't think you can take that bite of your Abrams. Listic, though, meanwhile, in the mid lane, is getting caught. Empty Dreams gets that burst kill.
Almost playtime, boys and girls.
The London team are not backing down from the aggression. Even after taking a couple deaths in that right side lane, they're continuing to force the fight, and they're not really that far behind. Sharik, the one who's reaped some of the rewards in that lane.
And I'm still not familiar fully with all the items and how they look right now, but I'm trying to look really quickly what that item Bebop has.
I think it's just like the bullet resistance. Yeah, it's just like very boring item, just raw bullet resistance, which I guess makes him really harassment resistant in lane. Kind of surprised to see it go first, though, because there's not really any scaling potential from that.
You do gain weapon damage and bonus fire rate when you're above 65% health, though, with it. So
okay,
kind of feeds into the bullet build, the gun build. Bebop.
Yeah, so maybe just him being, he's like so confident in not taking damage, he's just willing to fight that. Still feels like against GT Viscous that you would get nuked for a while, but I guess okay, we've got the healing Nova on Pocket to ensure that the Bebop is lasering. Ultimate comes in there from Pocket. Yeah.
CP, you wanted to say something.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just gonna. Sorry, I was gonna say it's the reworked combat barrier, basically.
Yeah,
yeah, is where it's at. So obviously you don't have bullet shields anymore, but you still get the benefit effectively.
Big hook pulling in. Listic in big trouble right now. Hit by a Spirit Snare, but surely they have the follow up for this great talent. He's cubed, but he's in such an awkward spot. Looks too difficult. Oh, parry though. Hold on. The laser from over the top though, massive from overseas, dumping damage, clearing this wave. And they might be a very early mid Guardian takedown right now for one win team.
Zergy with the last stand on the left-hand side gets a kill onto ABL. Now the goo ball going to become rolling through, and honestly, Dima would probably just back away, trying to keep them away from the tower. Listic, uncharacteristically, I should say, just now getting his ultimate online. So obviously, Flammable still just about to get it as well. Another kill comes through on the right-hand side. Al going to be coming through as well to look for the kill on the Zanya, who's already low HP. He gets knocked by it, and he should be finished off here in just a second, but I'm assuming he had a health Nova to keep himself alive as he has returned back towards base, but that Guardian's going to take a lot of damage.
Bebop grabs the health buffs, going to be headed back toward mid. Yeah, that right side lane has really been the bane of one win team's existence. Sharik off to a very hot start in this game. Zergy, I believe, found a kill for himself, and it looks like he's rushing that cultist sack. Gonna get some of that snowball online a little bit early. I think Zergy is going to be a pretty key player this game. I think Warden, the ability to stand and deliver into like the Kelvin Dome, into Shiv and Abrams, that's a very tall order. But if he can manage, if Warden can be that force, I mean, we saw from Empty Dreams last game how a farmed Warden can be a massive threat, can be a playmaking beast, essentially. Cube is going to be the perfect answer there, keeping GT alive, denying any of the follow-up damage.
Oh,
Listic staying very aggressive despite being on super low HP, no swap available. And Ivy's diving deep under tower, wants to shut down this Abrams. Nice melees there coming in.
Help Nova though. Completely mitigates all that damage the melees did. Zani goes back and doesn't realize that they're still very healthy because of the health Nova. And they pick up another kill. VP is on a stampede in this game.
Yeah, great start in the early game. I think that's what they need with the draft that they've gone for. Don't want to let Shiv and Kelvin Abrams hit that critical mass. I'm also curious to see Listic, what he ends up building. But this Lady Geist has gone for a very heavy sustained build, and so she's able to be aggressive. Normally you see Geist, I feel like you get a kill off your swap, and then you have like a very weak couple of minutes, but this game it's been very different. I mean, Dimov is like ungodly tanky in the goo ball, though. Really no risk of that. But meanwhile, Listic just got dove and solo killed by Pocket. Okay. That could be another opportunity to clear this mid Guardian. Seems like a pretty difficult one to defend, especially with no goo ball. And Bebop just super aggroing.
Yeah, you can see the respect being given to it by D-Mob backing away. This is it's getting very tough for Virtus.pro, honestly. One win able to push down the mid lane. Guardian, that's the first Guardian of the game now done 7 minutes in. But more importantly, it's kind of been about Listic falling far behind. I mean, I talked before about how Great Talon I mean, before this patch was insanely strong. In patch, I mean, with the item rework, but has definitely fallen off. Used to be
Zania again in big
bin.
trouble. And this Abrams is getting absolutely slaughtered this game. I mean, that's a very bad start for Abrams, one of the best heroes of the patch, it seemed. The bird comes in from afar. Listic, despite getting punished in the mid lane, is able to have a little bit more impact on the side lanes. And this Guardian is going to be going down. So a trade of Guardians. Both teams have knocked one. And the Shift Kelvin lane has been relatively quiet. You know, they've been mostly defensive. They haven't cleared the Guardian just yet. Now they're putting a lot of pressure on with the help of a Bebop rotation. Warden doesn't have ulti. He's not too confident about taking this fight. Slowing Hex on Kelvin, but he just dashes away from that, no problem. And the beam over the top is pretty scary. You could swap him in though. Just a second.
I'm liking that slowing Hex though that Michaela's picked up, because it makes it so Zanya can't charge, makes it so ABL can't dash, and it really like limits the mobility. This is a big dive. Nice swap comes through.
Swap.
Oh, he actually stopped the execute with the exactly swap.
So insane, beautiful performance. It's not going to be quite enough though to really turn the fight around. Pretty sick play from Michaela S.
Who needs counterspell when you have paradoxical swap to save you from the execute?
Abrams, low, trying to juke out. Ivy, gonna get a big stun on them. Now with the help of Geist fighting in the small room, it's anybody's guess who's gonna be the stronger hero. Looks like Swap is available for, was that copied by Xenon? Zania starting to be in trouble here, trying to get healed up from that passive, but it's not that level just yet. And Ivy, so chaotic fighting here in the room. They're trying to bait each other. Listic comes in with the bird from afar that shuts down Xenon. It seems like they're gonna be cutting their losses here on VP, not wanting to continue to hard chase. Zania getting just a little bit too much heal over time, especially with that heal booster.
I mean, we're seeing a big trade, right? Like mid lane for Virtus.pro has been really weak, but their right hand lane has been very strong, punishing Zanya and Xenon over and over again. And the last thing comes through, and the binding word ABL. Don't think you're gonna survive this one. He will fall before he gets the melee off, and this might be Virtus.pro taking themselves another Guardian, getting their flex unlocked.
Yeah, it's just that, and Zergy really been farming on this side lane. Sinclair's showing up, but this is just harassment play. He's going to be teleporting out of that. Yeah, no intention to really hard commit. A lot of the Guardians have fallen. Sharik, though, has been the one holding it down, and not only holding his Guardian, but getting very farmed in the meantime. Mid Guardian, the last one standing for one win team, where they're continuing to keep the lane shoved. They don't want to allow VP to siege and turn around, especially in that mid lane. I mean, we've seen how impactful that can be. Buffs are up now. It's like a spirit buff. Abrams going to grab that. Not really the best spirit buff user, but I guess he does deny it away from GT. Beautiful swap, and is able to dodge the pin. Zania kites out of that, but is he caught by someone else? Someone on the high ground? Viscous, perhaps? Camping him in, and this should be enough. He's in big trouble, and gets rolled on by D-Mob just for good measure. And Zania is having the hardest game I have seen in weeks in DFN. He is getting just crushed in the early game. His farm is not terrible, but he's died like 5 times.
Yeah, that's the surprising part, is that his farm really isn't that terrible. I mean, he's actually ahead of a couple of different players on his team, only overshadowed by Empty Dreams and ABL. The urn has been picked up by Zergy. I'm assuming he's going to drop this off for someone, unless they want to rush in the skill point to get closer towards max out ability that he wants. A little bit of a dive coming onto Empty Dreams. That's a lot of damage being taken by Pocket here. He's been forced to retreat back towards his walker.
Oh, do they have the damage to finish off this Pocket? This would be a big kill. One that could potentially open up the first Guardian. And out of the frying pan, into the fire is Pocket. Ivy tanking the walker, taking huge damage there. But no one's there to punish, and Ivy looks like she might be able to just slip out and slink back to the rest of the squad. Even stealing some camps on her way out. So Ivy's doing like a mega greed run. Could be scary though. Interception path potentially available if you want to attempt it there.
Okay.
Deployed by Abrams, looking for a target though. And it's very awkward. Goes under tower, in big trouble. Huge connection now from Warden. He's killing off Sinclair first, not able to turn this fight around. Ulti has been already deployed. Huge value from this Warden ulti in the fight. VP though, a lot of their other teammates have dropped very low, and ABL is going to grab the urn. VP lost Sharik on the other side of the map. And so one-man team, despite that massive Warden ulti, seemed to do pretty decent in that engagement. A little bit scared to go for the turn-in though.
Pretty crazy that after all of that, it was only a 1-kill trade, and it wasn't even a trade in that fight. It was a trade somewhere else on the map. For one win to only lose 1 in that fight, I think they should be extremely happy for, because that last stand could have been insanely scary. But we are taking a look at the items really quick. We still have Cultist being picked up here for ABL. Also has Headhunter. It's not much changing in terms of him with items that we were maybe expecting with the patch change. Then again, maybe it's just you're going to see Headhunter stick around on the heroes that it's exceptionally good for.
And one team for the moment just holding on to that urn. I also think it's impressive that one team have still kept up that mid Guardian. And VP have snuck into a pretty decent soul lead. And while there's a bit of quiet time, maybe bring in ZP and think about how this early game has been breaking down thus far.
Yeah, I mean, so far I think your VP, you're pretty happy with how the early game has gone here. I still think from what we've seen, there's some questions in regards to like how good the talent is going to be, especially as the game goes on. But for one win, you were expecting at least keep things even here at the Bebop. It hasn't entirely been the case. And as you guys mentioned, I mean, your Abrams getting beaten up this bad in the early game is not great. Even though Zanya has like kept up reasonably in farm, it's a little bit tough because for one win, you know, I think right now your biggest saving grace is that ABL is good income allocation because the rest of your team struggling a little bit hard. And we'll see where it goes. But as I mentioned, the income allocation, ABL continue to get cleanup kills. So one win could put themselves in a spot here where they're a little bit down the aggregate, but ABL just becomes the raid boss. And as I say that, look, might be getting the paradox here as he moves up and over.
He doesn't have sack buff, and the execute fails. They're not able to get over the threshold. Michaela stays alive. That's a big kill, right? A shutdown on one of your most farm heroes. Empty Dreams is also having a pretty solid game on the pocket, but not really that frontline carry. Really a pick chosen more as a denial pick, but it's still working out really well for one-win team, showing that maybe the reports of Pocket's death have been greatly exaggerated. Still looks like a pretty effective hero, early game, mid game. And they get an urn turn in as well. It's kind of surprising one-win team can get that in, despite being down one. I guess the trade is finally that mid Guardian is going to be knocked. And Viscus is sitting on almost 5k souls, so definitely going to have some big buys coming up here next. Maybe a duration buff, maybe some healing items. Gambas have just respawned as well, so expect to see teams prioritize farming that. And Abrams, once again, in big trouble. Birds coming in. VP are going to take this fight. Zergy has already used the ulti. Trying to chase onto something. Wonder, not clear to me if this bird is going to get the connection. They are able to hit this Abrams, but maybe a little bit too deep for the follow-up. And the ults were kited there. Out of everyone. Kelvin, though, caught and finished off there. The goo ball couldn't be fully escaped.
Yeah, the out kind of separated Virtus.pro, or sorry, one win. The fight still continuing off the back of this. You can see that Opencam's trying to maintain position on the high ground, trying to push overseas out of this position as the size of Senate being used to just escape here out of Zanya. It looks like it will be a full retreat here out of one win. But you know, one big change we didn't really mention actually in the last patch is previous to that patch, they really nerfed hero bounties where they did the shop rework. They actually rebuffed it a little bit to make it so getting hero kills is actually worth a little bit more souls here, which is actually quite big. Especially for teams that are well behind or ahead, to be fair. Let's try to get the catch on to Xenon. That'd be a relatively easy kill coming in from Michaelis. And Virtus.pro still looking to pick up this urn and run it across the map once again.
Kind of some miscommunication there out of one team. Like, what is Xenon doing there? Like, he's just solo into 3 or 4 heroes. Like, no chance to take that fight at all. Warden gonna drop the urn, hit the shop. Quicksilver reload, Fleetfoot bots, just some quality of life items. I mean, I think these are actually some pretty key. This is a key moment for Warden where he can really start to put the pressure on the game a little bit more aggressively. He's got the fighting items that he needs. Listic goes down, drops a pretty fat bag. That's kind of a painful one to feed away to ABL, especially, who is kind of like your most important hero for a one-win team right now. Although Pocket is even more farmed, I think ABL's performance is going to be more key to the ability to actually man-fight into something like the Warden.
You know, we're talking about how Zanya was getting manhandled in the game. I mean, to be fair, Listic has as well for the most part when it came to late and still in this stage of the game. But I guess the difference is that there is still a 2k soul advantage for Listic. He still has, you know, a decent front line with Shark, Zergy, and Dimov all there. So he's going to be allowed to just to do a lot of damage from the back lines. Whereas Zanya, he kind of needs to be tanky to be able to sit in the front line. Luckily, he does have the healing out of Flammable. But that's kind of it. Maybe the threat of ABL will leave Zanya to not actually be focused on in these fights.
The urn doing its best to juke Ivy. Can you stay in the air next to the urn for long enough? Oh my god, is this urn actually impossible to grab? That's crazy.
Gotta let it move.
I'm gonna head home just a little bit. Listic playing the Rubes. Has kind of struggled so far. Looks like he's going pretty much just a gun build on Great Talon. Maybe just a way to kind of force it to work. If your spear nuking is not so strong right now, just, you know, gun. Shoot your gun, do damage to an enemy is good. A lot of players are not here in this fight, so as though The fight has started off well for 1-win team, getting Paradox quite low. VP have brought almost everyone to this fight. Zergy's going to be 1v2ing, trying to defend the Walker on the other side of the map. And the Urn delivered there. That's a win. So far, so good now for VP. They're able to defend the mid lane with the Bird. Bit of damage going down, though, for a 1-win team.
Zergy's trying to defend the Walker push on the right-hand lane, forces out the last stand. Michaelis joins in as well, so they do have a 2-on-2, but we can see Overseas is in quick pursuit here, trying to push down the lane with the zip line. I think they're still looking to take this Walker here, as they know the last stand's not there anymore. There's really no ultimates online. They might even go for the dive here on top of him.
Yeah, they hook him in. Big burst. Jesus. The follow-up of that Hex. Immaculate there by 1-win team. A lot of more reinforcements, though, have showed up for Virtus.pro. Although they don't have too many ultimates online, they have enough spam to clear the waves. Proves to be too risky to stay. And Xenia continuing to put pressure on this mid Guardian. Is solo, but has Chiv coming in for backup. Chasing into this room. You could do that, but always definitely a scary proposition against Abrams. Looks like the ulti to hard escape is going to be the choice for now. Just taking the reset.
And those slowing bullets out of Listic are so frustrating. You saw how slow Zanya was to just move at all. He does have melee life still. I wonder if he's going to go for life strike on top of this. Is ABL going to be controlled here? Gets cursed up. A very early investment on Curse. He's getting stunned up constantly. The Bird going to come through to stun him as well.
Oh, 4-man
Bird. That was a huge connection on the 4 players, but that's the Frozen Shelter coming through to try to heal them up as ABL tries to go for the executes.
Will it be enough? Warden's coming in. Zergy could be massive in this fight. 1-win team is low on every single player. 2 already down. Zergy into the fight now with the ultimate, chasing, camping into the back. Mikhails finds the 3rd pick off. And it seems like the rest of the 1-win team are going to be able to escape and lick their wounds, but 3 massive kills, huge team fight right next to the mid boss, of course, leads naturally into the objective. And VP win a decisive one, getting themselves a pretty significant advantage if they're able to secure this mid boss.
Look at Empty Dreams, though. He's pushing the base Guardian, so this is going to give them 2 flex slots because they already got the Walker. If he gets these as well, this is actually a pretty big pickup for 1-win, to be fair. And if they can defend the push with the Rejuve, they actually could come out ahead.
It's nice. I'm skeptical of flex slots in the current patch. I think they're not as broken as they used to be, but this Rejuve needs to be secured. This is crucial for Virtus.pro. They've got to be able to secure this. They got a lot of stuns to drop on it. Blasted attempted there, steal attempted by Overseas, but both of them get punished. That's kind of the worst case scenario. Failed to steal, lose 2 kills. So there's a real opportunity for VP to re-push out on the map. They got 30 seconds of a power play on top of the Rejuve to maybe take a Walker down, open up some flex slots of their own. But you can see, like, even like Listic, he's just not even using all his slots. He just doesn't really even value them that high.
Yeah, I think actually you're right. Like, rethinking about it, considering the flex slots are mostly used previously, since you were limited to like 4 spirit items, 4 vitality items, and 4 gun items, and gave you that extra spirit, etc. item that you wanted. So I think you're definitely right. If anything, at least it gives them a little bit of control in the right hand lane. There's like a lot. It opens up a lot. And
it does mean, like, if you do win a fight, the base is a little bit more exposed, right? You can kind of run it down that side lane a little bit harder.
And I mean, also, if you can somehow push the creeps into the base, you then start to control the waves in other lanes, because the minions will drop out earlier instead of later into the lane, if I'm not mistaken, because they'll get caught up. Or maybe the shrine. But I mean, I'm obviously
trying to bait the Overseas hook. He knows.
Here.
Nice read there from Ivy. Good awareness from Obakim. Doesn't get hooked into a compromising situation. Demon's rolling on Pocket, but I don't expect Pocket to be caught by that. That seems to be a bridge too far. Now VP have to decide, do they want to commit and push this Walker? Would they rather just back off? Ivy just passing through. He's a chill guy, just hanging out. Little survey of the map by Ivy.
Little lightning scroll action on top of the buildings. On the buildings, obviously. I mean, VP are trying to take control. They're looking for that first Walker, trying to pull 1-win in different directions, so they have the advantage they do have against Empty Dreams in the right-hand lane. But Empty Dreams has a lot of souls on his side, currently sitting at 29,000. Still relatively healthy, just above half, or just below half HP. He's been able to defend by himself, but he can't defend the left lane, which is just being overrun with a 3-man push out of VP.
Viscus is afflicted, so he's going to be pretty low. Does have the heal. They need to save Michaelis. Doesn't have cube for him. Just have to try and turn this around. Empty Dreams maybe has overextended this one just a little bit. Ultimate's almost online. Goo Boy incredibly close. Going to play his way out with the punch for the moment. Saving the cube as well. Michaelis, Listic, Demov all incredibly low across the map. 1-win team. But the trades now coming in 1 for 1, 2 for 1. And caught in with the Shiv is a scary spot to be, even for Warden. Doesn't have the ulti, really doesn't have the way to fight this one out. Trying to just play his way out of it. Juking, surviving for the moment. He's got a little bit of bleed on him. Surely the follow-up is going to be there. Zergy, no way he could get out of this. Kelvin's hunting him down, trying to chase. But the heal is there from the Ivy, and Zergy, I cannot believe he escaped that.
Was that a Vortex Web out of Obikim? Maybe I didn't actually see if Obikim has that item picked up, but it looked like there was a Vortex Web.
He does, yeah, he has a Vortex Web.
Okay, so that actually helped him escape right there quite desperately, considering it pulled them away from trying to get on the high ground. A last-second save, phenomenal job by Obikim. And, of course, Zergy escaping that one. But
Vortex Web Ivy's pretty sick, actually, right? Like pulling people in for your stun. And then there's like something like the follow-up from the bird or the roll or just Warden's damage. Kind of an interesting pickup here. I kind of like it in this setup. There's a lot of like bog ground damage here from VP, whether it's the Ivy, whether it's the Warden or the Spirit Snare, the KLS with the Pulse Grenade. There's a lot of like annoying crap that's going to be on the ground. And so as tanky and annoying as this one-man team is with their heavy front line, fighting into the bog could be a little bit scary.
See, has Zanya been able to bounce back? 21,000. He's able to get ahead of Overseas, Xenon, and Flambeau. But for
he's
one
okay, but he's not where he would want to be. He's kind of middle to low on the game, where I think Abrams does want to be ahead. I think it is forcing him as well on Xenia to build a little bit more utility. Harder to build like gun damage when you're behind like this. And Ivy's going in for a pretty heavy spirit damage build here. Curious to see if he goes rapid recharge. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have that item with how good the first skill is on Ivy.
Well, for M1 win, a lot of their souls are invested in AB on Empty Dreams. So if you can get an initial catch or kill onto any of those two players, it is going to be horrible for Owen. The fight's not going to work out unless maybe Empty Dreams gets a massive affliction off onto all 6 players. And that's all they really need, I think, for VP is just that one kill onto one of their 2 carries. The problem is there's a lot of support to help them stay alive. You've got the Bebop to pull them away. You got the healing and the Frozen Shelter out of Flammable on the Kelvin. I mean, even Xenon can Hex on top of you to keep you alive if anyone dives you. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Oh, great talent. Misses the jump, but does make it on the second attempt. And now it's Abrams who's in trouble. Trying to TP out, but the swap misses, it looks like, so they're not going to be able to stop him from TPing out. We got the debuff remover as well.
He's going back.
Gonna teleport back in, trying to re-engage. That's a little bit crazy, no? Thinking about it as though VP is kind of continuing on that fight. Phantom Strike picked up now for D-Mob. It's going to enable him to potentially break that overseas laser with the goo ball.
That's pretty big, actually. Cooldown reduction for his cube. Oh, no. Oh, wait, what?
Another miss on the pin. Tough spot to be now for Abrams, getting absolutely swarmed, surrounded, hit from all sides. The roll, and no help is forthwith. One-win team get the nice... or rather, Virtus.pro get the nice opener onto one-win team, and that's going to be an opportunity to pick up the urn and look for a turn-in as well. This is sort of what they've been forcing now for a few minutes, is finding a pick-off, turning it into a power play. One-win team have not been able to really execute on the vision of the draft with like Shiv and Abrams and Pocket frontlining with help of Kelvin. It's felt awkward for them to initiate these team fights, and that comes back to the one big advantage in the draft for VP is getting the Paradox and banning the Holiday.
Wait, did they miss time mid-boss?
Yeah, it looks like so. I don't think there's any reason to be down here with the whole team.
I was like, did we miss time?
Maybe they had like 1 minute off.
It's that awkward moment where, like, if you're the person timing it for your team's just like, what the hell's going on?
They're pre-meleeing it. They think it is like spawning right now and is not spawning for 30 seconds. Like, this is, I think they were off by 1 minute or something, and they thought maybe we're off by 30 seconds. But Veilwalker for Bebop, looking to maybe grab someone, pull them out of this rotation. Could be the opening that you need for one-win team. You're at full strength here. Everyone's online. Swap has missed as well for Paradox. Kelvin and Shiv are not here though, so yeah, you are just giving up the urn with the cube, guaranteeing that. By D-Mob. And D-Mob's looking for more. He's flying in, rolling in with Phantom Strike, trying to connect, and Overseas gets punished. There's the mid-boss spawning. Perfect timing by production. They're flexing on them, letting them know they had the perfect timing with the picture-in-picture.
Might want to get back to the crew.
Maybe it gets mid-walker though, so again, another flex slot opened up. They have actually all their flex slots open, but are they gonna have the souls to spend it on is gonna be another question. And VP, I feel like you can just kind of force the fight here. What's realistically gonna steal it away? I mean, Zanya is squishy as paper, so is Xenon. Empty Dreams is dead. That's one of their big carries. Like, Virtus.pro should easily be able to take this.
I think you might need to attempt this for one-win team. It's so scary. You're right. I don't even know if Xenia has Tanya has max ult. He'd need it to get the unstoppable to be able to leverage this. They're going to go for it, though. Looks like they're setting up, surrounding, bringing everyone, making this fight happen. Spirit Snare, though, crucially punishes them, and they're fighting now inside the dome against the threat from Zergy is massive here. You cannot stand toe-to-toe with him. The last hit, so crucial. Parrying, but the connection, one-win team. They get the last hit. It's going to take an entire team wipe to accomplish it. Very, very expensive fight, but the rejuve does mean mitigate some of that massive push threat the VP would have loved to visit on the base, but a 6-man team wipe, I don't know if that's worth it, Jason. That's very expensive.
I gotta respect the well played though out of Michaelis. I mean, one win, if you guys don't remember, used to spam well played every time they did something well or caught an enemy off guard. I mean, yeah, you steal away the rejuvenator, but they get the kills on you, and they're gonna be able to push the base as well, taking down the second walker, freeing up another flex stop for themselves. Spellslinger headshot picked up here for Zergy. He's starting to hit some like really critical mass. 37,000 souls.
Seriously, he's really
respawning back in.
Playing for the spear damage. Like his ulti, like I really love this build this game that he's investing into the lightning scroll and the Spellslinger, because it makes him really powerful at actually fighting into the Kelvin Dome, into the Shiv, like these heavy sustained characters like you know, Shiv and Abrams with Kelvin. He can deal with that. He can continue to just pump damage, pump skills on them one after another. Cursed by Michaelis onto the Bebop, denies some of the follow-up. It's going to allow him to escape from that fight. Remember, one of the team still had 3 rejuves here. Shiv, though, God, he does not have a rejuve. But the debuff remover is enough to slip him out with the help of the Warp Stone. He's going to be happy about that one, just able to survive and take the reset.
Demo is just a menace, like Warp Stoning on people for the double stuns. He just needs to learn how to channel that Goomba Stomp that we had in the last game.
He's got max cube, too. He actually did max cube. Going for the counter to Pocket, actually able to cleanse off the ultimate, I believe. I mean, debuff remover doesn't work on ultimates, but I didn't see anything in the patch notes about the cube no longer working on it. And that's a very low cooldown, too, in this build. So he's going to have a lot of cubes in these team fights. It's going to be a little bit scary for one-win team to be committing to finish kills.
I wonder if like our VP actually gonna like, I think is their other lanes are pushing against them, and again with that right lane Guardians already being taken out at the base, they definitely can't leave that free.
Buffs in 30. Spellbaker being grabbed by Pocket. I don't think we've seen that. I don't think I've seen that one Bill yet.
I don't think we've seen it really in any of the games just yet.
Seems like one-win team are bringing all 6 players to this fight, and Zergy is not here. One of the key components for the VP squad. They could be finding themselves in a 6-on-5 engagement. Abrams opening with the ulti, maybe looking to set up for the unstoppable, trying to get that buff off. Isn't going to be able to grab it for the moment, and the ball is absolutely crunching them there in the high ground. Zergy is teleported over, coming into this engagement as well. First kill, though, already found by ABL, is getting the reset on the ulti. Zergy is here, though, ready to fight at full power. Swap comes in, nuking down Zendia, mitigating his potential to continue into the fight. Zergy ulting, chasing them all down. They're running for the hills. They're trying to outlast this Warden ulti, but can they? Everyone's so low on one-win team. Zergy has to fight this one out pretty much solo. He's dropping low, but so are the threats on one-win team. This is the real one, the biggest challenge of them all. ABL coming to take the test. They do get that cage lockdown on him. It's going to delay for the moment. I think they're wise to back out of this with those rejuve respawns overseas already going to be up into that next team fight.
This is the hardest part for like Zergy on the Warden, is that like, yeah, you might be like really fed, you might have a lot of damage, but if you're fighting in like different levels of verticality, your ultimate's not really going to connect onto different people. If there's buildings to play in, they can hide from the majority of your damage. You need to fight more of like in an open area, more flat ground to make these last stands do the damage, especially if you've invested so heavily into it with the lightning scroll attached to it and the cooldown. I mean, he still has a lot of gun damage, let's be fair, but the big part of his kit right now is going to be that ultimate, and if they can avoid most of that damage, then it's not really going to amount to much.
The comeback earn is really nice as well for one-win team. They're starting to close the gap on that soul deficit. The rejuve finally expired. There's a moment here where you can kind of keep the fight going. Boundless now for Empty Dreams. Okay, the Pocket is, we can't ignore this. This Pocket is getting to a ridiculous power level, and Curse now picked up by Overseas as well. So the pickoff threat, the team fight damage threat, both of them have been heavily amplified with these 6K items now coming on board for one-win team. Zergy's gonna have his work cut out for him, especially with a Curse, right? Like no matter how farmed you are, getting Cursed, getting full focused on is a huge problem.
A Siphon Bolt's gonna be, even with his recent changes in the last, what, half an hour, So it'd be pretty strong for him at this point, get him extra tanky in these fights. 45,000 souls. I mean, you look at the other side. If he catches overseas flammable Xenon Zanya, like those are going to be some guaranteed kills. But Xenon, speaking of, gets caught out here. And that was honestly a big player they needed, because that ultimate out of him, if he could steal away that last stand, would be doing some serious work. And Obikin picking up Lightning Scroll now. I thought he had it. Oh, no, he had Vortex Web earlier. Now he has Lightning Scroll. Oh, God. You're just going to get stunned.
Zergy has Lightning Scroll too. So the Bog is getting really scary. The amount of stuns and controls that these skills are going to be able to provide. The D push as well. It's going to be very awkward to, like, they're so good at clearing waves on VP without really committing their bodies to it. One win team, I don't think they have that level. It's like Pocket can kind of do that level of wave clear, but no one else is that solid at it. Curse onto the Kelvin, trying to shut him down. They kill him, but he does get the ulti off, so delaying for a moment. Big connection from the Pocket ulti. Empty Dreams wants to take this fight despite being down 2. Cube looks like purge one of those afflictions off. Zergy looking for more, trying to catch. Is that a knockdown? Oh no, Pocket just barely jumped off in time. Very close to getting knocked off the zip. And the mid boss has spawned. Perfect timing.
Without flammable up, I don't think you can really even contest this for one win. Like, how realistically, you have to send too many bodies in there to hope for another steal. What the respawn time is, what they're currently at. If you don't get that steal, you're looking at a loss. Like, you're looking at your base being ripped to shreds.
Yeah, this is looking devastating. D-Mob, though, getting assaulted, in some trouble on the high ground, forced into a roll, but I guess he's not too mad about that. He does have the Arctic Blast online as well, so has a lot of CC connections. Going to be an attempted steal here, potentially from one win. The Shiv poking his head in, trying to show some kind of presence, show some kind of a threat. The execute for ABL is good onto D-Mob. Overplayed his hand. Now Abrams in over the top with the ulti, trying to get in, trying to get this last hit. The pin, not quite enough to get the connection, and he just barely comes back with a long-range melee. Abrams! Once again, one win team snatch away the rejuve. VP not quite as strong as they were the last time this happened. Big affliction there comes in from Empty Dreams, but he gets instantly nuked down, finished off. Mikhail S gets that last hit secured. And Zergy, despite the affliction, continuing to fight on. Looks like he didn't get afflicted, and Shiv in trouble. And so, okay, another time it might be a big cleanup. The bird secures it from Listic. But I cannot believe Zania got that last hit. I mean, all the VP members were waiting around the region for so long. It seemed like maybe they were all parrying. No one was going for the finish. Just too much chaos in that moment.
There was 2 players sitting on the rejuve that weren't stunned. Were they both parrying? I don't understand how he actually pulls that off. Maybe we can get a replay of it, or we'll see it in the highlights. But that still should never have happened. And it keeps one win alive. I talked about, like, the upside is you steal away the rejuve, downside you could potentially lose the map here. And they might even be able to get a catch on the Listic, who's just trying to run away for his dear life.
Yeah, catching Listic pretty important. Spear Snare going to be just too hard to punish on this Kelvin.
So I got a replay. I'm going to get in here and say what it was. On the replay, it was hard to catch in the moment. It was the Rabbit Hex. Xenon landed a perfect Rabbit Hex, which gave Zanya just enough time to come in and actually get the Rejuvenator, is what happened. So Xenon was the hero there. It was all Sinclair timing.
Zergy's been scouted there in the high ground. Still a scary spot to be. Xenon finds Listic. Zergy, though, does have that ulti if he wants to fight. Down 2, though, feels like a difficult moment. D-Mob's rolling in from the flank, though. They're going to go for this. Zergy coming in with the ulti as well. They're trying to escape this lightning scroll onto the Kelvin. The debuff remover, perfect in the moment. Stabilize him, gets him potentially out, but he's trapped. Looks like in his own dome here. Perfect timing. Drops the dome just in the moment to get out, to slip away. One team, despite being up, players are on the retreat right now. Will it last forever? Kelvin may have just slipped the net.
With the Urn turn in here, that's going to help out quite a bit. I mean, they were looking really worse for wear here, but these, like, back-to-back turn-ins now with the rejuve steals is keeping them in the game as they're actually on the hunt here. Zanya just teleporting between the right and the left-hand lane, waiting for his team to actually regroup in, and they're going to be here in just a few seconds. Oh my God, please don't die, Zanya. After a great steal, you don't want to have a blunder of a play.
I think it's nice. Keeping back in, the rest of the team's here. But VP wants this fight. They don't have that many ultimates. But Zergy, the cooldown reduction is massive. He already almost has that ultimate up again. I wonder if one win team are going to be ready for him to be able to turn the fight around as quickly. ABL threatening a flank initiate. Pocket has all the tools he needs as well. Silencer making it very awkward here for Pocket. Doesn't TP out with the cloak. And Zania forced into a pretty defensive use of that Abrams ult, falling back. Zergy now coming in with the ulti himself, trying to find some connections, trying to catch off and finish some of these last players. The roll absolutely camping on ABL, a tragic place to be caught by the Viscous. And VP have not backed down whatsoever. They've continued to hold on to this last standing walker. They've continued to take these fights time and time again. And so far, the one-man team, despite these big rejuve steals, they haven't been able to crack the code and win some of those external team fights.
Credit to Mikhail Essler, though. You saw, obviously, the stuns coming out of D-Mob, but he gets to swap onto ABL to pull him back into the team to confirm that kill. I'm actually wondering, like, where are the rescue beams at for one win? I know I saw Zanya have...
That's a good point. Rescue beam would be nice here.
Yeah, because like when ABL gets caught in enemy territory, gets locked down by Binding Word, he's just not going to go anywhere. He's not going to be able to get away.
Flammable's the one who would build it. Does he have a rescue beam on Flammable? It's kind of surprising if he didn't have it.
No, I don't think they have any.
It's a big item.
We have one in Obikin, but not for one win, I think.
The Vortex Web, just barely not enough to catch Enya, who maybe has slipped the net here. Although the rest of the team is there. They're pulling him down. He goes for the counter pin, but gets stunned now, and so many players swarming over him with the curse. He's so tanky on this Abrams, ridiculously tanky. The fact that 5 heroes are shooting him there for a few seconds and he doesn't go down that quick is pretty wild. He is building towards a pretty insane late game potential threat. But finally, VP have waves pushing on the other side of the map. They have a pretty solid, still a 30k soul lead, despite all the chaos that one man has injected into this match. And they're going to try and push for some base guardians.
A shark on like almost 7,000 souls too. A hook comes through back into the throne.
Curse, there's new roofs here that I guarantee no one has seen yet because these players have not been to a base yet. The little high grounds above the near the patron. The roll from D-Mob made a lot of space. Ultimate from Zergy covering the retreat. Stolen ulti though, but Flammable, or Xenon rather, you cannot come into this. Way too deadly, way too much threat now being put out from the Warden. 2 kills. 1 shrine down, but VP low on a lot of players. It's a scary moment for them. Continuing to push would be very risky. And ABL knows it. He knows they want to back off. He does get swapped, forced to full kite, needs a lot of those healing Novas. Seems like both teams are all right with just taking the reset, but VP got a nice bite out of the apple there on one-man team. And this time, they've timed the mid-boss perfectly. They're here. Still 60 seconds on Xenon. So you're not going to have to deal with the Rabbit Hex. You're not going to deal with Abrams. These are your 2 best rejuve stealers, and you don't have either of them. Empty Dreams is thinking about doing something tricky here, but it's so difficult.
I feel like there was a lightning scroll stun on the Xenon to prevent the last 10 from coming out too. But here we go. A 3rd time in a row. Can one win potentially still rejuve for the 3rd time in this match? Is going to be going back in for it once again. The Vortex Web pulls them through, but Zergy's going to be able to lock it down, and that Vortex Web's going to be doing work. It doesn't matter if you have a frozen shelter when you're trapped in the Spider's Web. And Virtus.pro are finally going to get the break they needed here in a clean take on rejuve, and most likely the game.
Zergy just pumping damage now, has the chase down, and you're right, this should just be the game. Everyone surviving for VP, and those low health bars, don't worry, the heal Novas are ready. Gonna continue to shove down this lane, and Zergy has really hit a power peak on Warden. Just looks untouchable in the last couple team fights. No one has been able to challenge him. Crushing fist up for Xenon, but it's a 2v6 with a massive soul deficit to boot. There's going to be a copy immediately used on Warden if you want to go for that Warden ultimate. I'm not convinced Xenon can really stand toe-to-toe with the full power of Virtus.pro. They're going to drop this first layer patron. The question is, do they stick around or do they back off to run urns? So 30 seconds on ABL, 30 seconds on Empty Dreams. I think VP can do this.
You do it. Yeah, you don't back away from this one. You're going to have ultimates coming online as well. You have the power of Listic from behind. You have the last tank coming through on top of this. I don't know what you're going to really do with this as you go in, Zanya, but you have to try to hold on as the patron is falling down below 50% HP, and it's continuing to fall one by one as finally Virtus.pro should be able to close this out. The frozen shelter comes in, but realistically, what are they going to do? The respawns ABL 2 seconds time. Maybe actually come in and get the executes, but you're going to focus the patron down, and Virtus.pro will just barely hold on, defend their throne once again here, this time up against one win, and they take it in 3.
Zergy puts a new feather in his cap there. Great performance on the Warden. The rest of VP immaculately team fighting around that. And the fact that they're able to make this defense of their throne is pretty impressive for me, given how strong one-win team looked in game 1 of the series. I was a little bit worried about VP. I thought maybe I had overrated them. Maybe I had thought that they were more untouchable than they really were. But they came in there in games 2, games 3, look super solid, great performances across the board. I'm thinking about as well, the Viscous was particularly great there for VP. They were able to grab the Paradox and the Viscous, and both were able to be key playmakers in this game, making it really difficult. Xenia got the Abrams, got maybe the hero of the patch, but got absolutely destroyed in lane and could never quite hit that power peak. Abrams is a hero that would love to be ahead of the game, would love to be snowballing it, and he was kind of always playing from a little bit behind as incredible rejuve steals though from OneWin to like make this game go as long as it did. I mean, if VP gets any of those rejuves, maybe they could have ended the game quite a bit earlier. So OneWin team, great playmaking, great individual skill to be able to hang on that long by the skin of their teeth.
And credit to Listic too, because he got destroyed in lane, getting hooked constantly time and time again, but he did come back to be a big powerhouse damage dealer for the team, sitting at about like 45-ish thousand souls. Really put in the damage, especially towards the end there. But yeah, I completely agree. If Virtus.pro doesn't get 2 of those rejuves stolen, it probably would have been over quicker, but credit to OneWin to hold on as long as they possibly did. And credit to our third man here on the desk to hold on as long as he has been to get his thoughts on this game, because honestly, that was a hell of a match for ZP.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really back and forth. And I think the one thing you saw here is that even though it went against them, I really do think OneWin as a team, their fundamental play has gone way, way better over time. I mean, some of the steals they were able to do there were very tough situations and yet perfectly timed all the while. I will say, in terms of late game scaling, you know, while there's kind of some doubts about, oh, you're running the great talent isn't all that great, and you know, I think you could still argue whether or not the great talent was really worthwhile, even though Listic did have that just one absolutely ridiculous owl in the mid game. I don't know. As I look at this, I still think I'm not 100% believer in Bebop in the current time. I think, like, you look at the rest of the scaling, there were points where ABL and Empty Dreams especially were way, way ahead of the game for OneWin, but overall team-wise, the team power was lacking, and I think unless Bebop just gets the most ridiculous amount of hooks over the course of the game, you'll probably wonder, is like, man, maybe we should have gone somewhere else, which, if you think back to the very beginning of the draft, the fact is that VP decided initiation is king. They early picked Paradox, and value-wise, OneWin says, we don't need the value of the holiday. And I do look back and wonder, as good as things like, say, Shiv and Abrams may be, is there a problem if you don't grab a holiday early in the draft in that sort of situation? I think the answer may be yes.
I think it's a great point. I think we've seen a lot of teams struggle with the lack of a true initiator. Bebop just isn't the same type of hero as the Paradox, as the holidays. They're so much more consistent. I mean, Bebop's a little bit more of like that low percentage, high reward hook, but you don't have that, like, we've opened with a stun, we've got a setup on them, now bring them in and pull them out of position. Bebop, it just feels that also your hero individually is pretty vulnerable, right? Like, you're a little bit scared to put yourself on the line and really take that fight. You don't really have survivability skills the way Holiday can play her way out of things. Paradox has the time wall to kind of be tricky, and you know, can kind of bog people down with the time grenade as well. So I think you're right about that, CP. That is pretty high prio. I'm still very impressed that VP were able to get it over the line against Shiv, Abrams, Kelvin. I think that combo looked devastating, but we got to give a lot of props to Zergy, who, when we look at the stat screen, had one of the craziest stat screens we have maybe ever seen in DFN history.
Yeah, I mean, look, and this is also, I mean, okay, it's on Warden. There's a little bit of inflation here. Like, anytime you look at Warden, kind of similar to like some of the old pocket metas, you're doing a little bit more damage. Like, you're stat padding a bit the way Last Stand works. But regardless, Zergy still had an enormous impact on the game that, you know, you can't just attribute the stat padding at the very end. I think Warden right now has definitely been one of the biggest beneficiaries of the item changes. I think you could build him to be generally not only stronger in the late game, but you get to the late game in a more concrete way. And this is, don't forget too, this is against a Sinclair, where Xenon wasn't actually able to get a ton of great audience participations off to, you know, punish VP for going with the early Warden pick. So yeah, Warden is back. And also, I think right now Warden's power also goes up pretty dramatically when you don't have a Wraith in the game. The fact is that Wraith is kind of like the overpowering late game pick at the moment. And this was the only game of the series where Wraith wasn't available, because I think very wisely what OneWin did in the draft is that they realized we don't have first pick. We need to get rid of Wraith. We don't want Wraith to go over to VP. But they end up giving up the Warden, and Warden may be just as big of a pain at times when other power picks are off the table.
Warden has looked pretty amazing, but we're gonna have to look now. Up next is our MVP selection. So ZP, tell us who you went with here for our MVP.
Look, I think it's easy to kind of look at your carries and be like, it's a carry. But in this case, who is the glue behind the team in both maps of VP1? For me, it's Dimov. It's got to be Dimov, who is our intel player of the match.
Not the glue, the goo behind the squad.
Yeah, the gooey glue, as it were. And yes, exactly. And I mean, the setups that Dimov was getting were just really, really good. I mean, cubes that were on point. And there's also, you think back to that one goo ball in the doorway where I think Dimov, like, warp stoned in to the hallway. They just get like the most perfect goo ball bounce chain you could ever imagine. I mean, I don't know. D-Mob is a player that we praise a lot here in DFN, and there's good reason. Regardless of what role D-Mob is in, D-Mob still finds good opportunities. Even here in the Dynamo, in a game that VP was just getting their clock clean for most of it.
Yeah, I think even game one, he was very solid. Shows 3 different heroes throughout the series. Was massive on the Holiday. Like, in particular, Holiday game 2 was game-changing. A lot of these fights got very scrappy with both teams losing key players, both teams dropping numbers, and D-Mob was able to consistently, I think, play his way into the later stages of the fights, and that's where the Holiday can really shine beyond the lasso, just the potential playmaking, the threat. And then, of course, I love the decision in game 3 to max Cube after the splatter, right? Which I think is rarely seen. I almost always see people maxing the goo ball, second, maybe even the punch. But D-Mob really valued the threat that Cube has to deal with the pocket in the late game. So as farmed as Empty Dreams gets, no matter how farmed you get on pocket, in the end, you are kind of relying on your ultimate, right? You're relying on Affliction to be the heavy lifting for your damage. And if you can just save a key target from that with Cube, it's a game-changing situation for the late game.
That little play right there of just like getting the kill onto Xenon under the walker and getting there in time to cube up Mikhail so he doesn't die to the charge of Azania, plus the Healy Nova. I mean, the movement out of D-Mob, the decision making out of D-Mob, I still say to this day he is probably the most solid player on Virtus.pro squad, because I never see him have a bad game.
Yeah, big hero diversity, lots of spirit nuking builds here coming out across the board. Viscous, I mean, I'm gonna go to my pubs and play this Viscous build. This looks really sick. A lot of team play utility. You're still relying on, like, your team fight is still really powerful off of your ulti, but you also have pretty massive nuking potential and control for the late game, becoming this huge team fight threat, especially once you get that Arctic Blast and the Spirit Burn with the extra duration. Very, very challenging to be playing into this. So well played by D-Mob across the board. 3 impressive games back to back to back. Even the losing game looking solid.
Yeah, and I mean, look, a team like VP to continually win the way they have over the course of Deadlock. I mean, this is Deadlock Fight Night 26 here in Europe, and I believe well over half, likely more, have been won by VP. They have had their periods of downtime, but this is a team where they've kept the core together, you know, all the way since their Buff Enjoyers days, and they just get better and better. And you don't get that without having very, very reliable players. And look, D-Mob, the best of the best there, and you know, especially you're looking right now as be like, you know, after watching some Deadlock Fight Night, I want to get some Deadlock games in. Well, you might want to look at the Holiday and Viscous builds that are being done here, because they're quite good. Where something to note too, in terms of Holiday changing over time, is just the fact that Holiday now will build less gun nowadays, but it's more of a spirit build Holiday that you've been seeing, you know, with a gun, you know, maybe being Warpstone, and you know, it's kind of a shift in the new item system for what you would normally have expected previously.
Yeah, definitely building for that spirit nuking. Let's take one quick look, though, at the schedule. That's EU wrapping up for now, but we do have our NA games up next. It's going to be Hydra Nation taking on Valhalla in the Challenger match. That'll be up next once we get started in NA. And of course, the winner of that match earns the right to face off against Melee Creeps, our defending champion, defending that title belt that they've been holding on to for quite a while. As much as Hydra Nation had a very long run of dominance, Melee Creeps have been the team that have started to cement themselves as the best in the North American scene right now for quite a few weeks in a row. And they've looked really solid. They have a lot of hero diversity. I'm curious to see what they show next, especially with that last second new patch with all the Healing Nova purchases. I'm just always curious to see. NA tends to have a very different vision of the game, although maybe they're converging just a little bit in these last couple weeks with the item change coming into the game. But of course, all of this whole show would not be possible without our presenting sponsor, Intel. So shout out to Intel for making this all possible. And of course, we love Intel. They're also showing some love to you, the community, another key part of this broadcast. They're doing a giveaway. You can go to deadlockfightnight.com, put your hat in the ring, see your opportunity to maybe win a new CPU, get updated. You want to get into those Deadlock games, you want to load just a little bit quicker off the start of the game, then of course, get your name in there. It's a free giveaway. You might as well give it a shot.
Yeah, I agree. In the break that's coming up between now and the NA matches, I'm gonna go enter myself. I'm gonna head over to deadlockfightnight.com.
Definitely do.
There's no rule that Jason can't enter, but I can't promise that if Jason did win, we wouldn't just go like, Like, go to the next one on the list. You know, Jason, that's up to the will of Hex, really, who is the one running the giveaway.
I feel like everyone, even if it happened randomly, no one would ever trust us if one of us won the giveaway. I feel like that's bad juju if you win the giveaway, man.
Exactly.
You don't want that. You don't want that in your life. But of course, what we do want in our lives is some NA Deadlock. And I know a lot of fans in the chat can't wait to get that started. So we're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be jumping in with that challenger match in North America. Thank you so much for watching EU Deadlock Fight Night.
Time for another match of the week from DFN number 25, and what a week it was. We finally had our new patch with all the new items, and it all came down to one match in my eyes, which of course was the North American money match between Hydra Nation and Melee Creeps. We hit the 8-minute mark and Hydra Nation have a 4K lead. With the lane phase going their way with more kills, they try to push the right lane Guardian for a flex slot.
Even the threat towards the mid lane. Ulti trying to turn things around. Paradox in deep. And you have ulti for Calvin here if you even need it.
Okay, did he get him in or did he get out again? Jake, he got out again. That is wild. And Quig ends up falling in the middle of the fight. The swap comes on in. That's twice that the Death Slam Shelter combo has just fell.
Melee Creeps forced to fight on the earned pickup since it would be a turn-in on their side of the map. If Hydra Nation forced to fight, they'd win, but Saya was able to grab the urn and run away. Hydra Nation then went on to play in true Hydra Nation style, getting in a fight in left side jungle while they split push down a walker.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. And okay, Hydra Nation still gonna try and make something happen. Affliction gonna get dropped by Vegas in the back, hits on 2. And John still wants to fight here. Affliction or no, goes for the last stand, dives back on out. Last stand though, gonna be gone. Saya already dead. Down 1 is Melee Creeps here. Meanwhile, another walker gonna go on down as Pasha Pop goes to the sky. Everyone just walking away here, Jake. Just walking away.
Ulti's coming up though for Quig and low main. These could be the powerful teamfight ultis they need to potentially turn this game around. John so low. Here's the connection though. Coming in. Stun on the hydration. Just barely enough to get him over the line. Everyone's so low on Melee Creeps though. Fishcake's here to feast on them. So fed right now on this Viper.
Melee Creeps started to get desperate, throwing a Death Slam and Singularity to kill Hydration. And yet, he was too much of a beast, and Hydra Nation continued to grow their lead to almost 30k. The Hydras with the next urn decide to use that lead to their advantage.
That the lassos and the frozen shelters just have not been landing this game from Melee Creeps.
Yeah, a lot of misses on those. Yeah, you're exactly right. Big ulti here from 7. He's pretty low. Ooh. Getting tanked up a little bit, but I don't think you have the HP. Yeah, guys are just going toe-to-toe. The shelter trying to stabilize, it's not enough, and this game is looking to be over right now. Hydra Nation, huge lead.
With Reju picked up off the back of the last fight, Hydra Nation pushed the base of Melee Creeps directly into a Wombo combo. But would that be enough for Melee Creeps to get back into the game?
Melee Creeps, they get John down first. Most farm on their team. The ultimate comes on into the Singularity. His thought they're going to be there. They get 2 right off. The Wombo combo of Melee Creeps does strike a little bit deeply in the Hydra Nation, and one of the heroes they took down was Fishcake. All that farm just dead to the black hole.
Yeah, the base defense looks good. Pashi defending, tanking through everything, but the damage a little bit too much. Affliction now. Let's see Vegas. Can he play his way out of this? Rescue beam pulled back. Still fighting. Still a big threat, I think. And yeah, it seems like Melee Creeps are going to be just taking their win and backing off. Getting the 2 kills, 2 for 2. Very strong winning trade here, but Hydra Nation don't want to let them get the reset. They're going to be going in, trading yet more, trying to play off these
they lose 2
fast respawns. I mean, Fishcake is coming back though. They're going to get objectives off this. It's expensive, but they're going to take objectives.
Yeah, it goes 2 for 2. I think even though Hydra Nation is getting objectives here, I kind of like Melee Creeps at least being able to get a little bit in return. And they're still really, really behind. Don't get me wrong, especially like losing another 2 here. It's still tough, but for being down, they've played this about as well as I could. John now, last stand, just getting crunched at his own base.
Good old-fashioned throne race right now. Patron just being focus fired if you want it. Hydra Nation though, no, they're gonna go in. I mean, Viper is just oh no, Viper doing crazy permanent slide.
Hydra Nation 1 step closer to retaking the throne, taking the first map away from Melee Creeps.
Melee Creeps have a much better start in map 2 as they get themselves up to a 4k lead 7 minutes in. One way of getting that lead was off the back of Ido and his patented Yamato.
Draft that, so far has been much more to their benefit. And Ido's gone in. Is he gonna grab it? Sees perhaps a little bit of weakness here and does.
Nice catch. That's big for Ido, and Quig a little bit more expert hands here, holding on to the Kelvin, paying dividends for the moment. Connection comes in from the lasso. Do they have the follow-up to get the burst kill? Seems not quite yet, and Hydration is back, so maybe Melee Creep's low on a lot of players here. It's getting a little scary. Ido's extremely low, despite the fact that he's popped that Shadow Transformation. He's gonna dive in.
Yeah, and you actually saw in the body language from Hydration there, where the Shadow Transformation comes in, and Hydration just immediately tries to double dodge it out. Knows it's not a winnable fight. Ido still brawling off here in the corner. Wants a little piece of Ivy right now. Power Slash takes down Vegas, and the last 3 minutes have been the Ido show. Gets a little bit extra life leech. He's going in for another flying strike. In overrotate, and finally goes down. Dear Lord.
Melee Creeps continue to grow their lead, getting a 3K, Earn, and Walker all at once at the 15-minute mark. Hydra Nation had to force something as Hydration looks to get a catch.
Yeah, maybe it was. I don't know if it makes sense. Big connection though from Hydration.
Well, he's put himself in his own freezer. It's awfully cold in here. Goes on, drops down 2, doesn't have another charge backing on up. However, is looking very, very healthy after the life strike. And the rest of Hydra Nation rolling on into the subway. But what's going on up above ground? Rocane down, Pashi Pop, big storm cloud, takes down 2. However, Poppers comes on in 2 of his own. 2 for 2 here so far in this fight. But we got Ido. He's juiced up. He's ready to rumble. Still has a Shadow Transformation. Going to Poppers, who has no swap. About as free potentially could be. Shadow Transformation surely about to be used here. The punches from Hydration, though. Chunking Ido in turn. Counter fire, though. In from Pashi. Drops a melee of his own.
The next 10 minutes of time since that last fight and not much happening, we finally flash forward to the 32-minute mark with Hydra Nation trying to go for an Earn turn-in after Saya opened up a Walker take in the left lane.
And trying to grab the lasso. Earn gets punished. The invis setup. Dice, though, pretty tanky.
They're going to Frozen Shelter here, and there's no swap. That's a lot of power to take down Geist, who lives way longer than we would have expected, but still, death inevitable. Off the set for that pick. Really nice stuff between the Holiday and Kelvin connection, Saya and Quig. Hydra Nation down 1 right now, trying to turn this back around if they can, or at least keep Earn control. Hydration looking for Kelvin, swoops around, tries to be a little bit sneaky on the melee, does not connect, and it's Stormin outside. Pashi big swap into the sky, gets swapped down, and now trying to get away, can't do it. The swap leading the way. However, Sai was able to get to the backline, took down Luffa. Hydra Nation still down 1. Both teams fighting tooth and nail here. Low main. Very, very low. Trying to hold to the backside, and Hydration getting caught in close quarters. And Ido's ready to go. Shadow Transformation, full HP. This is where Yamato can clean up.
Ido absolutely cutting through them right now. Does get parried here.
With Ido cleaning house, Melee Creeps pick up Rejuve and go for the closer.
Getting CC'd to death here. Everything being dumped onto the Lash. And without Lash, that's your counter initiate for a base push. This is the open door now for Melee Creeps to try to end the game.
Jake, that was filthy. That was not just a lasso. That was a lasso backed up by a rescue beam. Fish Cake got the express train to hell. And now you got Saya up over the top. Laying damage here in the Holiday. John up and over. Last Stand still on deck. Just guns down Poppers. Frozen Shelter gonna be dropped for a little bit more isolation. 2 down for Hydra Nation as Melee Creeps look to keep defending their throne here in Deadlock Fight Night and try and force a map 3. The shrines are melting before our very eyes. And the storm is brewing.
Okay, Pashi Pop oversteps the mark there, does die, but 30-second respawn. He's gonna be up in time. They could drop the patron here. They're gonna do just that. And these spawns are so long for Hydra Nation. I don't know that they're gonna be able to make this base defense. Yeah, this one's over, man. Melee Creep still with Rejuve. It's just Leffa, Rocane, and Fishcake trying to make this one happen. Maybe Fishcake can like ult them all into the base, but it's so only they even have Kelvin ulti. No problem here.
All right, Patron going on down. Melee Creeps, they clap back. A different draft, a slightly different strategy, and way better execution coming in from their Holiday and Kelvin play.
Hydra Nation start off strong, taking the first tower of the game 5 minutes in with Poppers and Fishcake. But as we approach 10 minutes, Melee Creeps are able to turn things around.
Threat of a catch here coming in, and they both swap and get one more. Taking that one, but John's back, and they've used a lot of the key ultimates. He's able to really just run rampant here, unstoppable in the lane with the help of Quig, getting 2 quick kills.
Yeah, I mean, John take down Sinclair saying accept no imitations. The real authentic Last Stand still in the fight, under pressure right now. Affliction coming on in from Vegas, hits pay dirt on the John. Forced out a bit on the fight. Both teams throwing out Hydration down, so is Quig. Vegas looking to dive a little bit deeper. The Affliction was dropped on the John, results in him dying with Rocane getting the killing blow.
Even with the Earn in hand, Hydra Nation aren't afraid to force a fight in mid.
Kinetic Carbine misses, but now Viscous in trouble. Gonna pop the roll. Could be turning into a tough kill. John as well is here with the ulti. 7 as well over the top. It's getting very awkward for Hydra Nation, but they're kiting these ultis well.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are out of range of the Storm Cloud here. They're gonna lose Quig. So Quig out of it. Still Poppers has the copy ready to go. Ido just stuck. Usually Abrams likes being in the corner like that, but not so much in this instance. Hydra Nation rotate away from the Storm Cloud, get the proper punish, and they're gonna get the 7 at the very end.
Ido channeling his inner B&B looks to turn the urn, but instead finds himself Vegas and gambling away at the slot machine.
I mean, Leffa, of course, assuming he will come with a global TP. Pocket in deep. Oh, God, catch. In a little bit deep, has the cloak, has the DP out, but can't get there in time. Big connection, though, from Hydration onto 3. Is it enough? Is it overwhelming? No! Melee creeps have everyone. They brought the entire gang, absolutely keeping everyone alive. Quig with the heal stabilizing, and it's a 6 for nothing. Crazy.
Off the back of taking Riju from the last fight, Melee creeps managed to push down the last 2 walkers and now turn their eyes towards the urn.
He's
I don't
on
think
in.
you fight this for Hydra Nation. It's too scary. And they're losing players. Like, there's 3 players doing the urn turn-in, and they're getting team wiped in the base. This game is done, man. Melee creeps. Just at the, it's a formality here. Just have to clean up the base.
After another Riju take by Melee creeps and sitting on a 60k lead, they once again hold on to the championship belt for another week.
Looking to make magic happen. If magic does happen from Hydration, drops Singularity, picks on 2. Their health isn't moving, Jake. But nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. They just got a supportive hug, a therapeutic hug from Hydration before everyone got ruthlessly murdered and sent back into spawn as low main. Carpet, roll, roll, roll.
This combo is so obscene. Just rolling. Low main, be careful, bro. He doesn't have cube, but I mean, it's just a formality. You are talking about almost double the souls here. Every single player on Melee is just completely out of control. And Hydra Nation, they come back with a revamped roster. They look stronger, but Melee Creeps, despite having Ido on the sub, Ido had a great series overall. Even game 1 on the Lash, I think Ido played pretty well. I feel like we got to put a lot of respect on Ido for this series, coming in under pressure. The rest of Melee Creeps looking amazing. John on the Warden, looking to really solidify that as one of the best player hero combos in NA. I feel like the teams are going to have to start respect banning this and just denying him from the pool. This one's over, baby. Cut
the
chat.
patron goes on down, and Melee Creeps will not be ripped off the throne. Your North American champions once more.
Well, it was great to see these 2 Titans of North America go head to head, but even with the substitution coming from Melee Creeps with Ido, they were still able to hold on strong and come out with another victory. But let's be honest, the new Hydra Nation are looking scary, and we'll see how things are going to break down in next week's DFN and week number 26. Thanks again for watching and hear the match of the week. Make sure you guys like and subscribe, and we'll see you next time.
Deadlock Fight Night continues along here with our 26th show. Now moving on to our North American portion. I'm ZP here with Dan, where, Dan, you came a long way for the show here today. That's right, straight out of Kazakhstan. You know, you took a flight, and the first thing you did on getting home, was it settle yourself? Was it recover from illness? No, it was come in here and cast some DFM.
Yeah, man. It was like probably the worst series of flights I've ever had as well. It was like, it's supposed to be like a 20-hour journey, but then, you know, it was one delay on the first big flight that like just basically screws all the other flights, and before you know it, you're 34 hours deep in economy and 4 different, I don't know. Anyway, hello.
You made it, and that's the important thing. Nothing would stop you from getting up and over here. But also, if you're wondering why, well, this is Deadlock Fight Night, and this is the format we have here. If you're just tuning on in, we just finished up with our EU portion of the show. It's a challenging match into the money match, where one win team came back in after a little bit of a sabbatical, took down Abrams, and made it real close against Virtus.pro, nearly taking them down, you know, making some changes and adaptations, but in the end, VP was able to retain their spot on top of the mountain. Now, though, we move on to North America, where it's going to be Hydra Nation taking on Valhalla once more. We'll see which of these 2 teams can potentially give Melee Creeps a run for their money. And, you know, you see Hydra Nation here, roster-wise, and needless to say, they've made changes here, Dan, as they always do whenever they're not on top.
Yeah, it's just like, it's the natural form, which is kind of scary. I mean, you feel like at some point it would have to end, but no. So yeah, addition of Poppers and Fish Cake. I suppose with Hydra Nation, it's interesting because we felt like one of the things that they were missing post Quig leaving, it seemed like, was and having another big voice on the team, which they added with Young Calc. And so to not see Young Calc here already is concerning.
Yeah, I mean, Calc right now, his wrist is healing, but also it would also be very concerning is not bringing in our third here as we're breaking down the rosters, otherwise known as Jason Kaplan. Jason, you're back on in, and, you know, Hydra Nation, the roster keeps on shifting.
Sorry, Jason couldn't be here today. We're back on Justin. Yeah, you know, I will say this. I publicly and privately, well, privately to you guys, did give a lot of crap to Poppers over the week, saying like he can only really play Yamato. But you know what? I gotta give him some respect where it's due. Seeing his Sinclair play last week against Melee Creeps was pretty damn good. And this roster is starting to round out pretty well. Obviously, there's like a lot of like holes they have to fill with like Young Calc, with Flick as well, which you don't talk about often enough. Of like him not being on the roster anymore is a big hit to this team. But they're definitely starting to look better. And from the first week till now, the second we get to see them, I'm curious how much have they leveled up since? Because their opponents they're going up against, Valhalla, they kind of like walked over in 24 minutes just last week.
Yeah, and that's a good time to talk about Valhalla, the team that they're going to be up against, where you'll notice some familiar names on Valhalla, where, you know what, they grabbed the Valhalla image kind of out of nowhere, but it's okay. It's not a random AI image, which is what teams will often foist on us when they don't have an org, so, you know, we'll let it be. But you take a look there, DMB, of course, used to be on Hydra Nation in the past. Scout, of course, used to be with TF2 Boomers, so, you know, a lot of familiar names. Also, I think Lord.M actually had a quick stay on Hydra Nation for 1 week.
A week.
Yeah, there's a lot of rotation here at NA, is what it comes down to, Dan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like the image is giving me kind of Renaissance painting, which is pretty refined. Also, I feel like Valhalla is just a pretty good name. You know, get that mythology in there. I don't know why my analysis is centered around the name and also the image. I should probably talk about the players. But yeah, I think it is. It's definitely a team, a lineup that has a lot of skill. Obviously, I think I'm not sure how long they've been playing together with this edition. It seems like no one in Deadlock has been playing together for too long, especially in the North American region. So we'll see what the what it looks like, because again, with this massive patch that's just come in, I feel like we don't even know how the roles will settle just yet. And so that's obviously like kind of a big deal in figuring out the synergies as to like who should play what, how the hero pools should work with one another. So I'm just kind of curious from that point of view. It's like a journey of discovery. I think the same thing with Hydra Nation, although Hydra Nation, it feels like they were god tier before, and now they're like demigod. It's like this is a difference.
Well, when teams stop letting their players be poached by them whenever Hydra Nation loses, I think that's when the downward trend started to happen. No, obviously all fun and games here. That's kind of a running meme within that team. But yeah, I think this is going to be a tough game. I think for both teams, we're going to see some growth. I think for Valhalla, we need to see more growth considering how quickly the game went against them last week. And if they want to be a true contender for the title North America, which honestly I would love to see, they need to be able to go head to head against Hydra Nation, which is still insanely difficult to do so when you have such talented players in raw mechanical skill on that roster.
Well, of course, one thing that we see mechanical skill on before we get into any drafting. That's right. The Mo and Krill one-on-one. EU has gotten very refined and very, very good at the Mo ones. NA, by comparison, tends to be a little bit more roughshod. And what in the world was that? The double parry follow through? Okay. Okay, this feels scripted. This feels scripted, Dan. I'm not sure what's going on here.
I'm here for it. This is
these parry dashes, like I've never seen this tech before, actually. What is happening, dude? Like we changed the gravity or something, or like the?
No.
I don't. God, I just don't know what words to use to describe this.
Is it lag? What was that?
No, I think legitimately it is a parry dash tech that they've found out, which it's a cool new movement tech, and they're trying to use it to win the Mo 1v1s. Okay, the mind games have gotten bigger. I'm sorry, NA, I was not familiar with your game.
I feel like NA wins. NA innovates. Okay, makes sense.
Okay, I now need to go into the game and test this like weird dashing parrying, because that looked pretty damn sick. And I could find ways for that to be used in the laning phase for sure when you see people trying to last hit with melees.
It's pretty dope, honestly, because I know some movement tech did get removed, but there's still so much in the game that it's like actually so cool if that's actually a new thing. Yeah, it'd be cool if we could get that confirmed. Is that like
The new
ZP, are you aware
HMC.
if that's like a new thing that came in with this most recent patch, or is that just like always?
No, that's
That wasn't
definitely
always
new,
there.
or it's at least
Yeah.
figured out recently. But okay, Hydra Nation kicking off here with the Warden ban. They decide we don't want to deal with the new Warden, and I mean, kind of makes sense given the fact that John kind of took them to the woodshed. 3 maps with Warden, even the map that they lost. So maybe Hydra Nation has decided, you know what, strategy-wise, we're not even against John right now. We're not going to deal with the Warden. But if you're Valhalla, you don't have first pick. You got one objective. Ban Wraith. Do it. Just do it. And you've banned Calico. Kind of feels like a mistake to me.
I mean, it depends, right? Like if Wraith gets through to Valhalla's side, we know DMB is a very strong Wraith player. So if Hydra Nation don't pick it up, it could actually work out pretty well for Valhalla in this, but being a best of 1, like you don't have the chance to make up for any mistakes when it comes to the draft. And I don't hate it. I'm trying to think who would be playing Wraith on Hydra Nation's side, because Wraith wasn't a thing anymore when DMB was off the team. But Leffa, ooh, DDK. You talk about Leffa on Infernus. What about Leffa on Wraith? How sick could that be?
Yeah, I feel like I mean, I definitely support ZP's general emotional journey with the whole banning of the Calico as opposed to the Wraith, because the fact that Hydra Nation do get the first pick option there is kind of disgusting. Let's be honest. Yeah, Leffa obviously with the mechanics that he has, and they will understand how to abuse the hell out of the current Wraith. So I feel like that's pretty scary. Obviously, Shiv is a great pickup to get in Constellation, and obviously getting the second pick behind that, there's a lot you can do with it. But yeah, it really does feel like Leffa plus Wraith equals GG.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla now, maybe in return, you can come out here and you could even open Shiv Kelvin if you wanted to, right? Or, in my mind, I think getting something like Abrams would be better, but okay, they do decide to go Shiv Kelvin, so they lock down a power lane. But you think about what's available here, Hydra Nation can stack the deck in their power here, because guess what? They don't have to stop at Wraith. They can get Mirage, who was banned all day in EU. So they can come in and get Mirage and Abrams. And yeah, exactly. Like if you go Mirage Abrams here, I don't know, man. Like Shiv Kelvin is a really good lane, but no Wraith, Mirage.
What?
Okay, second pick.
No,
don't.
Ooh. Why would you see a pocket as a second pick when there's Abrams up?
Well, it's more of a ooh, like I don't know. I was not expecting this.
Exactly.
You still get the Mirage up, and you still get the Abrams, and I get maybe you go Abrams here, but you've now given up the Mirage to Valhalla if they want to do it. It gives them a much more reliable backline damage that they wouldn't have had. I mean, I think here it may just be the idea that they thought Valhalla would decide to go with it. So I don't know. Also, I don't hate the Paradox pick. I think Paradox, you just look back at the last map in EU, still very good.
Yeah, but like Paradox Abrams, don't pocket Paradox.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see if we get the Abrams here though, because that would be pretty dope to get Abrams now with the Kelvin Shivers. That'd be kind of nice. All right, do it.
You're under my protection now.
Okay, well that's fair. That's fair. Okay, sure, you ban Abrams, so Hydra Nation cannot get him.
That would make sense in this case. I mean, if you're not going to get the Abrams yourself, you probably don't want Hydra Nation to get Abrams where they've yet to get any frontline. And Hydration also was terrifying on Abrams last week. Even in the games that Hydra Nation lost, when Hydration was on Abrams, it was usually a good time. Ooh, banning Vindicta, I just feel pain, Jason.
You know what? I think we can't judge it too much, because remember when we got to picks in EU, I'm sorry, I'm playing with my hair because I hate it. I want to rip it out or shave it off. The picks were completely out of order from what we expected as well in the EU. So things could have changed in this last week that we're not really expecting. So I don't want to judge it too much, but like in theory, yeah, the Vindicta ban for me is a little bit odd, considering like still what's on the table with an Abrams. Because if you don't pick up Abrams right now, like what are you doing? Like it's going to be such a strong pick for either of these teams.
Jason, you got kind of a Wolverine look though. It's pretty sexy,
this side comes out and this side goes like straight, and it's like pissing me off that I'm literally about to get my clippers and just shave my head on the stream. I swear.
You're an idiot. It's got to be some good hairdressers out there.
Jason, we were already toying with the idea of doing a Patreon post show to give people a little bit extra content, take questions otherwise. Maybe we can make the very first thing of the post show Jason shaves his head. Really get people invested. I mean, look, you're gonna do it anyways. I'm just saying, might as well, make some content out of it.
I have a haircut scheduled for this weekend because I have a wedding to go to in a couple days. So I'm gonna keep my hands down, keep them under the table or on top of the table, but on the table. While I look at this Viscous pickup, which honestly, Viscous has been kind of pretty decent over EU today.
Yeah.
We kind of saw a massive drop off out of Viscous, then he kind of came back with the saving capabilities with the cube, even like Rescue Beam if we get to that point as well. Very solid pick.
Yeah, definitely seems to be back in fashion, but I guess Viscous is never really going to go out of fashion per se, because the cube is a unique answer to that's free to like a lot of devastating abilities. So like the save is really sick. Mo and Krill, that's kind of cool. Mo and Krill, because it's interesting because like Mo and Krill was really obviously rising up for like S tier almost right before the patch, and that's kind of like Vindictive wasn't too far away from there as well. So it's kind of interesting to see where people place some of those heroes now. What do you guys feel like with regards to the new patch? So I feel like my sense is off on everything now.
I feel like Mo is probably underrated, and I think Mo is also very good for when Hydration plays it. That said, I don't really agree with picking Mo this late in the draft, where I don't think Valhalla is necessarily going to go with the Mo and Krill. They had already picked the Viscous on top of it, which is going to make your Mo and Krill's life a little bit difficult. And again, you could have just went Abrams. I think the Mo and Krill pick is good, but not based on... It's not good in the context of what was available, which was the Abrams.
You were looking to summon God,
if you
right?
want to Abrams look more like you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just do, man. Like, I don't know.
I think they know they're in on it, and they did that on purpose. sorry, Jason.
No, it's all good. I also don't understand the Mo and Krill pick after you see Viscous locked in, because that really limits like your kill potential. Unless it's a delay or something, or maybe you try to use it on a ship, but again, a cube's gonna come through. I think it definitely would have been better the other way around for sure. But the Lash is the last pick up here for Valhalla. It leaves Hydra Nation with Ivy. Honestly, I'm kind of torn between both comps. I feel like Hydra Nation had just more raw damage, but Valhalla has like a better rounded out composition. But again, like if you're Mirage your Shiv and you kind of fall behind, unless your gun Lash can do some work, I feel like you're not going to get people in execute range that easily for Shiv to just pop off.
Here's what I think, and this is really the thing that I will use to be a tiebreaker. If there's any doubt between two teams, and one team has Wraith and the other team does not, the team with Wraith is going to win. Wraith, I think, is legitimately way over the curve in hero power at the moment. And if you think all else is relatively even, having the Wraith probably puts you over the top. Even in NA where Wraith isn't as always valued, but this iteration of Wraith has been very valued. So to me, I look at Valhalla and I go back to the very beginning and think that the first ban Calico was probably a mistake. And look, it may or may not cost in the match, but I don't like the idea of saying we'd rather face the Wraith than the Calico. I think of the two, you'd much rather go against the Calico.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like Hydra Nation does have a bit of everything, obviously, which is nice, but then it's like plus Wraith is pretty solid, and it feels like they should have good early laning as well. And I just think about Valhalla, like also it's super tanky. I don't know. I feel like you kind of nailed it, ZP, in a nutshell. It's like the comps are pretty even plus Wraith though, so that kind of tips it pretty heavily. Plus, it's gonna be Leffa playing Wraith, so that's additionally a problem.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm not 100% sure it will be left on Wraith. Actually, I know Hydration will be on Mo and Krill. Vegas gonna be on Ivy. Fishcake on Lady Geist. I think Poppers will be on Paradox. So it kind of has to be him, or
I feel like it has to be.
Pocket.
I feel like also
did we see him on Pocket last week with Vegas, or sorry, with Leffa?
Did we see who on Pocket last week?
Leffa.
I don't think.
Let me go back.
We saw Leffa on Pocket last week. We definitely saw people.
It was Vegas on Pocket.
Yeah, Vegas on Pocket makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like if you're putting Leffa on anything other than Wraith with this comp, I feel like you've lost your mind. It's like the most mechanically skilled player, and it's the hero that leverages that by far the most.
So to be fair, like for Hydra Nation, it's kind of hard to lock things down on who's playing who, because like we do see Poppers play Geist, but also Fishcake plays Geist, but then also Rokane plays Paradox. I don't actually know who's going to be on who in this one. Like Leffa played Mirage as well last week. I think this kind of the interesting thing is that Like, we're not able, ZP, to really suss out exactly who's playing who on a lot of teams outside of Virtus.pro, because Virtus.pro have kind of been, well, we see them like almost every single week that we ever have DFN, and all the other teams we don't see that often compared to them. But it's really hard to lock things down, especially when you have roster changes like for Hydra Nation. I think in the past we've been able to easily pick who's playing what, but the constant swapping of players means I think we're seeing players swap roles as well within the team.
Well, I think here it's I would guess Rokane on Geist, just because Rokane went through a period of time where Rokane did nothing but play Geist, and there's still, I think, some weird hero interactions where maybe that won't end up being the case, but I think Hydration, Mo, and Krill seems likely to me. Rokane on Geist seems pretty likely to me. Leffa on Wraith seems likely, and then the rest, normally would it be
on Ivy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Poppers to be put on Ivy. Who knows? I mean, that's kind of the great thing here is like with them having a new roster and them only playing a total of 4 games last week. We don't really fully know and have like the stats to actually tell you who's going to be on what. But what I will tell you is this is going to be an exciting game, an exciting series over in North America as well, with still the victor of this up against Melee Creeps. And I want to see if Valhalla can be able to bounce back here in their second week in DFN even stronger. Because Lord and M, I mean, we've seen him play Lash before in the past. We've seen him be on Hydra Nation before. He has every opportunity to pull this one back for his team.
Well, it's going to be Fishcake coming out here on the Paradox. It makes sense given that Fishcake in the past has played more on the playmaking side.
No, Rokane
obviously.
on Paradox.
Wow, that is Lash. What? No, it's
top left.
Oh wait, what in the world?
Paradox.
Yeah, no. I saw it completely wrong. Okay, Rokane on Paradox.
You just need explosives.
Okay, guys, it kind of bothers me how massive Abrams' head is on the image compared to everyone else. It just kind of like seems out of scale somehow.
Well, I mean, Abrams is kind of big. Let's be real. He's an imposing presence, Dan.
That's what I tried to tell myself, but I just can't. I can't deal with it.
Well,
I'm glad that I've
getting
shared this with all of you. Actually, though, feels better now.
But taking a look at the lanes, Wraith Paradox, I mean, actually pretty strong lane. I mean, you're going up against Abrams, Lash on the other side. So I don't know if you're 100% going to push out an Abrams, but I don't think this lane is going to be starved to farm then. Kind of looking over, the lane that's a little interesting to me is the Pocket Ivy lane up against Mirage Viscous. I feel like poke pressure-wise that overall lane presence would go a little bit more than Valhalla there.
Yeah, Jason, before you pop off, what's the biggest storyline for you looking at the early lanes here?
I would have to say I'm gonna have to look at Leffa, like honestly. Like, how's this lane gonna actually play out? Because like Lash Abrams, I don't really rate that as an insanely like strong combo, especially with how good Leffa is gonna be. Obviously, when you get your ultimates online at 3.4 thousand souls, that's when things can change quite drastically. But I think if you see Left off to a strong start, Hydra Nation are going to be hard to stop.
That's fair.
Also, I think for me is wondering if the Geist Mo lane is potentially the answer to a Shiv Kelvin lane. Like, I do think there's potential wisdom in running a Mo at the very least versus the Shiv Kelvin lane, just because of it's in a way it's like fighting sustain with sustain, assuming you're able to land your scorns with any degree of consistency. So it's a little bit interesting to me. Also, the fact that the box run is being contested a little bit here in the right-hand side. It's not 100% free. I think teams may be getting a little bit better at being like, oh, you went for a box run. Maybe you shouldn't get this. And Poppers is in real danger. Going for the cloak and
of course,
kind of breaks DMB's ankles.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's why we got the Calico ban as well, just so you're not having to compete against a Calico that can just run the boxes super efficiently. Kind of an interesting dynamic that we have to play with now in the game. So it's cool how Deadlock's being refined over time, and how the devs are probably being informed by what the players like to do. And like, oh, that's a cool idea. Because of course, I think Hydration, if we're talking about like efficient farming and pathing around a map, Hydration was probably the first person that really like nailed it. At least from what we saw on DFN.
Yeah, and the fact that's more important early, I think, also adds a little bit more intrigue to the laning phase, where prior to some of the box changes, people just kind of stayed in lane for the first 8 minutes, and there wasn't as much mobility. Now, you got more opportunities for ganks and under the cover of doing a box run, so I think overall it's a pretty positive change to the game, especially now that, like, lanes don't punish you for not being in lane to get the shared souls.
Yes, yeah, 100%, because with going 4 lanes to 3, with 4 lanes, there was a lot of roaming happening pretty consistently, and we did lose that going down to 3 lanes. So it's nice that there's options for pace changes and styles as well to change. But enough about that, I suppose. We've got a game to concede.
We do, and honestly, I do like this Geist Mo lane. I mean, you take a look at it, normally a Shiv Kelvin lane is just shoving you into Guardian. And, you know, whether it be execution, comp, or both, Fishcake and Hydration are making this lane look relatively average, which is not the norm for Shiv Kelvin. So, I mean, this is pretty cool for Hydra Nation, even though, yeah, no one has died here or anything just yet. That kind of is the storyline here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great shout. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wow, what a TP. What a nice escape there coming on through for Lefa. Definitely an important target to try to nerf as quickly as possible. Also, Poppers with a near escape again as well. So, yeah. Have we even had a first blood yet?
I'm trying to think.
I don't think
it may be no. It may be no. Or it was just one. Because there's a few times we got really, really close.
Yeah.
I know that, but take a look here. Got Wraith going back to heal, and Popper's Popper's gonna go down. And that was first blood, by the way. So the answer to that was no. We did not have first blood, but now we do.
Yeah, that's pretty slow, like 5 minutes in. Okay. And yeah, the tug of war that you're mentioning is pretty interesting. It does seem like Hydra Nation having a good time with the Mo guys lane, but Mo leaving lane briefly there before coming back. Might be an opportunity given how pushed Valhalla are on that left side lane to potentially get something there with the ult online. At the same time, this tower going down real fast here in mid. That's a big plus actually for Valhalla. That will unlock some roam for them as well potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think the middle lane has worked out pretty well for Valhalla. I mean, Mirage, Viscous, not the easiest lane to deal with. I think also, again, you put Ivy in here. It's not necessarily the most deadly of lanes, but okay. Gooball will be coming on out here for Lord NM. Looking here, tries to take the angle up and over. Now looking for Ivy, bouncing around, and Finley gonna head on over. Nothing too much gonna happen from that, mind you, but yeah, looking for it. Meanwhile, Affliction gonna be invested pretty aggressively here by Poppers, up and over. Cube though, keeping Viscous nice and alive, even after the swap from Rocane comes in off to the side. So, a little bit of back and forth interaction here, Dan, but neither team losing anyone here just yet.
Yeah, the cube is so nice. A very nice catch there for that the preventative measures. We should all be applying preventative measures to death. And that is one great pick. One great pick for that.
Rokane's in trouble right now. Rocane low HP, Lash on the hunt. Just needs a little bit more. Rocane desperately trying to get helped out by the Ivy. Not quite going to happen. Death Slam invested right on over. Ivy now put into the blunder. Tries to go for the parry, and no, not going to happen. And Dan, here's the other magnificent thing right now for Valhalla. Look at the left-hand lane, and specifically, look in the mini-map for the health of the Guardian. It is as healthy can be, and that's against the Shiv Kelvin lane.
Yeah, and also it's similarly on the other side there on that left side lane for Valhalla. Their Guardian's not really being touched either, so it's somewhat of a stalemate. Despite some of the tug of war, I think generally going Hydra Nation's way, they aren't able to convert any damage off of that either. So that's going to have to be broken up by a gank, and this mid lane being freed up now in favor of Valhalla might open them up to do so. But we have had Hydra Nation actually, gravitating with 3 players towards that mid side, so they can put some extra pressure on that. So we'll see what they decide to actually do here. But it does feel like Valhalla have a moment here where they could try to, make use of that mid tower being down.
So overall, by the way, Valhalla is actually building up a decent soul lead right now. And you look at the allocation from the pressure they've been getting. I think they've also gotten like more boxes and a little bit more jungle farm on top of it. But take a look at Scout. Scout 7.1k, League at 7.5k. I mean, the allocation is quite good. Lefa's at 7.5k in turn, but Valhalla, the areas where they're ahead on farm right now, it's in the people who want to be ahead on farm is Fishcake bites dust over on the left. Rotation came in from Valhalla, and Hydra Nation, this is a pretty tough start to the game.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Bringing over those players from that mid lane and trying to finally, get some damage converted onto this tower. So that's really good work. With that said, Hydra Nation did actually have an additional player here. It was a 3v3, but just not the positioning, I think, to defend against that gank coming in from Lord NM. So Valhalla definitely, again, converting off of that early mid tower getting taken and forcing a third player to come back into this left lane for Hydra Nation. and they might want to try to contest this now, but I don't think they have quite as much kill potential as there is on the Valhalla side. Shiv is in the front line now for them, and they can certainly continue to threaten this tower. So this continues to be a problem right now, I think, for Hydra Nation to have to find a solution for it. Else this tower is going to go down, and that's a nice find onto Rokane with that continued defense there on the right side.
Yeah, and the other thing too of note is that Scout is the Abrams that usually the teams that Scout is on, they will funnel more farm to Abrams. It is a farming Abrams that, almost takes on more of a carry role at times. Because you look at where Scout is right now, Scout is eating part of the jungle. More Abrams at this point in the game would be a little bit more active on ganks, but Scout is very content to get big. Damn, like the swollest Abrams you've ever seen.
Let's do it. He's on the trend. All right. Okay, is that indeed four players on the left side? So we're talking about the fact that Hydra Nation have to figure out how they can defend this. 3 players was not enough. And in fact, they're bringing over a 5th as well, as we see Poppers coming in from the side on the pocket. Maybe you can find a nice affliction as he comes in from the back line. That's a perfect way to start the engage here for Hydra Nation. We'll see what damage they can get off of this. Kelvin Soul going down as well, trapping everybody in. So that's going to be a nice heal. Everybody getting up with that healing Nova. Really nice stuff there to allow Valhalla to back away from this fight, which otherwise was not a good start for them with that flank from Pocket.
Yeah, I mean, Pocket kicked things off. They still have the Death Slam, though, on the re-engage. Valhalla wants to go back in. And I think that's exactly what they want to do right now. Pocket getting hit by the goo ball, nearly getting down. It went down to 16 HP, somehow got away. Still, a little bit of splatter coming on in. Lord NM looking for more. The rest of Valhalla swarming around. Hydration and Fishcake cannot get out of the fray. The Guardian's going to go down, and Valhalla making this right-hand side look real well for them. And you get the Death Slam at the very end. Boy, oh boy, Valhalla making it look easy right now. And they get urn control down. Yeah, and there's not really enough on the right side to prevent them from actually converting on this. As long as they get somebody else to help, and we will have the Shiv making his way across. Also, Laro Kashi is going to make sure that they got some lane control there. In fact, they're actually bringing 3 players there, so they might even try to challenge the Walker potentially, or go aggressive into the enemy jungle. They've got options there, but at the same time, they're going to lose this left side tower unless they... I mean, they're way too out of position, I think, to defend that at this point. So they're going to need to... Valhalla will need to try to trade this out by getting value either through pushing mid, pushing the right side, but presumably they can't just give that up, lose this left side for free with the map presence they have in mid and the right side now. Valhalla may have just been okay with just getting the urn, but also Poppers in real danger. Pocket or no, goes low HP, and yet the same note, able to get away. And you take a look, League kind of looks at it and says, nah, that don't actually want to go in on that. But still around about a 10k soul difference between both sides right now. Valhalla working with more map control too, still having their middle guardian, and maybe a good time here to bring in Jason. Jason, what have you thought about this early game here? Especially the fact that we saw the Shiv Kelvin lane come in. It didn't take over the game at all, and yet Valhalla's still ahead.
I'm honestly surprised at seeing them like so far ahead right now, considering like what's all been going on, right? They have 3 Guardians taken to the 2 of Hydra Nation, and they're still sitting on about an 8,000 lead. I'm curious, like Scout, as you pointed out, ZP, he's been taking a lot of the jungle. I wonder if he's gonna start to get involved in these fights, because he's so far ahead of like so many different people. The only one he has to really worry about is going to be Leffa. But if you catch anyone else on the team, you're going to be able to pick up some kills. And I kind of want to hope that Valhalla's going to start to group to look for some of these fights.
I just noticed his items. That is the quickest rush of Crushing Fist I have seen in my life. That is a ultra fast rush for the most damaging melees of all time. So fisticuffs for Abrams right now. Charge, hit the massive amount of HP damage, and he's just ripping this ball out of the ground. That's unreal.
Yeah, that seems unreasonable. Okay, Valhalla. Definitely looking in great shape here. And I've been enjoying also some of the calling that they've made. I think they've made some good calls as to when to disengage, when to re-engage as a team. So overall, pretty good stuff in that respect. 4 players over this right side chasing down the guys. Fishcake is, I don't think, going to survive this. There comes the health swap though, but just overwhelming numbers for Valhalla. Will certainly do the trick. Although it might take a second or two, but Fishcake goes down. Reinforcements has come in the form of a single IV. That is insufficient. And so, no challenge there. With that said, speaking of Abrams, now Scout's under fire on the left side. 3 against 1 here, trying to make the desperate escape. I don't know how likely this is. The charge comes through, trying to juke those players and get out of dodge, but Okay, actually connects the jump pad. A brilliant escape there.
That's some infernal resilience for you there, on top of being pretty ahead of the game, even though not as ahead as you would think to that sort of situation, because you take a look at how Scout is built. I mean, Scout has built way more for damage than, you know, more of a hybrid build or survivability in this case. I mean, he's pretty much all in on beating you with his fists, very specifically.
Sometimes in life, the simple approach is the best one. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Hydra Nation can find their way back in. I mean, there are some concerning things. DMB's on 18k. That is a Mirage that is going to absolutely... I don't know. Hydration is not going to be able to tank Mirage whatsoever. In fact, no one is going to be able to tank Mirage when some of those items come online. So I feel like that's a fairly scary prospect. And then if you have you consider how tanky the front line is going to be between Scout on the Abrams and also Larakashi on the Shiv, in addition to the sustain from the Kelvin. We don't even care that Kelvin's a little bit further behind on farm. You've got a lot of issues here, and I mean, the only way you can really make up for it, I feel like, is obviously Leffa continuing to power through with that soul farm, and maybe Poppers being able to find some good engages as well. But it's starting to feel a little bit like things are trending pretty poorly for Hydra Nation.
I just think Hydra Nation's win conditions are pretty narrow at the moment, getting narrower by the moment. Fishcake being on the wrong side of things, picked off by League. Hey, look at League. We didn't have to use Death Slam or anything for that. It was more on the free side. A little bit chased down on the DMB here on the left. And this is one thing where, you know, the one person DMB cannot necessarily bully, of course, would be Leffa on the other side. But, I mean, this is problematic because you think about the tools Hydra Nation has. I don't know if they can really contest this urn all that well, and it was just outside the threshold to turn it into Hydra Nation territory also. I mean, so long as League just doesn't run in the Leffa, which may be the case here. No, they're in the underground. This urn turn-in is free.
Yeah, and it's quite difficult right now as well, because DMB can really, on the defense, outnumber people. But hold that thought, we've got a big engage here from Hydra Nation, looking to try to fight on the right side again. Numbers advantage. The early initiation here is pretty decent. Trying to burst down Scout certainly takes a lot of damage, but there we go, able to finish him off. Trying to get out of there, but the seismic slam not going to work out for him, as now comes in the Lash ultimate into the Walker. Looks like Left has been able to evade the stun there. That's good work. Getting further into the backline again, just laying out the damage. Good repositioning coming on through, and with Hydra Nation able to get the reinforcements in play at the right time, still able to continue to create an offense here towards this Walker. And in fact, I don't know that it's going to be able to stay up, because the numbers here are looking pretty nice, but that said, these players are pretty low. This would be a massive kill. That is an enormous kill. I think that single-handedly will save the Walker now.
I mean, I think they underestimated the amount of engage that Valhalla is able to bring in here, and now it's going into clock. Hydration Leffa, they're usually close, but not this close, and yet they're still able to punish League here against the world, off here in this tiny little Cosmic Veil area, and somehow, some way, Hydra Nation able to at least partially disengage, but surely they need to leave. They have overstayed their welcome just a bit here, Dan.
Yeah, that was a really, really good hold there. I think Leffa, I mean, we've got 4 players still on this right side. Hydra Nation are currently disengaged from the fight, but I wonder if they'll want to re-engage. It looks like they're fanning out onto the map here. But yeah, that kill to Leffa just felt so impactful, because obviously the damage output for Leffa, if he's got good positioning and teammates in front of him, he's going to be able to melt you, and obviously the damage output that a Wraith can have against objectives is pretty enormous. So huge save. In fact, the Walker didn't really take any damage either, so that's very helpful for Valhalla. But at this point too, CP, do we feel like things are going to be trending a bit better here for Hydra Nation? Because it does feel like things are evening up a little bit on the map in terms of the map control and objectives.
I mean, it's even a little bit on the map. I mean, I think overall, though, a lot of Hydra Nation on the comeback is kind of focused on, well, how ridiculous is Wraith actually? I mean, you have a 23k Mirage on the other side, just hit a power spike and getting Siphon Bullets, which I believe just got hotfixed, by the way. When they first changed it on the patch nerf, it was not working. And then they pushed another hotfix live that has now fixed it. So it is back in a workable state. But yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, Hydra Nation, they need to open up a fight basically with a swap. They need to get a combo ideally onto either Scout or DMB. There's ways that Hydra Nation can win these fights, but the conditions are tricky, Dan, whereas for Valhalla, their conditions are far more straightforward.
Yeah, it really feels like they can just roll over them, and quite literally in the case of Lord and M as well. So much tankiness, so much sustain as possible. We'll see though. Not a huge deficit, 10k souls for Hydra Nation. And the distribution obviously is it's actually pretty even across the team, with the exception of Lefa. Indeed, I'm curious how this will go with regards to, you know, just DMB's impact in terms of the burst damage. It's pretty enormous. And at the moment, okay, it's interesting because we've had somewhat of I suppose, a gentleman's agreement. Everyone's been rather chill on the map. No one's really pushing anything except just cleaning up the jungle. Only some jungle left now on the top half of the map. That's Valhalla's. And so at this point, you know, you're going to be fighting for urns. You're going to be fighting for mid boss. The next urn is coming up in 20 seconds. So the natural next engagement would presumably be around the pickup / drop off of that urn.
Also, I think for Hydra Nation, you kind of want to fight here. You're still a little bit behind, but you just did a big 6k item on Lefa in Siphon Bullets. So now you've hit a power spike. You've converted some of your income. I think right now, if you're Hydra Nation, you're kind of going the Rocane and Hydration, saying, hey, make an opportunity here. Urn is coming down. Get a swap. Meanwhile, for Valhalla, a lot is on Zerbzi to... I believe Zerbzi has Rescue Beam. Rescue Beam someone if they get swapped, be ready with Frozen Shelter, and okay, they just get the urn. I think not contesting that a little bit more heavily is a bit of a mistake for Hydra Nation. We've seen since the changes that have come in that urn control is really important. Not just contesting the urn at turn-in, but having actual control is important. Because now you look at Valhalla here, not only can they dictate the terms of engagement, make sure they go in when they say have Death Slam up, but also, I mean, you're still running the Kelvin, you still have Frozen Shelter turn-ins, you have a lot of ways of saying this up, and you look at how Hydra Nation's positioning here, Dan, I don't think they care. I think they just want a walker for urn.
Yeah, totally. Gonna go for the old trade. We'll see how that works though, because DMB is very strong. If DMB actually has one extra player, I think they might be able to delay enough and potentially defend that walker, because DMB's damage output is so strong. And with the defensive capability of the walker too, it's actually harder to push in than you might think. And in fact, it is a complete disengage there from Hydra Nation on the left side. And with the urn turn in for Valhalla, that is just a big value that's going to them for free, essentially.
It's even worse than that too, because think about who's getting the benefit there. It was Scout that was able to turn it in. One of the people that Valhalla is clearly going out of their way to add extra farm allocation to. So, I mean, on a macro level, that was just a pure win for Valhalla. And I think for Hydra Nation, if you're not going to go for urn, you have to commit to... You probably have to bring more than what you did to the left-hand side, so that if you do have DMB solo defending, you just dive the walker and kill him.
Again, it's another one of those big benefits of a good Mirage, and why Mirage has been good forever. Just not only is it just like how impressive the damage output can be, and when you're able to defend that walker, it can often be 1v2 if you're a little bit ahead on farm as DMB is. You also have Traveler, so as soon as they decide to disengage, you can like go somewhere else, and that's enormously powerful. But at the same time, Valhalla are getting some of these small macro wins, but they haven't really extended their lead all that much. It's quite minimal, 2-3k souls. They haven't been able to convert into a bigger objective, either the Rejuve at this point or a Walker. But with that said, pretty deep on the left side at this point, so they have to be very cautious. Lash and the Mirage, a lot of attention there from Hydra Nation, 4 players in the vicinity, and Scout might be coming across here potentially. Okay, they're gonna get out of there as well. So just forcing some threat, and we're getting the respect from Hydra Nation to rotate a little bit towards that left side position. It looks like they're aggressively looking for an LDP.
Yeah, DMB, Mercurial, Magnum picked up, but if you get DMB dead ahead of time with the Paradox Mo combo, everything on the DMB, you take him down. You just got rid of the biggest cannon for Valhalla. Hydra Nation, a massive pickoff, could lead to more. Now they're looking for the Abrams. They're looking for the 2 fattest players on Valhalla, and they send them off to hell. HEL, as it were, and that's ridiculous. A really good pick here for the Hydra Nation, Dan, that gets them back into the game and gives them 30 seconds of doing whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, it's really interesting how that came to be, because I feel like Valhalla have been in this spot for some time where they've had the advantage, but they haven't been super sure how to actually play it out in terms of the macro. Like, you know, what should we do together? So you got two players just out there, but hold that for a second. We have another defense here on this left side, Walker, but this is suddenly going down in favor of Hydra Nation, just because you don't have that damage output from D&B that's able to just pump these players full of that Jin's mark. And of course, there are 4 of them as well, so you'd need perhaps a bit more than just that. But now you've got Hydra Nation off of the back of that. They can kind of roll through into other objectives potentially here. Still, Lash is going to be down, so they could consider going for the mid-boss. That is a potential objective on the table, but also the mid-walker. There's options now suddenly for Hydra Nation.
Well, losing Vegas, I think, curtails some of those options here outright. And also, Fishcake in some real danger right now, getting chased on down over here on the right-hand side. Goes for the swap, and no. I didn't quite tell. Was that counterspelled? Or the swap either way did not get value. Sure. Swap came off and nothing happened, so we'll have to go look at a replay then. It may have been a counterspell, but...
These are big picks. Are they going for mid-boss now?
Oh, he swapped full HP. Okay, never mind. It was on the ship, so...
Yeah, they're going for it.
I didn't quite see the target. Yeah, I think when you get 2 picks like that, you absolutely can go mid-boss. So, mid-boss, super low. They go for the contest. A little bit of damage coming on in. Hydra Nation, what do you have in store right now? Swap over and in. Rocane, again, into the thick of things. You're going to get the Frozen Shelter dropped here, slow things down. DMB, though. Still room to get damage here inside the Frozen Shelter. It's a pure melee around the Rejuvenate. It's Laro Kashi picking up for Valhalla, and Hydra Nation just fully sent away.
Ooh, this is going to be big value. I mean, it's been sticky for Valhalla to actually push these objectives down, but with a rejuve in hand, they're going to be in a good spot to maybe get a couple walkers. It should be possible here. These lanes are going to get pushed way out, of course, with that rejuve. And already mid is fairly pushed here, so they can start threatening that mid walker. And there's only 2 players up for Hydra Nation, so it really should be the case that they get that. They're running the urn behind it. They're also up against the right side walker now as well. Massive conversion possible here off that rejuve.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate for Hydra Nation, too, where they had some really well-calculated plays. I mean, they had the back-to-back pickoffs of the most valuable members on Valhalla, but they just, you have a moment where Fishcake gets picked off and things just start going awry. Quick rescue service coming on in from Zerbsy there, going, I don't like how this is. I'm going to pop a Frozen Shelter. Keep you nice and healthy, Scout.
Ooh, Poppers with the warning shot with the shotgun. Get away from the last walker. We've only got 1 left. Please allow us to have it. And Valhalla very kindly decides to show mercy and fall back. But with that said,
I was just gonna say we got a brief moment here while the teams aren't really engaged with each other. Jason, you know, we saw Hydra Nation nearly claw it back, and yet once more it's out of reach.
Yeah, so for Valhalla, I think you're kind of seeing some inexperience with them and like confidence in their own team and like team fight capability, because we did have that like massive lull in the game where nothing really happened other than, okay, they picked up an urn and they turned in an urn and Hydra Nation tried to split push, which eventually was shut down. But that rejuve take with the 2 kills they had before, that really opened up the possibility for them to start to, well, I would hope, look to take some objectives around the map. What have they accomplished from that rejuve? An urn turn-in? And that's it. I would expect them to push on this left lane walker. You have a better team fight comp. You should be able to start put some pressure onto Hydra Nation, start to gain some ground here. And not to, you know, be negative towards Valhalla, but this is definitely where their inexperience is coming forth. Where if Hydra Nation was in this situation, you sure as hell know they would be in the enemy base by now.
Yeah, I think Jason brings up a really good point here, Dan. The idea that if Hydra Nation had the advantage that Valhalla had at one point, the game may already be over. But on the same note, still not looking great at the moment for Hydra Nation.
No, we've got an extra 20k in the bag off that rejuve and those extra objectives, and there's jungle still to be consumed on the Valhalla side of the map. So they, they've done a good job with regards to, ensuring that they steal away souls from their opponent's side and get further ahead. And so obviously the left side walker is the next big objective that's kind of up, I suppose, on the list for Valhalla. But other than that, it's going to be the next rejuve as well. So if they just manage to retain their lead, and if they just want to keep things simple, they can just think about that and then just convert off the rejuve. If that's because, for example, I agree that they have struggled once in these spots where they have had the advantage in the macro to actually find ways to abuse that and to leverage it to get further ahead. So, hey, just keep it simple. You know, just play fairly conservatively. You've got the map behind you in terms of jungle, and then just, you know, pick up that, get the positioning on. Hopefully they're timing the mid boss. And then off that, they should be good to get even further, perhaps into the base.
I think what you have to ask yourself when you look at Hydra Nation at the moment is, what does a good team fight look like for them? Where right now they're getting further and further behind as their jungle gets taken. And it all kind of starts with Rocane, I feel like. You know, can Rocane land a good swap? Is a fall through going to be there by Hydration? And can Hydra Nation cleanly get out of the fight and then set up a 6v5 at full HP? I don't think Hydra Nation, Dan, can win an even team fight if it occurs full 6v6 without some form of sneaky initiation out of Rocane. I think they are wholly dependent on this point of Rocane doing something, or Leffa maybe catching out one of the people on Valhalla that he could theoretically kill in a 1v1 or, you know, a 2v1 if someone happened to be with him. But other than that, I mean, Hydra Nation doesn't have a ton of options at the moment.
Yeah, maybe a sick affliction connection as well on the whole team or something like that. But it does, it feels like a lot to ask for because the variance is very high on that. You can never guarantee it. So yeah, I totally agree. It does feel like it would come down at this point to Valhalla having to misplay some stuff because they do have a very, very solid comp as well behind all of this. It's very hard to kill. But Hydra Nation is looking like they're trying to set something up here, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking, and I think they have to. Jason is on the money, though. He mentions the idea of, hey, the fact that you're, you know, more of a new team. Do you know how to finish out games? And right now, it's been a little bit tortured. Also, Hydration with the Urn pickup, gonna drop it. Now they look for the turn here and in the moment. Hydration still looking for a combo target. Scout, meanwhile, was getting low. Goes for the seismic slam up to the air for a moment. Still getting pummeled across the board. Poppers, though, caught on out. Hydra Nation down one here so far. The rest of Valhalla swarming. Not the clean engage I think Hydra Nation would have liked here so far. And you're seeing some of the results. League getting burned down a little bit, but Hydra Nation, the stat check here is kind of palpable, and they're just falling one by one. They get Lord NM. Valhalla looking very healthy as this fight on the left walker continues to take form. Left walker gonna be taken on down. The rest of Valhalla still want a little bit more. Leffa just gonna immediately shift out of there, and Hydration just no way of getting away. The rush down a little bit too intense.
Yes, it's rough for Leffa because he doesn't have anyone that can stay up for long enough for him to really get the damage in from the back line. It's a huge problem. And now the base is getting decimated by Valhalla, so really well done by them to get into this position. Keeping things super simple, leveraging that advantage. And now the final patron is going to be down in the pits, and I don't know, Valhalla, they're pretty sturdy, but they might want to, they're choosing again the more conservative option, falling back here. I'm sure it's probably the right option. And mid-boss can't be too far away. So that's really how they can just finish this one off completely.
Also, I feel like the player at highlight here, we haven't talked about too much, but I think has been a very reliable part about damage in a lot of these team fights. It has certainly acted as a check onto Leffa, and for me might be the MVP candidate for Valhalla. Actually would be League. I think it's actually been very, very solid Lash play that's come in so far. Maybe not the flashiest in the sense of, oh, there's 2 3-man death slams, but the consistency of damage coming out by League has felt very strong, and I wouldn't be surprised if we look at end of game stats and it's actually League, leading.
That's a great point, actually. And it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of great answers for Lash, for sure. I feel like there's so many other dangers in the comp, too. I feel like you're not, like, super focused on Lash. But they also have a lot of good answers outside of Leffa. But Leffa can only shoot one person at a time. So it's like... anyway. The box is up. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the upside for Leffa is that Leffa did pick up Capacitor at the very least. So, Jason was bringing up items here. So there is an answer to Cube if they do catch someone out of it. But I think the problem is the overall stat difference has just been miserable so far in Valhalla right now. They're actually trying to set up a little bit of a gank.
I think Hydra Nation, they've been having, they know that Valhalla are near the mid boss, and they don't want to obviously engage the mid boss themselves. They're waiting for Valhalla to engage the mid boss first, because really I think the only chance is a steal for them to get back in here. And that might be it. So they're going to hear the scream, and surely Hydra Nation, if I'm right about this, are going to be just charging in now. Okay, it's a fake. So they're going to bait them in.
They want the fight. They want the fight when there's no risk of pickoffs. Valhalla, they get their fight. Is the execution gonna be there? League drops on in. Plenty of damage. In for the lash. In on the ground strike. The frozen shelter dropped in from Zerbzy. Valhalla looking pretty healthy. DMB, though, caught on the back end side. Leffa being a little bit surgical. And so far, Hydra Nation still with their carry. Valhalla down to key part. But League going to the backline once more, putting more pressure onto Leffa. Making Leffa a little bit less safe here in lane. Still getting chased down on all sides. Arkashi able to finish off Fish Cake. Hydra Nation down 2, Valhalla down 1, as Leffa continues to try and like pour in damage back on out. And I mean, contest-wise, it hasn't been too bad for Hydra Nation thus far.
Yeah, it's Valhalla trying to disengage a little bit here, but that is where you're at risk of losing players, and then the whole fight can turn. So they've got to be decisive. Everybody's getting kind of low, though, so no one really wants to continue to take the fight, but they might be forced to do so. You can see a scout unable to really be a presence in this fight. A nice charge coming on through, but surely he'll get bursted down here. Leffa is laying out the damage. It's unbelievably high DPS. Can't wait to see those stats at the end of the game for him, but still, Hydra Nation looking like they're in control of this one, just chasing these fights all together. And they're against isolated players for the most part. 3 players here trying to fight around that pillar, but it's just looking terrible at this point. Again, the damage output from Leffa is completely unbelievable, unreasonable, and it is just melting the entire team for Valhalla. And this is just so terrible because everything's gone wrong here, ZP. You think like what could go wrong for Valhalla? Okay, well, they fight the mid boss, and then the opponents steal it, and they baited them in to take the fight, and it's even worse outcome.
Dan, kill Wraith, for the love of God! Hydra Nation got allowed to disengage and re-engage like 4 times in that fight, and all the while you just see Leffa's HP going back up. And the only person that put pressure on Leffa for a decent part of it was League, but the rest of Hydra Nation, sure, they were providing peel, but that was ridiculous. That probably shouldn't have happened with the advantage that Valhalla had, and it started out the bait, but their execution after the bait, they didn't go out of their way to make sure that, you know, maybe when you go for the frozen shelter play, you lock down Leffa, who, by the way, just got another huge power spike. He was pumping damage before, now he just got Magnum on top of it. I mean, look, the other thing, too, is looking back to the draft and thinking about what we saw in EU, giving up Wraith in general, it just may be a really bad idea in Deadlock at the moment.
It really seems like I felt like the bait was actually a really smart idea because it creates, because they had enough of a lead, but they should just win their team fight, and like it should be pretty straightforward, especially with their comp 2. But they lost, but like they mismanaged it. And it got out of hand, and so this is like actually the worst possible outcome. And I feel like if they lose from this point, they're gonna feel like they may have thrown the game away because they were ahead for so very long, and that was the only way back in for Hydra Nation.
Also, take a look at the replay a little bit. Scout kind of bugged himself with Seismic Slam at one point there. It like got stuck in the wall for part of the fight. So that is a newer bug that may have turned things. I mean, maybe that was the difference in Leffa getting heavy pressure on him at the moment. So there's a world where that could have been the gift that Hydra Nation needed, but either way, 259k, 250k, Hydra Nation back in the game. And if you're hearing boss music, it's because Leffa has just hit peak Wraith at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely not over just yet. Obviously, Leffa's threat level is insane. Absolute just end boss type of threat level, and Valhalla just need the right engagements. If they can lock him down, take him out, you know, the shelter, like you mentioned, there are options that exist, but in the base right now, doing the damage to the objectives is certainly creating a lot of problems here for Valhalla, as we see Hydra Nation just trying to play the, well, rather, we're on Leffa's POV, he's trying to ensure that his positioning is consistently perfect so that he's not at risk and maximize his damage output. That's a huge series of kills. What an engagement there. That's exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah, and I mean, Unstoppable saving Leffa for a moment, but not against this many people. Valhalla just crunching the front line, and, you know, I feel like Hydra Nation messed up a little bit there, because we're watching Leffa's point of view, and here's the thing. He's sitting here hitting Guardians while the rest of his team is fighting. And I get it, you want objectives, but I feel like being split from your team, Valhalla correctly recognizes, yo, the raid boss is off to the right. How about we all go middle? They slam through middle, Dan, and suddenly it's Valhalla back on top, and a good opportunity here. Jason, you were watching that as well as I. It felt like Hydra Nation kind of misallocated there.
I want to hear the comms out of Hydra Nation, because they were like poising for a fight inside the base, right? They were setting up, they had Leffa in position, and then Leffa splits off towards one direction while the rest of his team stays in another area, and then they ended up getting caught out. Like we saw, was it Poppers being the first one to fall as a pocket, which I wouldn't expect to be the kill target priority coming through, but I'm not sure how they caught him, but they caught him nonetheless, and they were able to snowball the fight off the back of that. At least for Valhalla, after the bug that happened for Scout, it's a sigh of relief for them, considering they get the full-on wipe and they pretty much reset things back to how they were before, minus the 20k soul differential. But you can see, I mean, Leffa, was that unstoppable or was that a counterspell? I didn't actually see if he had a counterspell that he actually prevented the death slam coming through.
He used unstoppable. Yeah, he grabbed unstoppable. So trying to go after Leffa right now is a pain, but they just saved it for last. They went for the rest of Leffa's team because Leffa willingly split himself off, and Valhalla instantly pounced on the opportunity. So I look at that and it just feels like kind of a misplay by Hydra Nation, but a really good recognition from Valhalla of their win conditions. And at this point, it's anyone's game. I just think when it comes down to fights here, Dan, if you're Valhalla, I think you look at Zerbzy, they have to set up a scenario where Leffa gets put in the frozen shelter and you burst him down there.
Well, I think it's going to come down to this mid boss again. It's going to be up in 30 seconds, and both teams know that that you can't afford at this point to risk one player getting picked off. It's not worth it. The game's basically over at that point, or should in theory be. So it's interesting too, because both teams have even souls, which I think the first time we've seen this with the mid boss coming up. And with that said, Valhalla definitely a lot further away. So I'm curious whether Hydra Nation might decide to engage it when it spawns first. 3 players on the left side here now for Valhalla. They're quite outnumbered around that urn. There's fourth player's TP'd across. So just the positioning, the team positioning here is very interesting. Okay, I mean, this urn, are they going to run the urn?
I feel like if you're Valhalla, here, I think if you don't go for mid boss or something because they're trying to run urn, I really think you actually accept that they get urn and try and engineer something where you dive onto the back line and isolate Leffa. If you can do that, because if you kill Leffa, there's really no kill threat for the rest of the Hydration. Like, yeah, you might get hit by a big affliction by Poppers, but it's not really much without Leffa's damage backing it up.
Yeah.
However, Hydra Nation is playing this exceptionally slowly here so far.
Yeah, there's no... It is interesting that there's no real need to drop off the urn per se. Because the mid-boss is coming up, you don't want to risk wiping or losing players before it. That would be the worst possible thing you could do. So just now, the mid-boss is going to get triggered by Valhalla. Are they going to just come off of it this time? They're doing a lot of damage to it. Okay, they're going to bait it again. Will this be more successful this time?
It may be. I mean, airdrop already out here from Vegas. Gonna try and get some value off of it with the silence. And now the fight is underway. How's this one going to turn down? Death Slam opportunity, grabs 3, a massive Death Slam by League, up and over, 2 kills immediately right after. They lose Lord NM in exchange, but a much better engage here so far from Valhalla. Still the frozen shelter in turn. They can still use it to lock down the Wraith. Now, back the other way, still a really healthy Lash we're looking at here. And now Valhalla, setting the terms of battle. Zerbzy, though, really low. Has to drop the frozen shelter to stay alive. Still might be going down right after. League trying to make the most of it. Up and over. Pressure on the Leffa. Not deterred. Poppers down at the same time. Able to go up and over as Fishcake gets taken down. Valhalla able to turn this fight to their advantage. And do they get the real prize at the end? Clean up Leffa. And now they're going to go for first stage patron here, Dan. You'd think.
Yeah,
maybe back to mid-boss.
I love your call out on League's impact in these fights. League, I think, single-handedly created those windows and opportunities to take out multiple players. Initially off the Death Slam, then the follow-ups, and they are indeed just going for this one. I mean, you're not going to blame them. They are so close. Here, 5 players are down, just hydration on the mole. He can't do anything to stop this.
Yeah, for saying first stage, no, they already got first stage down, so at this point, game, Hydra Nation, they're going to fall here and now. Valhalla finish it out. And I gotta say, the Lash play there to maintain pressure on the Leffa from League, really phenomenal.
Yeah, and just like cutting off line of sight so that okay, you're getting in on your abilities, creating disruption and kill potential, but at the same time minimizing your ability to actually die. So there's that constant threat that you're just around the corner and you can just get another ground strike in. So yeah, really awesome stuff there from League. That's brilliant. I mean, that was the answer. That was the answer, because Leffa needs people in front of him to be able to do the damage. And I think Leffa was constantly in a spot where there was too much pressure on him because of moves like that.
Yeah. And time to bring back in Jason to talk about the game. And Jason, that went back and forth. Hydra Nation nearly was able to run back over and grab it as I turn on the light. That's why we haven't gone back to cameras, because it would have went to me in the dark, and our production is just too darn classy for that. But Jason, that was back and forth.
Poor Dan. Sorry, because that happened to Dan earlier. Yeah, very back and forth. The funny thing was, before you guys fully took it into the game, you asked me like, what do I think about these lanes? And I was saying, I'm not a big fan of seeing an Abrams Lash lane. But funny enough, those were the two players who actually were like the pivotal points to allow Valhalla to win, in my opinion. Like you pointed out, League is potentially being an MVP. You saw that Death Slam at the end, instantly taking out two players as he goes for an unstoppable Death Slam, so you can get a connection onto multiple people. Like League and Scout, like those two alone, not alone, did a massive amount of work in that game, and it was kind of ridiculous to see. And I'm already looking at the damage numbers as well. We thought DMB would be pretty damn high at his 61,000 souls, but it was actually League the highest damage dealer for the side of Valhalla on the Lash at 42k, which is
that's what ZP
damn
said
ridiculous.
Happened.
Yeah, no, I called that out mid-game. I was like, look, he's been doing a lot in the middle of these fights, and it's like, you know what, we'll see at the end of the game if it's passing the eye test. If you look at the stats here, Jason, it did in fact pass the eye test. I mean, just looked good the entire game.
Yeah, it does feel like Lash is pretty back right now. Deathy must be pleased.
I have to be nice to him because he recorded a video with me with the Deadlock game show. So yes, I'm sure he's very happy as he's watching currently over on his own stream right now. You know, I do wonder though, if this wasn't a best of one, I still feel like Hydra Nation probably would have won this series. I think you could see the pressure to both teams of realizing it's a best of one. We cannot make a mistake. A little bug happens for Scout, which is unfortunate, but considering like how scared or restrained Valhalla were, I think restraints may be a better word, to like go for the finish or go for like a push, especially when they had such a big advantage, I think is like a showing of like, okay, we're not necessarily 100% confident we can take these fights and win. Though I do love the one thing they did, well, two things they did, the push off of the bait on mid boss. Oh my God. Like the first time, I know it didn't work out too well for them. Eventually they lost out in the fight, but that was so sick to see. That had so much potential, and you could tell Hydra Nation had absolutely no idea that that fight was coming their way.
Well, one thing that people may not have had any idea was coming their way was our MVP. No, they probably knew after we were gassing them up. It's going to be League as our Intel player of the match. And well-deserved here. I think there's a period of time we're wondering, who do we give MVP to if Valhalla wins and League just went into a class of his own? But also, side MVP for me, because I wasn't aware of it. A little bit difficult to do on higher ping, but it's come to my attention that Larokashi is one of the top players over there in South America from Brazil, which is why you got a lot of Brazil support up in the chat right now. So big shout out to anyone watching from that region of the world. And hey, your audience has been rewarded as Larokashi does get to move forward to play against melee groups.
Damn.
That's sick. That's sick.
Deathy's got me in chat. Watch my mouth. No, that's so sick to see, because we've even been talking about like we would love to do a DFN in South America, because we know like how passionate the fans are. We know like how good South American fans can be, or sorry, players can be in multiple esports titles. I would love to be able to have that happen. But nice to see like our first little like dip in the pool or dip in the ocean of what South American talent has to show us.
Yeah, there's guaranteed to be a very deep amount of talent there. It's the same, I think, in a lot of games. In CS, there's this joke that like right now, because it's not like a super top like Brazilian team, there are some good ones, but a lot of like the super insane players are spread out across a bunch of different teams. But there are a lot of them, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case here as well in Deadlock. So that would be super exciting. So, and it's also, to be honest, exciting that we saw this victory over Hydra Nation. Again, Hydra Nation obviously gone through a little bit, a few couple changes themselves, but it's always going to be an achievement to defeat them. And so, really massive props to Valhalla and just how they played as a team to do this. I think there was definitely some spots where I think we could have seen maybe some more from them in terms of like just converting more heavily on their advantage. But to be honest, it's nitpicking because they beat Hydra Nation.
Look, I mean, you look at where this is at, and I think NA in particular is going to be pretty volatile while this patch settles. I think it'll take a while till teams really hit their groove, but, you know, man, oh man, we now getting a chance to look at the stats in the game, and, you know, you kind of see the amount that League was doing damage-wise, but also, you know, Unsung Hero, more of a support Kelvin was being played here, where you think about the changes that got made to the game. You don't necessarily have to pick up any gun items on Kelvin to be efficient now with the slot changes like you kind of felt you had to do before. So you get an incredibly supportive Kelvin here when you look at the overall healing output that comes on in. And, you know, we'll say this much too. This was a comp where they got enough value early in the draft that they were even able to overcome the Curse of Wraith, who usually has been the death knell in this patch.
Yeah, that's like the toughest part watching this game too, because of like the lack of frontline, with how quickly their frontline would just be walked over. Like Leffa just couldn't get the damage out that he wanted. Like you saw in some of the earlier fights, like when he's left alone, he just destroys the enemy line. But when he loses like Rocane, Vegas, or like Poppers early on, it's like, what are you going to do? You're 3v6. It doesn't matter how much damage you have. You cannot stand up and take out 6 players like that who are coming your way, having the support out of Xerxes and Lord NM. I mean, there was so much CC as well. Like there was only so much Leffa could do in those situations. And that's just the way it's going to work out for him, unfortunately.
It's a good point. And I think also what's interesting is that, you know, Mo falls. Oh, that sucks.
Thing is,
they still won. It's fine. They still won. It's fine.
That part sucked, right? But honestly, they could have just like ditched him because they didn't do that, right? He actually tried to get away. He got Vortex Web back in by Ivy. He got swapped in by Rocane, and then they rescue beamed him to pull him out. But they committed. They stuck around for that fight to try to help him out. And they should have just been like, okay, I'm sorry, bro, you're dead. And that actually still probably would have been more one side than for Valhalla.
I was just gonna say though, real quick. The pick of Mo and Krill feels a lot worse here, because part of the reason, like you said, that Leffa couldn't really get activated is because there's not really much tankiness going on there, and Mo doesn't generally tend to get necessarily like super tanky in a lot of these like pro level matches that we see, because Mo often is not getting the farm, and you know, we saw that be the case here with hydration and the lockdown. There's so many answers to the lockdown as well that I feel like the late game there was just not. Like that slot could have been better used by something else in terms of like supporting Leffa into a late game team fight scenario. So I just like, you know, wanted to put a flag on that, because we haven't seen Mo and Krill in the new patch, and I was just wondering what the value might be compared to how it was.
Well, speaking of value, there's no better value than getting something for free. And if you want some of the highest tech Intel hardware on the market, you go to www.rivalsfightnight.com and enter for free to win an Intel Core Ultra 285K CPU. Don't worry, even if Jason were to enter and win it, we'd still give it to you and tell you got Jason's CPUs. So go on over there and enter if you haven't. What do you got to lose? It is free.
Hey man, nothing's free in life. Don't know who's been telling you that.
Just wanna ZP's trying to lead you astray, sending you over to rivalsfightnight.com. You actually want to head to deadlockfightnight.com, because that's where the real giveaway is being done. The secret giveaway is on Rivals Fight Night. Don't go check that one out, because I want to win that processor.
I'm gonna be honest. I've done a lot of giveaways on the other thing here. That is my bad. But also, you think it's on either. But yes, please deadlockfightnight.com, which kind of ruins half the hype of what I just did. But in any case, look, I'm gonna just hide my shame for the next 5 minutes, and we're gonna go to a break, because the break just happens to be timed right now. So when we come back, the money match is underway. It is gonna be Valhalla taking on Melee Creeps. But deadlockfightnight.com. Thank you. We are back with Deadlock Fight Night number 26, presented by Intel here in North America, heading into the money match. ZP here once more with DDK, who again, made a long trip to get here today, straight out of Kazakhstan and like 30 hours of flights. But, you know, it's not just Dan that we have joining us here. I'm going to bring him in right away. We got Jake here as our analyst as we head into our first map here of the money match. And I gotta say, this is going to be an interesting one because Valhalla, they looked good. They retooled their roster a little bit, and we haven't brought Jake back in just yet, but he'll get there, Dan. He'll get there.
He will. I mean, he needs to. My brain's
when you least expect it.
Whoa, where did that voice come from?
Very jet lagged.
I don't see anyone. It's ridiculous.
He's supposed to be like here, like
no.
Like
we saw him.
It works.
Spawned in, guys.
Yeah. He was stuck. You know, we had the
oil
it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So Jake, welcome.
Now what?
Surprising to see Valhalla come out on top of game one, though, right? Like, I mean, I think anyone would have said Hydra Nation are the really clear favorites. I was impressed by Valhalla. The fact that they're able to get that win is big for them as a team. You know, they've been having a couple shots here in DFN, but now really proving their worth and having a shot to take down melee creeps. But this is another even tougher foe, of course, waiting for them in the championship match.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, melee creeps, needless to say, not the easiest opponents to take down. They have been the rock here in North America for, what, like 4 or 5 weeks now? They've been the team to beat. And ever since they got Quig onto the team, they have been on top. Now, I'll note here, I believe Ido is not subbing in this week. It's going to be AVG that is back on in. So the substitution's going back and forth here, but AVG should be back. But the real change here, Dan, was when they brought Quig onto the team for more shot calling, more leadership, and it seemingly leveled up the entire team.
Yeah.
Have they only won since they brought Quig on? Have they won every DFN since then?
Yes.
So Quig is acquitting himself very well in terms of the results of that roster change.
Yeah, I think it's Poshy Pop on the interview is essentially saying, kind of confirmed everything that we understood about how Quig transformed the internal process with the team, obviously the shot caller, and that they trust Quig implicitly, and that Quig is very effective in that sort of, I guess, like the mid-game shot calling, where the situations are pretty dynamic, and everybody trusts his voice, and he has a great read as to how to play the game, and so that was what was missing. And honestly, it's the same way, I think, in any team game, at least that I've come across, where the in-game leaders are, like good ones, are few and far between. It's hard to find them, but obviously when you can get them, they are worth their weight in gold. So if you actually are an aspiring pro player, you want to have a long career, just focus on being an in-game leader. You'll have to do more work than everyone else, but it will be worth it, most likely.
Get paid back in job security.
Yeah. And by the way, John is now in a Warden meta, perhaps. So that's actually also pretty sick.
Yeah, John was dominating on the Warden before it was meta. So it's definitely something that I think melee creeps are going to put a tier one draft prio on. We'll see if Valhalla can deny it from them. We've seen Warden also be first banned, even not going up against John. So wouldn't be shocked if melee creeps don't get their hands on it in this series. But it's just another threat, right? Another layer where, okay, maybe we don't get the Warden, but that might enable us to get some of the other power picks of the patch. Like, you know, in the end, I think that last game, right? Like Shiv, Abrams, Kelvin is such a potent trio.
But I do think for what melee creeps likes running, I think if you're up against them, you really consider doing the first ban Warden, similar to what Hydra Nation did last game to Valhalla, or you pick it yourself. But we'll get to see here in a moment, because the draft, I believe, is ready. And of course, coming in as a challenging team, it is Valhalla's choice of whether to be first or second pick. Up against Hydra Nation, they deferred. They gave Hydra Nation first pick. And in this case, against melee creeps, they are deciding to, actually, I'm not sure if that's first one. It may have been Hydra Nation's pick. I didn't look closely at the Bo 1v1 results. But either way, Valhalla is the one with the first pick here. So we'll see what they value. To me, I feel like you make sure you can angle the first pick Wraith. Even though it didn't work out for Hydra Nation last game, I still think it is the optimal opening. And for melee creeps, I think you ban it.
I'll return to my training.
Banning Warden makes too much sense here. I think it's very expected, especially with second pick. I don't know that you would go overall first Warden, but I think almost certainly melee creeps would have snapped it up in their first two. Now melee creeps probably wants to attack that overall first. Maybe it's the Shiv, maybe it is the Wraith here. I wouldn't mind seeing the Wraith ban come out from melee creeps. I honestly, I think that's the right response here.
Agreed. That's what I was thinking too.
Apologies, I'm spoken for.
Mirage, okay.
Instead.
Another potent option, still very annoying character with like the global TP, like has a lot of late game potential and a lot of ability to farm in the mid game where no one else really can, where you can still participate in the team fights pretty uniquely. Now Valhalla, I mean, I guess the most normal picks would be like Shiv and Abrams, but I agree that the Wraith first is a very plausible choice. I just think it does give melee creeps a lot of power to set the tempo of the game with their next two.
Well, Valhalla, they had first pick and they angled for Wraith. So if that helps at all to the psychology of the teams right now, I think they've maybe caught on to the Wraith train. But as you say, Jake, now for melee creeps, I think I would go to the grave and say that Shiv will 100% be one of the next two heroes. After that, it gets a little bit sketchy in the idea of, do you value the Kelvin to secure the lane, to get one of the best supports of the game where support itemization is a bit better now, or do you go the Abrams? But the Shiv, you could basically take to the bank, will almost always be picked right now in the meta. But now, looking at it, it's, do you Abrams or not Abrams? What do you value the most in this second pick? Because it's really important to get maximum value after you've given up the Wraith.
Yeah, you need to have a really potent, aggressive team fight setup. I like the Abrams as a sort of quasi answer to the Wraith because it's a hero that wants to jump on top of people and punish them. They go the Geist. Wow, that's surprising to me to not take Abrams here. Or Kelvin gives up a lot.
I mean, yeah, you could get Abrams and Kelvin now. That's for Valhalla. That's pretty interesting. And also, that's the highest priority we've seen on Geist, I think, all day. So that's also like people have been finishing drafts off with Geist as another extra option, which kind of feels about right. And obviously the Abrams pickup here for Valhalla. I mean, also considering what Valhalla just played in terms of their draft and what worked really well, it feels like they're getting kind of a layup here. Obviously they lose the Shiv, but they're going to get the Abrams Kelvin, it seems.
We'll see if they go Kelvin here.
I think stealing Kelvin is crucial, especially with Shiv guys in the other team. Like both teams really want Kelvin. However, melee creeps can also get an initiator and ban the other one, so that's going to be their edge, I guess, coming into this back half.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to bring up, is that I think you can make a really strong argument that you get either Paradox or Holiday instead of the Kelvin, because it's kind of been proven that you do have options you could use to deal with the Shiv Kelvin lane, and not having either a Paradox or Holiday feels really bad, because I think if you're melee creeps here, they probably pick Holiday. They usually prefer Holiday over Paradox. Saya loves Holiday. It makes it look really deadly. And okay, this this is a little bit strange to me, because
I think Viscous is really good, but I'm surprised to see it go this early. I think Viscous can be thought of as potentially a decent response to Wraith, with Cube, responding to the single target ulti, even saving people from like Abrams pins can be pretty awkward for Abrams, and can, goo-balling inside of the Kelvin ulti is like one of the only ways to actually take the fight into the Kelvin ulti. They banned Vindicta. Whoa. I guess they don't want to ban. Oh, man, this is just. I guess they don't want to ban either in the initiators to ensure that they're going to get one of them.
I actually thought that even if they banned the initiators and kind of went that route, like we were expecting, that Valhalla would happily just pick up Lash instead anyway.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Because Lash was obviously League played insane on it. And so that's definitely something that works for them. And Lash is great right now.
Melee creeps, I think it's first pick out of here. So the reason why they didn't ban an initiator is that they wanted to ensure they got either Paradox or Holiday. Now they're going to grab the Holiday, and that's why they went Viscous, is that they knew that they could get one of the two if they didn't ban one of them. So I think they lock in the Holiday here. But the problem is that you've also, by not using a ban on one of the initiators, you've also kind of left things open that Valhalla can pick up the Paradox. So you're not getting the clear advantage, but I think you definitely want Holiday for Saya, and that's exactly what they lock in.
I actually like the Holiday over the Paradox here, because I think Valhalla are likely to get a Lash here. However, I think Holiday has a much better matchup against Lash, because you actually can realistically lasso cancel the ulti from Lash and like turn the fight around and then take his ulti away. It's like a massive swing if you can make that play. And I think it's kind of a realistic play for Holiday. Not super consistent maybe, but I think it's doable. Something you can look for to shut things down on the countering cage. And I don't think melee creeps really want to play a Lash of their own, with the threat of Kelvin just doming it is kind of a problem for you at various phases of the game. It's going to be the Yamato's taken now. And
like,
I mean, Express Shot nerf is still good. Oh, true, Calico is unpicked.
I feel like I would have way preferred Calico over Yamato. I feel like that would have gained a pretty huge edge. just based on like just the box farming alone. The 7 too, that's cool. We haven't seen 7 yet, or at least have we?
No, we haven't. But I think this is a time. You think what Melee Creeps played last week? They were continually playing Poshy Pop on the unstoppable, like super quick lightning scroll 7. That was Melee Creeps' bread and butter towards the end of the draft. So I think for Valhalla, I don't think this is necessarily that they love 7. I think it's that they know they already have a good carry advantage with the Wraith, and they know that's going to put Poshy Pop on something that he probably wouldn't want to play right now. Most likely the Infernus, because you think about carry options that are left at this point in the draft. Like you've gotten rid of Vindicta. You don't really like GT anymore. I think you almost have to pick Infernus here, and I don't think Infernus feels good at this point in the draft anymore.
There's an argument for like not even taking the Infernus and just going with like another like stunner frontliner, but they are they're gonna grab me first. Maybe you just need a little bit of late game scaling here. I mean, not that you don't have any. I think Shiv and Geist can definitely get to that point as well. But I agree with you. I think Infernus has looked like one of the relatively weaker options, especially with something like Abrams. Yeah, that's true. It could have been the Calico. If you wanted to go like heavy commit frontliner. I will say Abrams, or the nice thing rather, not Abrams, but Infernus is to be able to burn 7 can be pretty strong. Calico is a great closer for Valhalla. I quite like the Valhalla draft. However, I think Melee Creeps, the first 4, I mean, Infernus just doesn't feel the best right now, but honestly, the other 5 heroes, and in the end, Infernus is not that bad. Like it's a feast or famine hero. Sometimes you can really take over the game and be a huge problem for the opponent. And I think Melee Creeps like Shiv, Viscous, Geist, and Holiday are going to be able to be so dynamic in this game. It's going to be potentially challenging for Valhalla to keep up. I think if Valhalla gets late enough, though, they are going to outscale with like Wraith and Yamato. If they're getting really big into the late game 7 as well, there's going to be some massive scaling potential. So I think Melee Creeps are on somewhat of a clock. They just need to be in a decent advantage. They can just snowball a lead and escalate it. If Valhalla start to pull ahead in like after, the 100K souls mark, I think it's going to be really hard to team fight against them.
I got 3 words here, Dan. Pray to Saya. I think the only way Melee Creeps wins this map at this draft, where I look at this draft, I'm actually way more bullish for Valhalla, but I do respect the absolute chaos that Saya can sow on a Veil walking Holiday if he's able to stay even with the game.
Yeah, and I think one extra detail I'll add as well is I'm very curious, and I think almost concerned that Calico came in as a 6th pick. Are you picking it because it's there and like one of the highest things on the tier list that's left, or are you picking it because you can competently like fit it into the play style of the team? Is a question I have in my head. But Jake, what do you think about how all this has played out in the lanes before we depart from you for a moment?
I'm a little surprised to see Kelvin in mid. I think I most often see Kelvin placed in the side lane. I'm curious to see how Yamato tries to build as well with the nerf to express shot, but overall, I sort of disagree with ZP. I actually think Melee Creeps have a pretty sick mid-game fighting comp, and in the end, like the late game potential for Valhalla, as incredible as it is, if it's not realized, if you're not able to get farm, I mean, they are quite farm dependent on the lineup they've drafted, and so if they fall behind and things start getting snowballed against them, I think Melee Creeps could just kind of run the table on them, regardless of their theoretical, potential of the draft.
I see Shiv.
We'll see how this one pans out, Dan. And, I share the idea of I'm pretty interested to see what Yamato goes here, because I will say there's a world where Express Shot was so ridiculously good pre-nerf that it still might be very, very good post-nerf. Just not quite as game breaking. Like, I think in theory that item is still pretty damn good. Like, you consider it's like, oh, instead of 125%, it's now a mere 75%. That's still double the value, or nearly double the value on your Yamato right clicks. I think that item is still actually good.
Yeah, we'll see how it comes into effect in terms of the tug of war in these lanes. The last game was actually super interesting from that respect, as there was a lot that we weren't exactly sure of. And then we had that end up having that stalemate where the Shiv Kelvin lane was the Shiv Kelvin lane was unable to like really do anything, which is quite unusual. But and actually speaking of which, that was it was Valhalla that had the Shiv Kelvin as we observed the pause. Too early to really say anything about how these lanes are going just yet, but in terms of like who's like where do you put the favor? Valhalla's comp is interesting to me. They've got a lot of like high tier heroes, but there's something about it that I don't like, Zephie, and I can't put my finger on it.
You know what I don't like? We just did the PayPal throwback, and if you don't know what it's referring to, all the better. Some dark times that were thankfully figured out pretty fast. Oh, come on. I'll be honest. I can't tell if this is a meme pause or an actual pause, but this feels like a meme pause.
The EU pause buff.
Hang on. As someone that has experience in a lot of trolling in games, especially in lobby and chat, Jake, what's your take here with the melee creeps disconnected, reconnecting after the commentary? Is this real?
I think this is real. They two people disconnected. I don't think they're trolling in the money match, man. I think they actually, maybe there's just some stability issues still being worked through on the build. Hopefully we'll be able to get ABG and Pashipop back in stat, get the game rolling. Seems like there's a lot of love and respect, friendly banter between these two squads. So it's cool to see a new challenger rising up to take on melee creeps. I mean, for a long time, whether it was melee creeps or Hydra Nation on top, it was always one or the other. So to see a new challenger taking that into the game is going to be impressive. But it looks like pause is over, getting right back into the game.
We had a few eras here in NA. Dan, thinking back to it, we also had like the B&B era, very briefly.
I was gonna say.
And then B&B is no more, and who remained got devoured by Hydra Nation. And then Hydra Nation has just been kicked out in the Challengers match. round and round we go, really.
Yeah, I was thinking earlier, it'd be like, imagine like the game like eventually releases and maybe it's like a million players playing active users per month. It was like super huge. And then the Hydra Nation guys would just be like no one will remember us. Like we were like just unbeatable for ages. No one will remember us.
Some will still remember.
That they don't have like a great team at that point.
Like you go back to the OW era, and every now and then people will bring up tournaments like the monthly Melee and teams like Selfless, Rogue, or even further back the original Envious teams. Or you go even deeper to lore IDDQD, the team, not the player. Which that was the thing. You had IDDQD the team versus IDDQD the player at the same time. Which let me tell you, bundle of joy to cast. But
nice.
Look, the deep lore will always exist for those that have experienced it. But also in the beginning of this game so far, Dan, it's been a little quiet here thus far.
I see Viscous.
Yeah, and it will be, just to finalize that point as well, it will be really interesting when the game has grown to that extent, because the crowdsourcing of, like, in a hyper-competitive environment where you're crowdsourcing answers, there's all this cross-pollination happening, the game's going to evolve much quicker, and there's going to be so much more talent. It's going to just make everything super exciting. So I'm stoked for that.
I think there's enough flexibility that even with millions of players, I actually think you're going to get a lot of item build variety. But also, you talk about the signal of, I will be farming, and more farming. Pashipop with the ultra super fast rush onto Cultist Sacrifice. It's about as quick as it gets, in fact.
Nice. Do you prefer Hannah Midas or this name in Deadlock?
I mean, Deadlock has a lot of occult stuff in it. I feel like the Cult of Sacrifice, it's fitting. And you're also going around and, like, for now, stabbing eyeballs until you get more finalized jungle art. So, that's also a thing.
I dig it. Well, okay. So in terms of the tug of war, observing the tower damage simply as a representation of that, there's not that much winning for anyone going on any of these lanes to speak of. Getting some minimal damage done there in the mid lane there on behalf of Valhalla, but otherwise not too much going on. Okay, with that said, we do have an engagement here on the right side. This could certainly change some things. A Q coming in to try to keep the Shiv up, but so critically weak, but still able to get it with the slice and dash. Slice and dice.
And, I mean, you think about lane power, I mean, running Viscous Shiv, yeah, it's not quite as much healing as you're going to be getting in from a Shiv Kelvin duo, but you still get healing and saves, like we just saw there, that kept AVG alive in a tough situation. So, I mean, able to take down League. So, lane's starting to break down a little bit beneficially right now. Or melee creeps here thus far.
Yeah, certainly. Calico in a little trouble there. The Holiday does chunk you down quite significantly. It is depressing to be against. Actually, no, speaking of that quickly, I really hate playing against Holiday Mirage lanes for that reason.
What, you don't enjoy poking yourself away from color and then losing half your HP? That's wild. That's
exactly.
That's the best part of any laning experience, really.
It's any range, you just get wrecked.
It's definitely a positioning heavy matchup, to say the least. But already we got first Guardian of the game going down. Valhalla really suffering over on the left-hand side here thus far. You know, taking a look here at item builds. You know, things changing up a little bit here as far as Yamato options. So, you know, things changing a bit over time. Super early cold front going to be brushed where, you know, people mentioned about Laura Kashi. Of course, this is, you know, our player from South America coming in for a little bit of interregional competition. But, you know, people in chat were saying, oh, you know, usually plays lots and lots of Lash. So you get a different look here on the Yamato. Or not Lash, but Shiv.
Yeah, that's really awesome to see. And Valhalla is a super dangerous team if we get to that late game. Just the scaling, obviously, is going to be kind of nuts on basically everyone. Except maybe the Kelvin, I guess. But Kelvin's going to play support anyway, so it's fine. But with that said, though, I think that does put a lot of pressure on melee creeps. That, you know, they are 4K ahead fairly early here, so they are certainly having some success. This is the initial test, is can you keep up in the early game? I was really surprised to see how well Valhalla did with that against Hydra Nation, because historically Hydra Nation have been pretty monstrous, obviously, in the early game, and once they had figured it out. Just due to the fact that they have such good mechanics and are very methodical in terms of how they play.
Well, I think right now this is probably the scary part of the game, which is, okay, Lasso can miss and Stun coming out. The scary part of the game, which is that usually Saya will just be going for pickoffs on Lasso cooldown with Holiday. And melee creeps get more leverage or more value off Holiday than basically any other team in the game, including EU. It's kind of one of the heroes that they try to angle to the most. But I also think with their comp that they're really reliant on Holiday to have this good mid game to set themselves up. But you know, the laning phase has gone well enough that there's a little bit of pressure off Saya at the moment.
Yeah, some roaming before any of these towers have gone down. Okay, oh, extra assistance coming in here from Saya. Around that mid lane, could hit the peripheral for a gank. With that said, we also have Scout, I think, running some boxes at the same time in the close proximity in mid. So looks like a fight will be brewing there. Certainly a huge number advantage for Valhalla. But they're going to fall off of that one, and might be an opportunity for some additional tower damage there. At the same time, melee creeps getting some damage in of their own on that right side. That Guardian's going down pretty fast.
You got Abrams coming back in, the Lord NM off the zipline. They're going to try and go for pickoff here. You see Lord NM diving in on the right-hand side right now, just looking potentially for a charge onto the Viscus or the Shiv, but both going to back on out. So the appearance of Abrams going to give the right side a bit of a breather. However, once more, you got to take a look at Sai, who's going over the middle. The Lasso, ready to go. Going to be looking for either Calico or the Yamato. Here comes Holiday here in the moment. Sai, though, getting pummeled on the entry. Super, super low. No Lasso to be had as Scout sniffs it out and punishes.
Yeah, that's great damage coming in of there, and that's going to convert into a tower. Finally going down there in favor of Valhalla. So starting off well with that mid conversion. And with that said, what are the options going to look like now from this point? Because they definitely need to help out that right side lane that's under heavy pressure. And that tower's going to go down pretty soon. And those players here from melee creeps are pushed pretty deep. AVG is going to be the recipient of a charge. Down pretty weak, but of course has low main on the Viscus to keep him safe. But in comes the Calico Scout, looking to try to finish off those two players on the right. Is there a kill to be had here? I mean, of course, AVG is super low still, so there surely should be a kill converted in favor of Valhalla, but they can't quite seem to find it.
Well, they find low main, and I think they're more than okay to just grab low main, finish off the Guardian if possible. I mean, you have low people here, so this is a little bit dangerous to be hanging out while killing blow still on deck, but at the same note, I think AVG realized if they were to dive in, the odds of actually getting out, not the greatest in the moment. So overall, I mean, a few macro decisions in Valhalla ends up evening out the game a bit here.
Yeah, earn run to be had as well. Not the most control of the lane, though, so this could end up being a brawl between the two teams.
The cube is almost ready.
They're bringing over 4 at the moment. So it's a commitment of 4. They're leaving Pop to just farm on the left-hand side versus Wraith. But here we go. Earn team fight taking place. Going to be even 5v5, and it's just able to be turned in by Quig. The rotation from Valhalla, not enough to actually dive in, or they just didn't like the situation, decide not to go in. Meanwhile, still hungry for a fight is Valhalla. They're going to drop the Storm Cloud here, going to be forcing Ivy all the way away. Ivy's eating a lot of damage at the same point, but while the Storm Cloud's going on, AVG's able to work to the back, find the pick off on the scout. So still something that melee creeps are fighting, finding decent value on here. Frozen Shelter gonna be popped on. AVG may have bit off more than they can chew, just getting slammed by Abrams in the freezer.
Really nice, and this is an advantage I would expect rather melee creeps to have, is how they play some of the positional games around these team fight situations, in addition to good calling in the mid rounds to create that as well. And so that's definitely an edge, I think, that melee creeps will consistently have. And I think obviously we put that to Quig's impact quite a lot. His contributions there have been certainly well understood at this point.
Sai's going fishing again. Lasso's up in 5 seconds. You can just tell from our end where you just look at the UI, see Lasso is up, look at Saya, and it's immediately Saya looking for a fight. So you can kind of time it, but if we can time it here, that means the players probably have to be looking at the same general thing of going, okay, do we have tabs of where Saya is right now? Lasso's ready to go. But while Saya's off here doing a little bit of farming, maybe a time to tap in Jake. And Jake, what do you think so far about this early game between the two teams?
Yeah, I think Valhalla are holding on pretty well. I think they are, though, melee creeps are looking for one big decisive fight. I feel like mid-boss is sort of within reach now in terms of the farm potential, so one big fight could open it up for either squad. For Valhalla, I think that would really put them in a great position to build a lead and to really get an advantage. But for melee creeps, I think it's almost necessary to knock down some of these last Guardians, get these clear objectives, and hopefully get a mid-boss take. I think they're looking for that one decisive fight that really starts to expand the lead.
If you look on the left-hand side, you got Shiv going over for the Wraith, but you got Abrams right now just trying to survive against the Geist pressure. Up, over, in. Lomane, though, coming on in. Frozen Shelter, though, gotta keep Abrams nice and healthy here. Lomane taking refuge in the cube. We'll see if it keeps him warm in of the moment. Lomane now, though, trying to get away. Meanwhile, Storm Cloud up. Ivy got put into it. The Stone Form interrupt, and then try to get away right on after. Might be able to do just that. So heads up play coming in from Quig, but ends up giving their life for it, along with 4 others from melee creeps. And with the positioning right here, it's not something I don't think they can go to mid boss for it, but they can get maybe a walker for it, as AVG still gets walker trade on the other side.
Yeah, and AVG's a pretty scary Shiv, able to finish off DMB as well at the same time, so getting some value despite giving up quite a few kills and supremacy on that right side of the map. So things are kind of splitting fairly even and maintaining melee creeps' advantage overall. They've also created a decent amount of control on the left side of the map with that lane being pushed so far, and that's going to allow them to farm a bit. So, just maintaining the lead right now, melee creeps, but not really able to extend it all that much. Now, we do have an urn coming up in about 45 seconds, so that could be one of the next large points of contention. Words are hard. So we'll see, see how that goes.
I agree. This is like, the contestation is out here. But
I was like, is it contestation? Is that the way?
No, I think contestation feels like it's a word. But dude, also, as I look at this, I feel like Urn fights right now are kind of a mixed bag, where on one hand, Valhalla is stronger if it is a clean fight, but while you're setting up for the Urn, you're just at the risk of getting abducted. And Saya's also getting probably about close to the point of picking up Veil Walker. If they don't have it up already, I think they get it in about another like 2 or 3K. But fight right now, in over the buffs. Arakashi gonna invest in Shadow Transformation. Saya, though, already taking down 1 from the get-go. Lasso in, Lord NM falls. 2 pickoffs for melee creeps. Shadow Transformation gone here from Larakashi. On the best spot as Yamato here. You see others rotating on in right now for melee creeps. Saya a little bit low here on the fight, and Arakashi right now just taking the teleporter, wants nothing to do with the rest of the fight. So things go pretty well for melee creeps there.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we are seeing to some extent some of what Jake was talking about, where you have a lineup that's more well fleshed out in terms of the utility options. More capacity to, like for example, with Saya able to get get disable on an opponent to get a pick, or to disrupt other abilities, or you have the cube that can save people. You've got, you know, Quig, who's going to be able to have zone control with the kudzu bombs, and obviously the util options with the ult as well. There's like a lot of different options that you get, whereas with Valhalla they have a lot of heroes that are strong, but most of their options are selfish in nature.
Oh, also, while we were talking, cooldown came up for Saya, and Saya wasted no time in tracking down Lord at M for a quick pick. And this is why, like, I'm surprised other NA teams haven't adapted to it, but I just feel like you don't let melee creeps get Holiday if you can help it. Zerbsy gonna fall in his own frozen shelter, made a tomb of his own demise with low main bouncing to and fro in there. 2 down from Valhalla, turn in for melee creeps. The most definitive advantage we've seen all game long here in the first map of our money match. And, you know, Jake, you watched this happen here. Again, we got a lull, and, you know, you got Veilwalker Saya here, and it just, the picks keep coming.
Yeah, he's really able to push the limits with this Veilwalker and really hunt down. And this is where Valhalla, I mean, it's hard because who's going to go out on the lanes? Who's going to tank that gank? Maybe it's Abrams or, you know, Scout, but even with those characters, like, if you get pulled too deep, you are going to get followed up on. If the rest of the melee creeps are there, you're going to have trouble. Mid boss is up now, and the lead is starting to get pretty significant. Saya healed up. If he comes in and finds an opening pick right now, it looks like Lord and them in the sights.
They're looking, Dan, at the moment. They're absolutely looking as the lasso is again up. And again, Saya, this is the scariest part of the game when facing him. And also, I think what's scary if you're Valhalla, the economy allocation doesn't feel good for Valhalla right now. I mean, your most farmed is Wraith, and, you know, while Wraith can be scary, I don't think Wraith is that scary in the face of a 24k Shiv and a 22k Geist at the moment.
Yeah, and right now the worst thing that could possibly happen for Valhalla is to give up any kills near or around the mid boss at this point, of course, because it's now up. So Valhalla can't. There's no way where they could ever instigate it. There can be enough of a lead where melee creeps could kind of do what Valhalla did last game, where they threatened the mid boss, try to trigger the sounds to bait in a team fight that they can take on their own terms. There are definitely options around that, but it's just everything feels very tricky at this point for Valhalla because they were locked in around 8k difference for a very long time. Now it's ballooned to almost 20k, so it's starting to become a big problem.
I think the problem is too, they give up map control when you have a Holiday that's this big of a threat at the moment. But well, man, we'll drop some goo ball action here, looking for Abrams, still chasing on down. Abrams just desperately trying to get out of the way. Goo ball gonna be fading. And meanwhile, you take a look, Scout also under a bit of pressure at the same time. But Dan, look at the map right now. Just look at the level of jungle control melee creeps has bought off really the terror of Saya.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot that they can kind of fall back onto value-wise. And additionally, you know, I think there's an extra point to be made about the DMB Wraith factor. It does seem good enough that if Wraith manages to just maintain the farm, that they're never really going to be that out of the game against melee creeps, as long as they're not, you know, obviously like ahead. It's an incredible amount.
Things a little bit calm right now. In fact, I'm just a little bit surprising how calm it's been. I do wonder if melee creeps is right next to some few, you know, key build defining items. But okay, as I say that, time for a little bit of action, and it's just Lord and M getting hunted by Ivy Shiv. AVG, they're on the fall through. They get hit with the telekinesis, but so tanky and so ahead of the game at 27k HP that it's not threatening the way it would be if DNB was ahead. So he's just able to back on out, a little bit of disengaging. Now melee creeps decide they like what they're seeing. Killing blow for one, maybe an order for two here in just a moment as DMB is getting shredded by the run-in right now from melee creeps. John falling to the side. So I mean, Valhalla's able to pick up one, but the map control right now is undeniable.
Damn, holy. Okay, melee creeps really shutting it down. Valhalla losing everybody. There's so many options here for melee creeps to fall back onto. They can do anything they want here. Take the walker, take the mid boss, take the you know, there's just like so many options right now that they have at their disposal. They could roll through for multiple walkers. The mid boss probably makes the most sense to get that rejuve online before pushing stuff, but we'll see.
I think we may have just passed the event horizon of this game. I really don't know how Valhalla is able to bring this back. I mean, their conditions for a good fight, they're just so minimal. I mean, condition number 1 is don't have anyone get abducted by Saya. Condition number 2 is isolate someone other than the Shiv, or somehow isolate the Shiv, which is easier said than done, at the same time. And just those 2 things alone, I mean, the odds of getting a good fight, it's so ridiculously minimal. And you look, Lord NM shows up on screen and just gets pummeled, gets evaporated. And that's supposed to be your tankiest player right now? None of this is good at all for Valhalla and melee creeps. I mean, it's 20 minutes into the game, but we've just about hit the end here, Dan.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. It doesn't seem like there's much of a way back at this point. A 40k differential. Again, it was pretty steady around 8 to 10k for quite some time. Now it's a different story. Mid boss finally gets picked up by melee creeps, and it does seem like they're in a spot right now where they could just send it with this rejuve, and then that's going to be a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, we can even ask Jake a little bit here, but yo, Jake, I'm racking my brain. I can't think of many scenarios now where melee creeps lets this one go, or Valhalla creates the comeback. It just, you look at the allocation, it seems a bit out of hand at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a major team fight mistake. Pop grabs the ricochet as well, which I really like, so it's just going to be able to deal with any kind of clumped up foes from Valhalla. You know, I think honestly the thing is for melee creeps, they don't really even need to be in a rush to end the game. Valhalla is really trapped in their base now. They're coming out poking, looking for something. At least John John's not here, so maybe there's a chance to try and make some kind of a comeback happen. But it's so difficult. I mean, melee creeps are so strong at this phase of the game. The roll is already massive.
And the problem is, okay, they actually are able to isolate Saya with the Storm Cloud, so not the worst here from melee creeps, or rather from Valhalla. But they still need significantly more, and Zerbzy just under pressure has to drop the frozen shelter. But look at the fall through right now. Yamato and Calico double teaming over and in on the AVG. AVG so they're like, oh dear God, how'd I walk over to here? So melee creeps a little bit split as this began. Valhalla able to go on in. They burn basically their entire ult bank here, but they are picking up some kills. They're evening the gap just a little bit more here. Lee able to find Pashi Pop right on after. Yamato staying alive for a suspiciously long period of time. But John right now is cleaning up, and I think this is where, if you're Valhalla, you take your kills and leave.
Take the kills and run. Yeah, you might be able to bait Valhalla into something desperate, punish it, it gets even better for you. Well, League is going to go down, so I mean, melee creeps at this point might be able to finish ZP. They might just go for the finish.
They certainly have the option. I mean, you still got Rejuve coming in for better creeps, and you take a look at the situation. Valhalla is staggering like crazy. Second Shrine is about to go down. First stage Patron certainly should be falling here in just a moment. And again, it just comes down to what are your win cons at the moment for Valhalla, and I don't really think they exist. Not in a full team fight.
Bribery.
Just kind of bribery. No. Look,
bribe the admins. I hear that DFN admins will take a surprisingly low amount.
Look. You know, we'll leave that to some other esports right now when it comes to some allegations here. We enjoy some good, clean fun over here in the Deadlock Spectrum. That's all I'd be saying in regards to that. But, man, oh man, 185k to 145k. You know, when they were able to get kills, it was League being right place, right time with the Storm Cloud, but the rest of it, they just don't have effective ways to fight all of Valhalla at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, once more, they're looking for a pickup here. They're gonna drop over and in. Lord NM. Up. Frozen Shelter already used. Drops on down. Melee creeps, though, all starting to come on in. This is a fight that started, by the way, without Saya, who is coming in a little bit later into the fight. They're still able to take down 2. And they've even thrown a lasso where you take a look now, Saya, gonna be on the hunt. Surely should be able to grab someone here. John on the scout. And Valhalla down 3. This just continues to escalate away. That's 5 down, and the second stage Patron is available. It's gonna be melee creeps taking map 1 here of our money match here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America. Even as the GGs come out.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it's an interesting one because it didn't really feel like super special in any regard from melee creeps. It's just a kind of slow grind. feel like Valhalla played a pretty decent early game. We're managing to trade Guardians effectively, but just as soon as we got into that mid game, once again, where there's more kind of roaming and ganking and just a dynamic macro plays happening, you could immediately see melee creeps were a cut above Valhalla in this particular game.
Now to bring back in Jake, and Jake, you saw that beginning to end, and really, Saya got online, started getting pickoffs, and it felt like all opportunity just drained out of Valhalla.
Yeah, melee creeps, I think they really understood the power peak of the draft. They played the fights admirably well. I agree. Like once, Saya got that Veilwalker online and was just fully focused on being the initiator, trying to catch people off, he's just constantly hunting for the rest of the game. And Valhalla had to play very scared, very cautious, which resulted in them falling further and further behind. The rest of melee creeps were quick to punish any kind of opportunity to take a team fight. Even with a teammate far away across the map, they're still willing to take those engagements in the late game, knowing that the advantage they have is sufficient to buy time for that ally to show up a little bit later on into the engagement.
Yeah, taking a look at the stats right now, things are pretty interesting here. It's so funny to me that, by the way, Saya can be so impactful on the holiday and is one of the least damaging heroes in the game the way it's built, where you just build for basically prime lassos and let everyone else do the work. But man, oh man, it does continue to work out. AVG, of course, being a force later into the game. And I don't know, I mean, I look again at the setup that we had here for Valhalla, and Dan, I just don't enjoy games where you have no big initiation threat, where you pick up the Wraith, but you don't pick up the Paradox, you don't even get something along the lines of a Bebop, and your ability to get win conditions, I just feels like it goes into the gutter.
Yeah, you don't have options to do very much, either defensively or offensively. That's kind of such a big part of the problem is that there's no strength there because there's nothing at all that you can do except just rely on farming like crazy and then having good target selection between you and your teammates. But that's the sort of thing that I think, again, when you get into that mid game and you're out of your own lanes, it starts to get a bit more complicated with regards to that because there's so many more options that a player will have, or a few players might have, in terms of how they can reposition for fights. Because no one's going to give you a fight that's advantageous for you, if they're a good player, just because they're going to try to give themselves the best possible fight. And if they don't feel like the fight's good, well, you're going to have to do something smart with the utility to try to engineer a fight that's disadvantageous for them and commit them into it. And so like that's when you really need good util, because if someone comes in and takes, like, let's say a Mo comes in and ults you, but then you have, let's say, a cube that you can then use. Now you've turned the fight around. So without these types of options that exist for you, it just gets very hard, I think, against a series of good players.
Yeah, I think the execution was a little bit just too difficult against a squad like melee creeps, like without the pickoff threat. And more we've seen that this has been borne out, that you really do need some key initiators. No Lash, no Paradox this game for Valhalla. And as strong as they get into like the late game, you feel like some of those fights are starting to be more competitive, a little bit closer. It's just hard to stick on some of these targets. Someone like a Shiv, you need some very heavy lockdown to actually finish him off. It's one thing to get him low when he's aggroing you and he's pushing into you, and you can trade damage with him, but when he starts to run, you need somebody who shuts that down. Or when you have an advantage, you have players together on the map and you try to go on somebody, you need somebody who can secure them to leverage those player advantage, right? And maybe Wraith can be that, but Wraith usually doesn't want to be like the first one through the door in a lot of these engagements. It's a little bit too risky for her with the amount of sort of glass cannon style build you're going for.
I think overall for me, something that I'm enjoying here, just as a wider point, is just sort of how Melee Creeps is coming together as a squad, because we've seen a few different additions, not just Quig, for example, that's helped to fill out this roster in terms of both hero depth and also just overall like offerings for the like good dynamics for the teams itself outside of the hero depth. So really liking what seems to be, I think, a new era here. We'll see if they can close it down. It's obviously great for Valhalla to get this experience to get deep, and we know that they can do it now, which is sick. But Melee Creeps seem like they could be the new Hydra Nation.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dan, speaking of closing it down, if you're to close anything down, especially on your PC, but you wanted to power it up with more power, that's right. Go to the deadlockfightnight.com and pick up a brand new Intel CPU for free if you're lucky enough. That's right, we have partnered with Intel not only to put on our great tournament here today, but also give you, the viewer, some free stuff. It is the best price imaginable. You don't pay a cent. Just have a little bit of luck and get yourself an Intel Core 9 Ultra 285K CPU. All the info is on your screen. But also, what is on your screen is that we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if Valhalla can turn things around or if Melee Creeps will be the champion here of North America once again. Alrighty, we are back here at Deadlock Fight Night North America. Melee Creeps still looking strong here in round 26 against the up-and-comers Valhalla, where, look, Valhalla, they were still able to take down Hydra Nation earlier in the day, but Dan, they have met their match here thus far in Melee Creeps.
Yeah, and I would have liked to have seen how it could have gone with Valhalla having a comp that maybe had some more options. I think they kind of like boxed themselves in a little bit, and I think that was like an easy way for Melee Creeps to kind of take advantage and just you know, start to create a lead. Because I feel like if that natural advantage hadn't existed, you know, Valhalla were otherwise keeping up for quite a long time. So I think Valhalla looked worse there than I think that they are, if that makes sense. So I'm hoping we see a better draft from them.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. And also to bring back in Jake as we get ready to go into what could be our final map of the night.
Yo,
at Deadlock Fight
Jake,
Night.
You look different, man.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's Jason.
Wait, hold on.
Okay. You know, I can see the vision. Well. I can see the vision, to use the probably most overused casting quote right now. No, keep it. We were good.
No, I saw my face on the camera, and my face is already bad enough. I don't need the terrible hair, already worse than what it currently is. You know, I still feel like that game was pretty damn one-sided, to be honest. 25 minutes in, almost 26. AVG was just unstoppable. 12 kills, 2 deaths, 6 assists. I mean, once he got snowballing in that game, it was impossible to stop him. I mean, what was the closest in souls? You had 27,000 out of League. And League did like almost like just a little bit ahead of half the damage that AVG did. I think the problem was that AVG got so far ahead in this game that he was able to just run it down against his opponents, especially with the build that he went as well. And then he had a decent like supporting cast around him, though not everyone's like necessarily supporting. You had the Viscous to save him. You had John to pull a lot of attention, which again, we've gotten a lot of criticism to John in the past of like only being a Warden Bebop player. And with Bebop kind of being trash right now and Warden being a target ban out of every team now against him after last week, he has to flex out to different heroes, and his Geist has definitely been able to play to that level. And with Quig, I mean, with the whole Melee Creep roster back together here without Ido having a sub in this week, they're looking deadly. But I know what you mean about Valhalla. Like they definitely, it looked worse than they actually played. But I think they have to rethink their whole draft phase, because they cannot let Shiv go like that again. Like if you give AVG to Shiv, you're giving LeBron the ball.
Actually, I think I know what the bigger problem was. And, you know, look, I do have anything to prove this? No. But sometimes vibes and gut feel are all you actually need. Is that I don't think Valhalla was wearing any of our sweet merch here at Deadlock Fight Night. Go to deadlockfightnight.com and level up your gameplay by just synchronizing with something legally distinct, resembling one of your favorite heroes all around. Like, you're having a bad game on 7? Well, maybe you should have tried drinking some of your favorite drink out of a lightning-themed mug. Dan, it's hard logic to argue with.
I agree. I feel like something happened the last couple of weeks. The strategy changed. I thought we were doing the draft. Now we're selling merch. I respect it though. I feel like we should be selling merch in the middle of the game as well. We should pause instead of the players. We should take the power back and then start selling merch instead.
I heard ZP that if anyone comes up to you wearing that group hug shirt at an event, when inevitably we start having them for Deadlock, you will in fact give them a big hug.
You know, that depends on the current state of virulent viruses around at the time. Because let me tell you, if it's like recent events, you're getting a fist bump. But it will be a fist bump that will be hug-esque. But at the end of it, handshakes and hugs at events may just give you the plague. But you know it won't.
CP, I thought you were a man. You're just afraid of some germs.
Man of the people.
Honestly, a little bit with recent memory. But we're going to get the first pick Shiv out of Valhalla after they take down the Warden. And that means for Melee Creeps, Jason, it's gonna be Wraith. Tell me otherwise.
As DP, you could just wear some gloves, man. We'll get you some DFN branded gloves, and you can shake people's hands.
And DFN masks, so you can not worry about the germs.
Yeah, it's fair. But also Wraith, got to be coming
the Cinnabine.
Fun, darling.
What? Okay, well, they got
two. They got two.
If you guys don't recognize that name, it's one of Pashipop's names, one of his accounts, one of the 2 accounts he plays on. He plays a lot over in EU, and you're gonna see his Wraith. I saw him playing against Listic earlier on today, and Listic was mauling at Pashipop on the Wraith. It's most certainly gonna be coming in, and I think if you're gonna, give LeBron the ball with the AVG on Shiv, you're doing the exact same thing with Pashipop on Wraith. The problem is you can't ban everything you need to ban against Melee Creeps to deny them, put them out of their comfort zone. What are they just doing this for fun now? Why would you not pick Wraith?
Trolling. It's trolling, Dan. Not actually, but I
Who
don't
is
agree
LeBron, by
with
the
it.
way? Is LeBron an anime character?
Come on, man. That's bait. That is bait.
I couldn't hold a straight face for that one. Okay. All right.
Could be worse.
I keep adding things just sequentially here, so I apologize.
Well, they've gone viscous. They'll probably grab Wraith, but also, I would love. Well, I think they have to take the Wraith here. If they get the chance, they should ban Holiday. I don't even care if it means they give up the Paradox and don't get it themselves. They didn't have it last time. I'm tired of seeing Saya take over games over and over again on the Holiday. Make melee creeps win with anything else.
It might not be, they may not have a comfort on it though. That might be part of the issue. Otherwise, I completely agree, because then you're kind of weighing up, if we don't have anyone that's comfortable on it, do we just pick it and then have what we feel like is a slot that's not it's worth its value? They could just gamble it and hope they can ban it in the next phase.
You know, the funny thing is that when you're talking about that ZP is that like Saya messaged me saying, hey, can you get my like most played hero changed to Paradox, or my recognizable hero changed to Paradox? And yeah, he's played Holiday a ton. So it is interesting to see them do that. Vindicta, so I think that's going to be low main. So I don't think they're going to be going for a Lash, because typically Vindicta or low main would be the player of Vindicta and Lash for the team. But I'm a little bit sad to see like Wraith go this far in. I guess they want to take the Kelvin away from Shiv, but I don't think Geist is that high of a priority compared to a Wraith, to be honest.
We're also going to find out whether or not Valhalla actually are thinking about Holiday. We'll find out right now in this ban or not.
This is the only chance they have. They have to ban Holiday now, or it will be picked by melee creeps. There is no doubt in my mind. It's where they picked it in the last draft. They picked it in the 4th spot. They're going to pick it again. And if you're Valhalla, again, I would rather, based on melee creep's overall performance, I would rather not have the opportunity to pick Paradox, because they'll pick it instead. And just don't give them the Holiday.
Hey,
they've done it. They've done it. They've actually taken out the Holiday. Paradox is going to come in now, but this is still good. It is way less annoying than dealing with the Veil Walker Holiday, Jason.
I don't know, man. Like, I know what you mean, and I'm not saying you're wrong, and I agree with you as well. But the fact that you're kind of banning yourself out of having pick potential really hurts, I think, for Valhalla. I mean, do you really want to go to Bebop? We saw Overseas couldn't really make it work too well. You see the Paradox come through to melee creeps, and now Valhalla, it's like, well, what do we do for picks? So
Lash.
If you're not gonna pick Bebop, they have to either go Lash, or they have to run at you. And I'm not a big fan of just running at you, especially when you have a Vindicta who can stake you. You have a Kelvin who can dome you out and split you up. You have I guess the Paradox doesn't really do much when you're just running straight head first into him.
Yeah, I mean, what's almost anomalous about the previous draft is that if they had added Lash into that, if they had added Lash into that previous draft, I feel like that would have been that, and it works super well for them. That would have helped that previous draft out quite a lot. Just have some extra utility, something.
I'll add on even further, Dan, and say that I think Lash versus Vindicta is one of Lash's better matchups, because it really interrupts like the fly areas that Vindicta would like to go to. Vindicta has to respect Lash more than other heroes. I think, given the fact that they don't have other on the table, Lash is good, and they do pick it up. So, yeah, Jason, this feels good to me from Valhalla. Maybe not so much Infernus, but the rest of it I kind of like.
Hold on, I'm messaging AVG right now and asking him, what the hell is this draft?
The Infernus, I actually don't feel as bad about it, because they already have the Wraith.
Yeah.
Because I often have seen people pick Infernus when they are the team that does not have the Wraith, and that's when it feels so much worse.
Darlings.
Oh, they could have had Calico instead of Infernus, though. They could have had Calico Lash.
They're gonna go 7. I firmly think 7, and it'll be the Pashi Pop, like unstoppable lightning scroll rush, probably.
I have a response to AVG if you want to hear it really quickly.
Oh yeah.
I was like, what is this draft? And he's like, from us or them? I'm like, you let Wraith get through. And AVG says, we think Wraith is Kapachungus. They don't think Wraith is that good.
Okay. Oh, all right. Did you respond to him and say, I think you are Kapachungus?
No,
actually, yes.
I can't.
Yes,
I can't
actually
say that to him.
No. Dan is right. Stand your ground. Fight Chungus with Chungus, Jason.
I know, man. I mean, there's always different like takes on certain heroes. Remember when EU was like, NA just doesn't buy Decay to deal with Shiv, and we saw Shiv being played in NA constantly. And then now we're having like some discrepancies on like the power of Wraith and EU and NA. I don't know. I find it interesting, but I also find it interesting that we have a pretty big wombo combo set up here with Lash and Dynamo for Valhalla.
I don't hate it actually, because is there much interrupt for Dynamo on melee creeps? Not that much, to be honest.
Nope.
So it actually feels kind of good. You got like Calico, Yamato's, Kelvin, Lady Guys. They're all going to be in the decent, like kind of this relative spacing with each other in the front line.
Depends if Paradox picks up Curse, because we've seen that happen a lot today when it came to EU of just like swap someone in the Curse them. You could obviously just use the Curse for Dynamo to stop his ultimate, but then you still have to worry about the Lash. So a lot of things you have to worry about for melee creeps here in this game.
I like the Lash Dynamo pickup here. I think Dynamo is probably better than people have been giving credit for, just because I think the new itemization does benefit Dynamo quite a bit. In terms of being able to get what you need more effectively, you can be more supportive if you grab something like Healing Tempo. Overall, I mean, I think there's something to be said for the fact that having Lash as your only real playmaking ability could be a little bit less than optimal, but also League did look really good on Lash when they played against Hydra Nation, so overall here, Jason, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think it's like the fact that they're like confident in their draft here for melee creeps to me is like that they're not really worried whatsoever. I think you need to give a little bit of respect to Larakashi when it comes to his Shiv, as we saw up against Hydra Nation. But I mean, the fact is, it's a draft that they were comfortable doing. They purposely let Wraith get through this far, and I think this is gonna be a little bit of a test for how organized Valhalla are, and also how well melee creeps can deal with this Lash and Dynamo, because those are two big ultimates you have to avoid in these fights.
Yeah. Do you want to add anything else, Jason, about the early laning before we say goodbye for a little bit?
I'm also confused seeing a Kelvin in mid lane and not in the side lane where we typically see Kelvin being played. But I'm not going to knock it for melee creeps. But I want to see how, more importantly, the Shiv Dynamo lane works out actually on the right-hand side for Valhalla.
Shiv Dynamo could have some meaning behind it here, Dan. If you think about, like, yes, it's not going to be quite as offensive as a Shiv Kelvin lane, just because Arctic Beam is really, really good. But when you think about some of the baseline principles of why Kelvin Shiv works, a big part of that is the survivability that you get, and you're still going to have Healing Aurora as an option for the Dynamo Kelvin lane, and Dynamo isn't necessarily weak in early gun damage, so as a lane concept, I actually think it could be quite good for Valhalla here on the right.
Yeah, I also feel like in this new patch as well, with some of the new items and stuff, like that item, I keep forgetting what it's called. It's like Mystic Regeneration or whatever, where you get like 4 HP a second back after you deal spirit damage. Obviously, like if you're like landing like knives on people as a Shiv, you're just gonna be constantly healing, and this is a really nice item for Shiv's sustain. And so yeah, I feel like yeah, it could be kind of interesting. I am actually really into Valhalla's draft, just as a contrast to the previous draft where they had like no options for util. Now they have like loads, so it's really fun to see that. And I think the Infernus comboing with the Dynamo is kind of nice actually. So it helps me to believe a bit more in the Infernus, having that Dynamo in as the last pick as well. So I'm pretty excited to see what they do with it. Obviously, a lot of danger on melee creeps' roster. So, and I think AVG on the Calico, we haven't seen a big Calico play, or rather a great Calico play yet in NA tonight. But we know that it can be extremely powerful.
Dan, I got a big brain prediction here, itemization-wise. And it's not really that big brain, but we haven't seen a lot of it. But I think you can see it in this specific instance. I think if you're low main, you get Counterspell really early, and you save Counterspell for Death Slam.
Oh, yeah.
I think you can use Counterspell versus Death Slam as Vindicta now, as in the same way that you used to use E-Shift at the same time.
Yeah.
And I think that makes Vindicta a little bit more viable when otherwise people would try and use Lash in these situations. We haven't seen a whole lot of Counterspell tonight, but I think this may be one of the games where going it for low main would make a lot of sense.
Totally, yeah. I think that's a great point. Be interesting to see if that's what happens. But like, if if you're going to pick Vindicta, you have to have those considerations. Because Vindicta, that's why you get Divine Shield early from Vindicta, because she's so easy to target. She has such poor mobility. Maybe one of the worst mobility of any hero in the game. So very easy to kill, and she's squishy, so she's very easy to kill if you catch her. So it would be definitely, I'm sure, an option that gets considered. But either way, it does look like this mid lane is being won by melee creeps so far. They're getting some decent tower damage, almost down to half, which is a problem this early. Because if you unlock the Kelvin and the Yamato, that's going to kind of start snowballing into the other lanes.
Yeah, and also looking at it here, it's also interesting optimization-wise, where this is another data point of Express Shot not being favored post-nerf. It was a pretty big nerf, particularly to the reason why Yamato builds are going for it, and right now appears to be not the case anymore.
They hit that key threshold in the adjustment. They made it so the opportunity cost is no longer worth it.
I still think there's a world where it's good. Like, it's like, it's a big nerf, but it was so ridiculously good that's like, I don't know, guys, it still might be good.
Right,
but
yeah.
I can see why people wouldn't trust it right at the moment.
Totally. Went from a no-brainer to a, Well, still, that mid lane's going quite well for melee creeps. A lot of forward pressure. We see AVG also getting a pick on the right side lane too, so he's going to start getting some pressure as well onto that Guardian. So just across the board, it's looking kind of nice for melee creeps. Valhalla's best bet seems to be this Lash and Furnace lane right now.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to rely on League, I think, pretty heavily this game to get them through the mid game. And I mean, look, I've seen enough of League's Lash that I don't think it's necessarily a bad game plan. However, you take a look at how Saya is playing right now. I think Saya is going to play the Paradox very similar to the Holiday in that more aggressive than the norm when ult is online. So Paradoxical Swap is back up. What you're going to see here from Saya, Saya's going to go back in the base right now. If we could get Cam on the Saya, because Saya's going to go back to base, heal up, and then try and surprise someone in a lane right now for a swap. It's going to be going back out over to the left, and the main goal here is going to be to instantly swap on the left-hand side. AVG takes down Zerbzy over on the right, and now you take a look. Saya's in here on the left, swap, ready to go, and immediately you see League just get out of there. Just knows what may be coming and decides, no, I'm gonna chill for a second.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about Lash, just able to just get out with the press of a button. With that said, though, it might be I think there's a swap there, judging by how things went on the minimap. Actually, no, you can see in the cooldown, Saya still has the ult online, so I was wrong, but having to defend that tower on the left side is certainly going to create an opportunity there for maybe there to be melee creeps looking for an initiation. But yeah, still this mid lane seems to be going quite nicely here for melee creeps. The fight breaking on the left lane again.
Yeah, left is being particularly strapped. The swap just got used, and Lord and M is in a real dangerous spot right now. League, meanwhile, though, was able to take down John, so they're fighting back and forth. Saya at least gonna try and finish off the first. No way with 5 HP! Breaks the plane! Saya, though, still with the finish off, goes for the parry, tries to look for it. 100 AV, 45! 5 HP for League, staying alive, but man, oh man, that was a close series of trades. Off here.
5 HP. Oh my god. Doesn't get much closer.
League, get out of there! Wait, did League overstep? League nearly died again, by the way. Got shot by guys.
He's a man that likes to live life dangerously. Oh, okay, the ball connecting there. That's a low Kelvin. Quick. Trying to just vault over the wall here, back and forth, but it's eventually going to die. I do respect the effort, but it's not going to work out. And we have Poshy pop out here as well, trying to get some damage in, trying to find some kills potentially, popping the ult, Shadowform coming in. And okay, this is a very weak Wraith at this point. DMB falling. Great stuff there. Oh my goodness, what a parry coming in. Oh my god, absolutely dismantling this.
What a sequence of plays here. Getting treated to some good mobility, some good parries. And actually quite nice.
Dies so fast from full HP.
A little bit of Gamba and Jungle Invade. Gonna be the reward for melee creeps after that. I think slightly ahead. Death Slam attempt just came here from League off here on the left. Didn't quite get what he's looking for, but going for a little bit of elevation, looking for the ground strike slam down. Meanwhile, you take a look, John was able to get a little bit out of the way. The life drain just enough to stay alive, but for how much longer? The parry! Right on after! Oh boy, John living in a situation that you normally would not expect there, Dan.
What is this? Street Fighter 3 third strike? All these parries. It is really the best mechanic ever. With that said, an interesting series of events. Melee Creep's 4K souls ahead at this point, so actually it's a little bit slightly better than Valhalla were doing in the previous map. So some slight improvements with regards to that, but we'll see what they're able to do with some of these ults online as well. No Death Slam actually at the moment, but just looking at the soul distribution instead, it's interesting because it is a case that we have John and AVG with the majority of the kind of surplus, I suppose, of souls. They're a bit inflated compared to their teammates and everybody else on the server. So other than that, it's actually pretty even across the two teams.
I think in terms of allocation, this isn't bad for Valhalla. I mean, you think about the team fight options that they have here. I think you're kind of okay with the game being even. Swap though, coming on in. Gotta put Lord on in there. A little bit of danger, but part of the reason why I play in Furnace is that you can dash out of difficult situations like that. A little bit of cultist sniping of the creep camp here, and take a look here, AVG. Perhaps setting a little bit of blood and water. It's like I get hit with telekinesis now. Looking for a way out. This is turning into a massive team fight, taking place here, there, and everywhere, but close quarters. If you're Zerbzy, you kind of like what's going on right now. Frozen Shelter here used by Quig. Singularity now in from Zerbzy. How many does he have over and in? I think he might have gotten interrupted there, Dan. Right on after.
Yeah, Scott just able to get the hell out with the cue ball. But the fight races on here, full-on team fight, and Valhalla trying to disengage. It looks like with some players going out and go back into the fight, but the integrity of the team fight maintained there for Melee Creep, staying in a formation all together, able to burst down those players. Now able to carry the urn across potentially. They will need to get some control on that right side lane, but they have got the urn, and they have decent cover to run it across most of the map here, as they still have Poshipop out there fighting or now disengaging. In addition to AVG, they're 2 versus 3 there around this shop, and okay, well there's a tiny little bag that will get dropped, but the urn, this is the problem. We've got 2 players coming in for Valhalla off the rope as well.
No, they're going to make it the contested time. You take a look. They got the Death Slam on deck. League is able to hop on over there. I don't love trying to turn the urn right now for Melee Creeps. And so long as League has Death Slam, this is not great terrain. You also don't have Frozen Shelter. At a bare minimum, Melee Creeps need to just slow things up for a little bit right now. Wait for ultimates to come back online. You cannot force this urn while you don't have Frozen Shelter. It would be an enormous mistake.
Yeah, it would be a huge turning point for Valhalla if they did it. And so yeah, good presence of mind not to force the issue on that one. Still playing it slow like you mentioned. With that said, Valhalla trying to pick a fight. They actually have managed to initiate, engage, taking down Sire. So that's a huge win. That is really huge. And at the same time, we do have Poshipop coming in from the side and into the back lines. So there might be a potential engagement that makes sense here for Melee Creeps. But Poshipop doesn't have any assistance just yet. He's going to get isolated, so has to be pretty careful. But has found a very alone Dynamo, but can't get the finishing shot. So just creating huge problems in the back line. But there we go, takes down League. So, okay, space has been cleared for that urn after all.
League got too low in HP was the problem there. Is that, yeah, you had the threat of Death Slam, which League still isn't able to use. But the early part of that fight where they were specifically saving the slam, they don't use it, they get 1 kill, but in result, like, League is so low HP that they're not really able to take a firm stance to defend, and things start going the other way. So an even more sizable lead opening up pretty much exactly 15k. And since we're probably going to get a lull here, aside from, maybe side take a trip over the left, good time to bring in Jason. And, Jason, what do you see during all that?
I liked the use of the urn to kind of pull people out of Valhalla to the right-hand side of the map. It allowed AVG, who already has a big lead here, he's now sitting at 17,000 souls, just FYI, to actually pull off like a 1v2. He doesn't get the kill over on a DMB, but he gets the kill on a scout, just to continue to snowball in that lane and maximize the amount of farm he could get. And then when they felt like it was clear, they just get the urn turning on top of it. And it's honestly just some great, like, solid standard macro play that Valhalla, either you were going to go in and commit for the fight, or you just give up the urn. You had to make a decision, and kind of one of the worst case scenarios happened where you lose players across the map and you lose the urn on top of that. So AVG doesn't necessarily need the Shiv at the moment. But I mean, Larakashi, he still has, a decent amount of damage behind him. I am worried though. Xerxes been kind of falling behind, been getting destroyed quite heavily in the lane when it came to him up against AVG on that Calico.
If we could get a look at Lomaine's build real quick. Lomaine just picked up Escalating Exposure, so this is a very fast Crow build rush where you are basically trying to min-max what your Crows do over everything else. So it wouldn't be going Assassinate build, it would be going pure Crow.
On that note, ZP, because I also did notice that as well for Lomaine, he also bought Decay on Vindicta.
Yeah.
So for me, he's definitely going to be going super spirit heavy to get the maximized range that he possibly can use or can get to with Decay, because he does not want to be in melee range if he's going to be popping a Decay off. He wants to be as far away as possible, especially up against the Lash. So I think this is a really cool little adaptation, and I'm curious to see how it's going to work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Dan, it's a Vindicta that doesn't necessarily want to take a whole lot of flight.
Yeah, and the Crows were nerfed too, right? Not too long before the last patch. But I think one of the nerfs to the Crows, wasn't it, like that it put the percentages down from like 12 to -8 or something like that for the spirit resist and so on?
Yeah, but with more HP, in a way, they kind of got rebuffed back up in terms of like raw damage that they're doing. So
fair.
I think the Crows are quite good again, is where we're at. But yeah,
nice.
it's an interesting take from Lomaine here, and man, oh man, that is a rush and a half. When you look at the overall items, like, yeah, I'm just gonna 12k Escalating Exposure, half his income, and look at League's HP here.
Yeah,
I'm getting hit by this.
Damage. That's really, really good damage. Really annoying.
Our yellow walker is under.
Still though, he does not care. No sweat. Disengaging from this fight and being carried now by Valhalla across.
I see, Calvin.
And the TPs as well there, but already lost the walk on the left side. Chasing down AVG and the Calico is not going to be happening, and a fight being forced here on the right side as well. Valhalla must defend.
Death Slam looks for it, doesn't find anything. Meanwhile, Curse got picked up by Saya, so things get real rough for Xerxes, even if Xerxes does land a good Singularity. However, the urn was not being looked at all, and I kind of wonder a little bit about that. I mean, Valhalla gets a good chunk of souls. They lose 2 people in turn while going for this. If they lose Walker, it's probably okay for melee creeps overall. But I don't necessarily think melee creeps need to give up a free urn in this instance either. But you take a look, they're stacking everything on the right-hand side, and the Walker is just getting pummeled. So, I mean, they're going to get Walker. I think overall it's worth.
Yeah, we'll see what's next, though. There's a few kills. They can get aggressive. They've got decent control in mid as well. They could try to pressure the mid Walker, force Valhalla to defend it, and then see if they can find something or force a mistake. So there's definitely a lot of different options that they could try to do right here. They have a nice 15k soul lead. Again, it's not an unrecoverable soul lead. It's not crazy. It's obviously a distinct advantage, but it's really very recoverable, very doable if Valhalla were to find like a good fight.
Well, I think Valhalla definitely has really big comeback potential so long as they don't get deeper into the hole. I think 15k is completely fine. 30k, it requires basically the best initiation of all time, and beyond that, even good team fight ults probably aren't going to save you. And I do think the goal here got a little bit more difficult, though. The fact is that so long as Saya is able to mostly stay out of trouble, Saya can just hold on Curse until Singularity goes out and then goes in and grabs Xerxes. So all you have to do as Saya is not be in the Singularity that Xerxes is going to look to put out, which is reasonably easy. I mean, if that's your main goal in the moment. So, you're up on souls and you can kind of play around the Dynamo threat from the melee creeps end.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, uh-oh.
Is that bad?
That is really bad. If you leave match, I don't think you can get back into the game. And on that note, I mean, look, by our rules, we are generous here, but not so generous as the, like, say remake if Quig can't get back in. Not in this case. This is actual mega user error if there's no way back in.
Oh my god.
I mean, that's unfortunately how it is, because it's not like the game is totally out of hand here for Valhalla or anything like that. So, Melee Creeps might have to do the old 5v6.
I am shocked at this ton of events. Definitely very, very winnable if that's the case. To say the least. No one is like ahead enough on Melee Creeps for it to like be able to carry, I think.
Well, I'll confer with production here, but I believe we're just playing this one out, or it's evened up for Valhalla, because unfortunately, it's not fair to Valhalla to be like, oh yeah, just actually restart now. Like, nah.
They could play rock, paper, scissors for the match. How about
that? Jason, take over here and talk with Dan for a moment, if you would.
No, you're talk with Dan.
Yeah, you got to.
I have a soundboard I can play, Dan, if you'd like.
Nice.
One of them's you, but I don't think I can say it. I can hit that button.
What should I do? Should I beatbox?
Yeah, let's hear it. You said you wanted a beatbox earlier. Do like a little beatbox about like a Deadlock beatbox.
Okay, I don't know if I'm. I'll just make noises, and we'll go from there, shall we? Let's not be too demanding. Okay. There you go. What's the thing on your end?
What do you mean? What do you mean my end?
Jason, where's your bars? Start spitting bars, bro. He's laying on a beat for you.
I'm the whitest
drop
of
the
white,
Deadlock
man.
themed rap.
You said you had something on your soundboard
coming out of this mouth. Well, AVG got back in. I don't know if Quig's gonna make it back in. But ZP's doing some work with production to figure out what we can do and how this is gonna actually work out. But interesting to note, though. I mean, AVG's on 26,000
going, Jason. I felt like we were going to entertain people with our performance arts. But
the thing is, I don't know if your mic was picking up everything you were doing, because I only heard like a couple sounds.
That's true. It's like you're getting noise gated on your.
Oh, I guess.
I see. Jake
I didn't consider that. I didn't consider that.
Just tapping in an hour of need.
Yeah. But yeah, the ruling, we'll see what Valhalla or what Melee Creeps decides to do. But Melee Creeps now is the option to play 5v6 or FF, because if you full disconnect yourself when it's this close, I mean, it's not fair to Valhalla at this point. The choice, though, is for Melee Creeps.
Can we make Quig wear like a weird, embarrassing hat or something for doing this?
I mean, it is a first. This has never happened before with like all player restarts and otherwise. So
truly legendary. It took 26 DFNs.
All right, so they're gonna continue 5v6, and we'll see how this one goes.
Nice. I just want to point out, by the way, Quig's net worth is equal to the net worth lead for Melee Creeps. Hashtag winnable.
Yeah, I think it's quite winnable. Unless this crow build is about to go super hard. Maybe it will.
This is a lose-lose for Valhalla, though, right? Because if you win the game, it's like, oh yeah, you won 6v5. If they lose the game, it's you lost 5v6.
Yeah, I mean, them's the breaks in this situation. So there is actually a startling amount of pressure now on Valhalla, but that's the situation we now find ourselves in. And also, I mean, realistically, you think about tournaments in the future. You know, especially as larger tournaments start coming into play. If a team did this, they would be stuck in the same situation. So it is what it is. It is a lesson in the future that be careful on your restarts.
I actually do have an update on Quig's situation, by the way.
Yes.
Quig's mom came into chat and let us know this bedtime is strictly at 11 p.m. EST. So he can't play anymore unless we're going to play the tournament another day.
For real?
That sounds very authentic.
It definitely is not a copy pasta in chat.
No, look, one thing I know, and I'll go to the grave on this, but Twitch chat would never lie. Everyone in chat, you are the most truthful people that we have ever known, and the most reliable source of information, not just on the internet, but really in the world. I mean,
I'm sorry, the chat, brother. I'm a 50k in front of us. It's already a 5v5.
Well.
What is
okay?
truth?
Scout is back in.
I feel like this has really interrupted our flow.
It kind of has, Dan. I mean, it turned into the full quadcaster a little bit. We had Jake and Jason and talk about life and everything else, but effectively Valhalla just got the deadliest pick in all of Deadlock Esports. They got
when did we talk about life?
I mean, it happened. Maybe it's just gaslighting on my part. Who knows? We were really having it all on the stream here today.
I just feel like I missed out as well. I don't remember that.
Well,
either way,
they've even things up. It's now 5v5, just like that. There you go.
Yeah, I guess he did kind of foreshadowed that one, I suppose. There you go. Singularity connects, and it's the Calico. So it's largely uneventful. Okay. Melacreeps might win this regardless.
Oddly enough,
actually.
Hey, just based on the eye test, it was Quig holding Melacreeps back.
Yeah.
I know, it sounds illogical, and yet the performance for Melacreeps has drastically shot up since losing their Kelvin.
Oh, look at that dodge. This is like some sick
That was
moves.
stylish. That was that was cinema.
It was like I was watching an anime.
Oh, is that the one that LeBron is from? That you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I do try to troll people with stuff like that because I actually don't know most common pop culture references because I just don't care. / was playing too many video games.
Yeah, but
so
that's also
quite believable. I don't know who anyone is.
That actually also is what makes you one of the best casters around. You can throw you on any game because it's just you've had this lifetime experience of building game theory. It's like where other people, it's like while you were enjoying parts, I was studying the sword. It's like while you were enjoying other things, Dan was studying the aim trainer. He was in there honing his skills, body and mind. Which honestly, it sounds like I'm memeing, but I'm like 80% accurate. Actually, is where it's at.
At least 80% accurate. Okay, well, Melacreeps, they got the rejuve, so they're on. They heard the challenge. They need to make Quig proud. They're actually in front of the base Guardians, just ripping it up. What is happening?
I don't. This is
Did they hit every
ridiculous.
power spike before Quig left? They just hit all these power spikes. What's going on?
I mean, I thought we were about to end into something even, but somehow
Feels like it accelerated things.
Quig leaving has just. I mean, I don't know what to say. Logically, it doesn't make a ton of sense aside from the fact that Melacreeps might have already, as you say, hit their power spikes, and they're hitting it no matter what.
Maybe they just play with weight vests on and Quig left and all right, weight vests coming off.
And Jason has legitimate commentary, which I actually agree on, is that Melacreeps is going out of their way to play ultra aggressive because if it goes on super long, Valhalla is going to outscale them by the virtue of the fact that they have an extra player. I think that's actually a pretty fair take.
That seems like decent analysis. Okay, that makes sense. Well, they're also really maximizing the rejuves there, really effectively. They still have 5 rejuves left. I'm not sure how long is remaining. Okay, there's a minute and a half remaining on the rejuve, so they can still re-push something. They got the urn, so they could try to just commit into that as well. Definitely some options. Not much jungle on the map here, so okay, this is not a good fight for Melacreeps, I must say. A Singularity coming on through as well, so Singularity there. We'll see if that's a good usage. There's some extra players coming from Melacreeps in dribs and drabs, and so this should certainly give the edge, I would say, to Valhalla, but they got a couple of very weak players, so we'll see. Oh my god, look how much health Calico has! 4.2k, that's crazy!
Yeah, AVG is on the hunt. AVG is actually ridiculously buff at the moment, however, also outgunned. Now it's going to be some Calico parkour that's going on here. Goes back in, a little bit of extra melee lifesteal, 1,000 HP. The HP is slowly falling here, Dan. And now, trying to set up here for another melee lifesteal in just a second. A little bit of razzle-dazzle up over the shop and gonna get away with their life after finding time to take down League. So, not the worst from AVG.
Yeah, AVG actually off of the I think the previous rejuve push managed to completely balloon in value. 34k, that's pretty scary, and especially against Lord NM, he's on 23k. It's just that's a quick kill. So I can certainly see the potential here. The one a 10k difference though. We have some recovery from Valhalla.
Yeah, I mean, Valhalla, I agree with Jason fully that there's a timer here, but also AVG is a raid boss! Finding another 2 after the urn is turned in, where, by the way, I think when you're down one player like this, you get a bigger share of the souls from the urn. There are some fringe benefits to being down one, as far as riches go. I may be wrong on that. I know it used to work that way at one point. I haven't like fact-checked it in the last few patches, but that it did used to work that way at a minute.
Well, they're back knocking at the front door again.
Jake just had the best comment. Is like, in fact, Quig is the ultimate sacrificial support, where he has sacrificed all his farm to super farm the rest of his team when they get earned.
And it kind of makes sense because they are pretty strong at this point, and we're talking about like power spikes. Valhalla actually can't keep up with the fights. Maybe this is like the new tech.
Imagine having supports on your team that steal your portion of earned farm when you could just you could kick your support out of the game and grow stronger.
Yeah. I feel like this is the new tag. Is there anything against this in the rules?
I mean, I would say if we suddenly started having people like tactically DC and it could be proven it was actually an advantage over not having a player, then probably, but memes aside, I'm not going to be convinced that kicking out as an entire player is a competitively sound strategy.
That becomes the meta. You just have your 6th player is just the person you.
I'm gonna go with Occam's Razor here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Occam's Razor here and say that Quig messed up, but rules got to be rules.
All right. Well, his team is managing to like actually create a lead again. Pretty decent lead. 23k souls, not bad.
Concentrated.
There's still though, it's like the hardest part, which is actually getting the base. And as you say, like things will get harder as time goes on. Mid boss coming up in a minute though. If they get another rejuve, it does feel like they can win this. But it kind of feels like they need the rejuve though to actually finish this game off. Be my guess.
The problem you have for Valhalla at the moment is that if you don't get AVG in a singularity, AVG is going to claw the faces off of most of Valhalla. Quite literally. In that Calico. So this is tricky for Valhalla, even on the permanent power play. Quig has been ejected from the game. It was bedtime, and okay, they lose Lord NM. We're back to even deadlock here, Dan. 5v5. Except it's not even because Melee Creeps is horrifically overfed.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Lemon coming in with a kill. So there's two players down. Again, mid boss is coming up in 10 seconds. If our timer is to be trusted, I'm not always sure, to be honest. But hey, okay, this is gonna go straight for the base. I respect it. Oh my god, Ava's just bum rushing the base. I feel like in any normal circumstance you're 100% getting the mid boss here, but they're just going for the pit. Die.
Yeah, I think the smart thing to end it here. Now the GGs are being called, and Melee Creeps, despite the catastrophic error from Quig, finish it out 5v6 in a blazing fast end. I mean, look, Dan, I'm gonna be honest. The game, I feel like, ended earlier because of the urge to end it early because of 5v6 than it would have if Quig never left the game in the first place.
Yeah. Was catastrophic a pun, by the way? Catastrophic.
It wasn't.
Look at the roster. Look at the roster.
I'll say. Well played.
Well done, production. That is W production for sure. As only welcome Jason back in, and I guess Jason, the game was basically over by the time Quig hit abandon.
Do they split the 1K 5 ways now, or does Quig get a share when he wasn't in the last game?
He has prorated for the amount of minutes he played.
Yeah, I'm up Dan here.
Okay, so I want to be very careful and walk a line because I think it's very easy for ZP. I don't know if your camera's frozen, by the way. You're very bright and staring directly into a monitor.
I think it is frozen because that is not. Oh, my OBS just told
You're
me.
very focused. But yeah. I don't want us to get away. I don't want chat to be like, oh, you lost to 5v6. Let's be fair. The way Melee Creeps approach, look at that dapper man in this suit. The way they approached that with Quig being out was, we have to force fights. Like, we have to just go all in. If we sit back and let them farm, they're going to be more efficient around the map. They're going to be able to clear up more jungle. They're eventually going to get power up fast enough that they can fight us. So they force fights constantly. And by doing that, you deny the ability for Valhalla to farm. So they're not really getting much stronger. The kill bounties have been reduced overall as well, meaning that if you have a lead and you're attacking, you're more inclined actually to attack because you're not losing that many souls when you die now, even though they did slightly buff that in the latest patch. They made a very smart decision of like, we have to just go for it. And that's exactly what they did, and it worked out. They didn't give a chance for Valhalla to use that 6-man as an advantage to get back into the game.
Yeah, and I'll kind of double up here and say, even though Chad, of course, is going to go wild with the 5v6 stuff, etc. Look, winning at that point when you're already down is not necessarily easy. It's still a rough spot to find yourself in, and I think Melee Creeps played decisively when they had to. They basically realized they had a timer on the rest of the game. They needed the win while they still had an advantage, and they were able to add on to their advantage and basically push effectively. So it was good on Melee Creeps, not necessarily terrible play or otherwise coming in from Valhalla. I mean, there's a world, Dan, where like Valhalla could have played extra scummy to try and like really delay things to get an advantage, but they still played normally in it, which I kind of respect versus trying to like specifically exploit the 6v5.
Yeah, they did, and it's kind of crazy because it kind of surprised me as to how I think a lot of it had to do with AVG, just finding the right fights early on there, and obviously like being able to then convert into rejuve was just like that immediately gave AVG so many souls, and then that's when he could just run over everyone. So it was actually like a series of events that had to go like quite precisely the way of Melee Creeps to enable that in the first place. So. But I do like how Lord and them also called themselves out because he's so squishy as well. So it was definitely a ripe target.
Okay, so Jason, before your next point, I do have an update to say that we have a sacrifice offered here for a post-match interview. Melee Creeps has sent up Quig to explain himself, and Quig is going to be our interview when he gets in here in a moment.
Oh no, poor guy. Hasn't he had enough?
No. That was the answer.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
That's cool that we haven't done Quig before, right?
First time. I don't think so.
No, yeah. Is it possible to do our MVP though before he gets in here? Because I don't see him actually in the server yet to talk to us. Because my MVP of that game, and I think everyone's MVP of that game, should have definitely been AVG, presented by Intel, the player of the match. I mean, whether it was Shiv or Calico, damn. That's what I'm gonna say. Just damn.
Yeah. Needless to say, AVG looked really good. Just continual presence as a frontliner for Melee Creeps. Doesn't quite matter what the hero is. And I think for me, too, in watching it, the Shiv, not really that surprising. I mean, Shiv is just great right now. But the biggest change, I think, in 1 week between when this patch first came out and now the teams have a little bit more time to get used to it, for me, Dan, is the fact that we've seen the return of Calico. She's back.
Yeah, I think obviously the box running does make it the case that Calico has some insane power in the early game, especially being able to get way more souls, way more efficiently, both for yourself as a Calico and then also opening up your teammate to play a little bit solo. So create some interesting setups. So yeah, I think the Calico play has been really interesting to see so far. And AVG is, this is a good patch for AVG, I feel like.
I can agree. I mean, Shiv plays perfectly into him. With the way we're seeing adaptations of Calico, plays really well into him, being that like frontline brawly type of player where Pop is allowed to just farm up and become a threat later on into the game. But like in this match, like the domination he pulled off in this left-hand lane, it reciprocated later into the match because he was able to dominate Scout, is able to dominate DMB. He was able to apply that pressure quite consistently on that left-hand lane. And of course, Quig made this a special shout out for him here, doing his job, sitting in base, dead. But he was able to just build up a lead from that and transition it into these team fights where they inevitably could pull off the victory.
Take a look here. You got the builds here. New feature, by the way. You know, production always come up with new ways to improve the experience. And, you know, when we highlight a player as being MVP, you probably want to come in here and steal a few builds. see how it went down. And right now, obviously, you could look at the replay code, which you always provide. But right now, if you're a little bit on the lazy side, you can just take a quick screenshot of where we're at right now, and you too can play like AVG. Maybe.
Superior cooldown.
You could have the AVG's build, at a minimum.
Superior cooldown in both builds, kinetic dash in both builds, cultist sacrifice in both builds, even fortitude as well. I mean, again, especially like at high level play, fortitude I feel like is almost a must because of the way you have to come in and out of fights, especially when you play heroes like what AVG is playing here. But he did seem to go for Scourge towards the end on Calico to just get directly in the face of his opponents.
And we have gone offline on Twitch right before the interview.
Oh my god!
Just as we're about to bring in Quig.
It could be live on YouTube still.
Yeah, we're back on. Yeah, I'm telling everyone the refresh for Quig interview right now. In which case, we'll give people, give it like a minute for people to reconnect, and then we'll do the interview for people that are back. We won't let Quig's DDoS attempt save him from the interview. No. Not gonna happen that way.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll make it back.
Dan, in your years of esports, how common is it that the players will literally DDoS rather than be interviewed? It's kind of like men will do anything to avoid therapy, and esports players will do anything to avoid an interview. It's kind of unreal.
That's a new one. DDoSing to avoid an interview. Most of them just tell you to F off and take that. Well, that route seems much more effective, or like straightforward, less work.
You know what? I'm tired of waiting. We're gonna get in here. If you've refreshed, well done to you. You're still up and in. Quig, we got you here for an interview. Once again, congratulations to Melee Creeps for winning. And let me ask you, and I gotta poke fun in this, how necessary do you feel to the team right now as you leave, you click abandoned match, and yet your team's like, no, it's fine, we got this.
Yeah, I kind of just said it was my bedtime, and because it was a long day today. It's a best of 3 in the EU, and so I said, AVG, like, will you be able to handle him if I just go to bed right now? And he said, yeah, probably. And I guess he went to work. I'm in bed right now. I'm on my phone, so I guess he did well.
Those damn bedtimes from your mom, man. But real talk though, actually, obviously poking fun at what just happened. I kind of want you to talk to us about like what. Because you played in the best teams in North America. You played in Hydra Nation originally, then you moved over to Melee Creeps after your break. What is the difference between the two teams in terms of like how they play, how they run things, in your opinion? Like, what's the big differences?
I just think the Melee Creeps guys play the game more. It's just as simple as that. Because that whole patch cycle where, there wasn't a lot of updates for a while, everyone on Hydra Nation kind of just stopped playing the game, and you could kind of see it in our gameplay. And then, the Melee Creeps guys just kept grinding, and you can tell that there's a gap now. It's pretty obvious.
Nice. And I mean, I was actually going to ask you what you think Hydra Nation needs to do, or what they might be missing in their team currently, because obviously they're pretty infamous for changing players pretty consistently, and oftentimes that can be, maybe there should be a question as to why are you changing players so much? Are you looking for something that doesn't exist, and you're trying to just patch things over and then cover up for some deeper issue, like that's the things that come to my mind. But like in your sense of Hydra Nation, because they had the era, and it seems like now you guys are coming into an era of your own in North America. What do you think they need to do to have more success?
I think everybody on that Hydra Nation roster is really strong. I think they just kind of need to sort out their hero pools. And like when I left the Hydra Nation spot, they kind of needed a support player to fill the role. And that never really happened since I left. And now it kind of shows that their roles are kind of all over the place. Everyone's just kind of playing what they like to play on that team. And no one's like kind of sacrificing for, to help prop up other players. They're all just playing for themselves, in my opinion, at least.
Let me ask you this, meta-wise, we got a little bit of a preview from Jason, where I think Jason was asking AVG about, draft-wise, are you guys actually okay giving up Wraith? Where do you think Wraith? And it sounded like you guys don't value Wraith as highly as some of the other teams are right now, even though Wraith did look very good, especially back in EU. Where do you guys land right now on Wraith's overall power? Because it does feel like there's mixed opinions community-wise at the moment.
I think Wraith's in lane, isn't really that strong. She gets kind of online when laning phase ends and you can start like forcing side lane 1v1s. But if you're kind of aware that the Wraith is going to look for side lane 1v1s and you're not just isolated and by yourself in the mid game, you can kind of get your way around her and just kind of scale into team fights. I do think she is strong late game with like Magnum and new split shot item. I think that with Fleetfoot, I think those two items together are really strong as well. But other characters can build those items as well, and they're just as capable in lane as Wraith. But I would say that maybe we're under priming Wraith, because I do think mid game that character is very, very strong.
Dan, you got anything left, or shall we send him on his way? I mean, he's already in bed. He got there a little bit early, so if you got any final questions, by all means.
Yeah, my final question would be, what are your ambitions as a player? Are you looking to try to stick around and for Deadlock releasing whenever that is, could obviously be a long time from now, and to kind of just follow that road? How do you foresee yourself as a player in Deadlock in that respect?
I'm just kind of playing for fun right now. I don't think anybody's like really super dedicated or like not dedicated enough for the long haul. I'm just playing around until see what happens. No one knows when this game's getting released, so it's all fun for now.
Fair.
All right. Well, Quig, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations to Melee Creeps on your win here again. Really starting up a dynasty here in North America. But that'll be it for us and Quig and everyone else here. We're hitting the end of the night. Jason, Dan, final thoughts here before we sign things off.
I am really curious if that 5v6 is a good indication for teams to be like, maybe we should push our advantage earlier and look for those team fights earlier, because if we're forcing team fights, they're not farming, and we can kind of maintain that advantage, especially if we do have a lead. I don't think it's much is going to come of it, but it's definitely eye-opening to see that you still can win 5v6 like that in that situation if you know how to handle it.
My final thoughts would be, I think I had one, but I think it's mostly actually that I'm really stoked that we have some really cool competition in North America right now. The fact that Valhalla's a new team, and I think with some tweaking, they can definitely be stronger contenders pretty quickly. And then equally to see that Melee Creeps have become a robust, stable team with Quick at the helm is really awesome, and sort of putting it to, let's say, Hydra Nation to actually have to solve if they want to kind of get back some of the glory that they had previously that they've now lost in that respect. They have to put in a different type of work. There's a lot of interesting competitive developments in that respect. So that's my final thought. I'm just appreciating and grateful for that.
Well, as always, as we hit the end of the broadcast, thank you to everyone for watching, the players and teams for participating, and of course, our sponsor, our friends over at Intel, for helping make the show possible every single week. Intel, just fantastic at supporting great esport initiatives. And hey, you can even get a free Intel CPU. You go to deadlockfightnight.com, head on over there, enter, it's free, it costs you nothing, and could gain you some nice pieces of CPU tech to upgrade your PC. But that being said, this has been Deadlock Fight Night number 26 in the books. Our champions have been crowned. And if you want to see more Deadlock action, well, you just got to join us here next Wednesday, where Deadlock Fight Night will be on once more.